William Hill, as always, is Lee Phelps. Plus, we've got the Chelsea boys in the house, Matisse and Kwesi Wafare. Look at them just smiling, aren't they? Like, we did our business on a... What's this Sunday afternoon nonsense of trying to get points on a Sunday afternoon? Now, you get your business done at 10 o'clock on a Friday night, 4 points from 6. Happy days, right?
Yeah, those days are well and truly behind us, the Thursday, Sundays. We now operate on Friday and Saturday. So.
We had some Sunday afternoons together last season, didn't we, Kwaku? Watching Chelsea.
We did.
Labour to late wins on Sunday afternoon. So it is talkSPORT Goals with you on a busy and exciting afternoon of football. We'll take you through all 3 Premier League games, keep you across other stuff going on as well in the world of sport. But really our attention for the next couple of hours very much on the 2 games kicking off at 2 o'clock in the Premier League. They've just got underway. Crystal Palace versus Nottingham Forest. I'll run you through the 2 teams. Palace have Henderson in goal. The back 3 of Richards, Lacroix, Gahey. The wing backs, as always, Munoz and Mitchell. Wharton and Hughes in midfield. Sarr, Mateta and Devaney, the front 3. Of course, as we know, there's no Eberechieze for Crystal Palace. For Forest, Sells in goal. Aina, Milenkovic, Murillo, Williams, the back 4. Sangare and Anderson will sit. Hudson-Odoi, Gibbs, White and Doy will support Chris Wood. Therefore, the 4 new signings of Hutchinson, Calimonde, McAtee and Douglas Luiz all signed in the week. All 4 of those players are on the bench. Crystal Palace have never won in 10 previous Premier League meetings with Nottingham Forest. Of course, kicking off the season last weekend with a home victory against Brentford. But really, all the talk this week has been about off-field antics. More on that very, very shortly. Today's game at not Goodison Park, Everton's new stadium, is a special one. Their first game at their brand new Hill Dickinson Stadium. It looks absolutely magnificent, bathed in sunshine. And today, Jack Grealish starts for the first time for Everton. Pickford in goal. O'Brien, Tarkowski, Keane, Garner, the back 4. Ibrahimovic, Guy, the midfield 2, and Dewsbury Hall. Grealish will support the new signing Barry, who starts today for the first time in an Everton kit. For Brighton, it's Verbruggen in goal, Vifa, Van Heck, Dunk, De Cooper. The back 4 is Baleba and Ayari in midfield. Minter, O'Reilly, Mitoma will support Danny Welbeck. So Everton, Brighton, Palace v Forest are the 2 games starting at 2 o'clock in the Premier League. We'll come to you firstly. What have you got for us?
Yeah, Everton-Brighton's an interesting one. I mean, Everton 9-5 in this celebratory day, if you like. And you have to think that has to count for something, given the atmosphere. They draw 23-10 and Brighton 7-5. So Brighton, given last week's showing against Fulham when they were a little bit toothless, I think the value really has to be with Everton here. Just under 2-1 in play. I like Grealish to get involved somewhere. Grealish over 1 shot on target. He's 5-1. Over 1 shot on target, 5-1. I do like that if he can get himself into decent spaces. We know he can do that if he's back to his best. In the other game that's live right now, Palace versus Forest. I mean, this is set up to be an absolute cracker, isn't it? Not many goals in this game as they come forward.
Oh, and Devaney's in for Palace. Oh, it's really, really good defending. The young player got played through down the left-hand side. The goalkeeper came out from the left-hand side to try and narrow down the angle. The young Crystal Palace winger tried to go back across goal, but I think it was Murillo who did really, really well to come across and stop the ball being played into the path of Jean-Philippe Mateta. 3 minutes gone to Selhurst Park. It remains Crystal Palace 0, Nottingham Forest 0, Lee.
Yeah, Palace 13-10. The draw is 9-4, and Forest just under 2-1 at 19-10. I thought they were maybe the pick before the game. There won't be a lot in this. I think we all probably know that. And I just wonder if Palace have got the goals in them. You know, we saw them in that first game against you boys, and they'll be more than happy with the point in that match. Eze was probably the only one who could have been the difference and might have been on another day, but obviously he's no longer there. So where do the goals come from Palace? We know where the goals come from for Nottingham Forest, and that's Chris Wood. Scored last week. He's around 2-1 to score in this game. I don't mind that at all. I think if you're looking at anything around him, you're looking at shots on target and possibly goals from Chris Wood.
Oh, I'm right on cue there. Literally a ball from Morgan Gibbs-White gets whipped in from the right-hand side, and Chris Wood's effort from close range just goes wide. He does well. He gets in front of Richards. And I tell you what, Quake, given the form that Chris Wood's in, scoring last week, his great form last season, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with the effort, because I think he maybe had more time than he thought, and his first-time effort from close range goes wide.
Yeah, it was an instinctive effort from him. Yeah, like you mentioned, had a great start to the season. A brace last week. He's a player that, again, we're going to come on to Nuno, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the show. But really found himself playing under Nuno Espirito Santo. In terms of his form when that manager came in, it's second to none in the Premier League. I think only Erling Haaland scored more open play goals than him. And so you have to give credit to Chris Wood in terms of his development as a player. And that was a great chance for a player that maybe people would have written off when he went to Newcastle and it didn't work for him and he wasn't getting minutes. You probably wrote him off as a Premier League striker, but I always had faith. I always knew that he was going to score goals. Had a feature on Max and Charlie show on the warm-up called Wood Watch, and from his time at Burnley, always said he's good to give you 12 Premier League goals a season if he starts against you. Last season he gave you 20. I think this year he'll be around about the 15 to 20 mark because he's just that good of a striker. And in the Premier League, it's almost like a lost art, right? That big burly number 9 who can hold the play up and really like be physical and impose himself in football matches. And that's what Chris Wood does.
Yeah, there's so much going on, isn't there, with this Palace Forest game? We know, well, I think we all know what happened towards the end of last season with Crystal Palace getting into the Europa League, Forest in the Conference League. We know Palace had an issue with multi-club ownership, therefore they got demoted down to the Conference League. Palace weren't happy. They thought the Forest and Marinakis put pressure on UEFA to make that decision. So this game, Matisse, I mean, Palace Forest on a Sunday at 2 o'clock might not look the most exciting of games, but because of everything that's happened, there's the extra little bit of edge in this game, isn't there?
And of course, like the fan bases especially, I'm sure there's definitely an edge in the ground just purely because of the fact that, like you said, Forest have basically changed Palace's destiny. And of course, they're still happy, I'm sure, to be in any sort of European competition.
But they should be in the Europa League.
They should. And I think that, would it have helped them keep Eze? Would it help them keep Gurhi in the last week of this window? Who's to say? But it certainly, goes a long way in terms of the pitch. And with Nottingham Forest, they're a team that they haven't actually lost a lot of their stars in terms of that defence. You look at Milenkovic, you look at, Murillo, Sells, keeping Gibbs White. Obviously, we saw the famous interview with the ownership as well. And the supply line to Wood is basically still there outside of Alanga, which they replaced with Amari Hutchinson. So Forest have actually really benefited from this behind-the-scenes kind of workaround, and Palace have obviously not, with the transfers that are potentially going to go out the window with Gurhi as well.
Yeah, they look short, don't they, Kwaku Palace?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a real shame. But if you look at the Crystal Palace team today, I mean, you go through that bench. It's a bench that there's a few names on that bench, half a dozen names nearly that probably aren't too familiar, I don't think, with people. So there's one thing losing a couple of your best players, which you always knew was a possibility this summer, but they just haven't really been able to. They've only brought in 2 players this summer.
Yeah.
And with European football and having to do with that Thursday-Sunday schedule, which is new to them, I don't worry for them, fear for them, but it's a real shame that given the great work that Glasner has done in coming in, winning them a trophy, getting them into Europe, they really aren't in a position to be able to kick on and push on this season.
100%. And if you look at their last 3 matches, the FA Cup final, they beat Man City. The Community Shield final, they beat Liverpool, and last week they drew against Chelsea. They're a very good side that can cause the biggest teams in this country problems, and you'd love to see them kick on because Glasner's done such a great job, and he's had admirers from across Europe, but he's still at Crystal Palace. He won them their first ever trophy last season. And where we do live in an era of the Big Six cartel, you like a team like Forest last season coming and really causing an issue and ruffling the feathers of the big boys. And that's what I think Palace could have done if they could have kept their key players. But I think it's interesting, this match, in terms of narratives. Juxtapose Marinakis' firm stance when it came to keeping Morgan Gibbs White and compare that to Palace, who were almost not happy to give away Eze, but let him go like without any kind of friction. And it feels like, I know that
Do you think Palace could have done anything different?
Steve Harris is a different operator to Marinakis, right? He goes about his business in a different type of way. He's maybe a little bit more passive, a little bit more open, where Marinakis is cut from a different cloth. But if you're Crystal Palace and you've qualified for Europe and you've got one of the most exciting midfielders in the league in Adam Wharton, and you've got Eberechi Eze who could play for anybody, and you've got Mark Gurhi, why not try and convince him to stay for another season like Marinakis has done?
It's hard though, isn't it? From an Eberechi Eze, who we all know is good enough to be a Champions League footballer, Kwaku. Yeah. This
is Morgan Gibbs White not?
He is, but I think Gibbs White obviously joined from Wolves for quite a hefty fee. But I feel like Eze's loyalty for that 5 years he's obviously gone through the injuries. He's played with the Elises, the Zahas of this world. But I feel like the pitch is probably different when you go and join Crystal Palace, especially because they have a really good scouting system going into the Championship. They always find loads of gems. Their pitch is probably stay with us for a few years. We will kind of develop you, give you an opportunity and a platform to shine at the Premier League stage. And then once you kind of have that breakout season, then it's time for you to kind of kick on. I feel like that's kind of the pitch, whereas Nottingham Forest, I don't know what the pitch is, but it's certainly probably not that. Like, he seems like quite an aggressive owner. I'm going to make us into a big six team. I'm going to break in permanently, and we're going to, he seems like whether it's realistic or not, he wants to put Nottingham Forest back in the glory days of being winners again.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like it's a shame when you see teams like Crystal Palace who have the potential to grow. Look at the fan base, look at the stadium, just look at the way they are as a football club, right? I feel like Palace are a lot of people's second favourite Premier League team, and for them to see them potentially, obviously lost Eze to Arsenal, and Mark Guehi's going to go, right? He can't go on a free next summer, and he's not going to sign.
There's even reports in the papers this weekend that Steve Parish is almost encouraging Liverpool now to make a bid, because losing him on a free is just something they can't have, they don't want.
But he's in an interesting position, right? Because say he goes to Liverpool, I know Konate didn't have a great game against Bournemouth, but Guehi's not guaranteed to start for Liverpool in a World Cup year. That could be a risk. That I know he'd probably still go because he's playing for one of the biggest clubs in the world. But if you're Mark Guehi, I can understand why you're not pushing the situation. You captain Palace, you stay at Palace, you go to the World Cup, leave on a free and have a pick of the clubs next season. So him and his agent probably sitting there thinking, we don't need to push it. Like, we can just stay, we've kind of run down our contract, similar to what Trent did, and we can have the pick of where we want to go. So it's a difficult situation for Steve Parish. And like you say, he's almost encouraging the player to force a move, which is an interesting position.
Yeah, there's even talk there in some of the papers that Man City will consider joining the battle for Mark Guehi if centre-backs Akanji and Ake are sold this week. So possibly some of the papers are saying that if a few leave at City, he might have interest there, Matisse.
I wouldn't be surprised to see if Chelsea just shock everyone again and come with a random late bid, because obviously we've got injuries to Levi Colwill and Badia Shill, and I feel like Chelsea have had links previously to him, and the manager's kind of put out publicly that he might actually want a centre back. So it wouldn't shock me if quite a lot of teams come in for Guehi at the last minute.
We'll do a section with you boys a bit later on all things Chelsea having two. Chance there for Brighton. There's some decent football down the left-hand side. They work it well to Ayari, who just cuts in from the left-hand side and with his right foot tries to whip the ball into the far corner from outside the box. But in the end, it goes straight into the hands of Jordan Pickford. But Brighton have started off really, really well in this game. They're playing some really, really nice football. You'd imagine there the atmosphere is going to be absolutely bouncing. But Brighton looking pretty good in possession. Yet to create any clear-cut chances. 12 minutes gone in that game. Still Everton 0, Brighton 0, and also goalless as well in the other game at Selhurst Park between Palace and Forest. Chris Wood having the best chance for Nottingham Forest. Ndoye with a beautiful ball into the box from the right-hand side. Wood's first-time effort from close range just missed the near post.
Yeah, Iliman Ndiaye has had a shot on target as well for Everton. So who's going to be the first Everton player to score at this new ground? Didn't trouble the goal too much, but he's 3-1 to score in this match. Ndiaye, and 7-1 to score the first goal. Remember, you get impact sub on that as well. So if the player goes off and hasn't completed your bet, then the one coming on carries it on for you. Nuno's looking pretty active on the touchline.
He looks angry, doesn't he, on the touchline?
He looks. I was asking for a price for him to be sent off, and the trader said no. He got sent off. He got sent off. 2024, didn't he? So I was thinking, he's got that in him.
Yeah.
He's already annoyed. Yeah. He's going to work annoyed. And it won't take much to get him.
Yeah, no.
Breaker's come to work annoyed every day for the last 3 years, hasn't he, watching Chelsea? I mean, he can't catch a break, can he? Well, let's talk, shall we, a little bit about Nuno. Go on, Quaker.
I was going to say, on Iliman Ndiaye, people talking about Jack Grealish and the impact he's going to have, or potential impact at Everton. Iliman Ndiaye is ready to take that next step. He was
great last season, wasn't he?
Last season, and he's got that magic in his boots. And the shot he had on target, it was a great play outside the box, took on 2 or 3 men, and the shot just didn't match the build-up to it. But he's ready to take that next step. And obviously at Sheffield United in the Championship a few years ago, he was brilliant. Ill-advised move to Marseille, didn't really work out. He's now in the Premier League, a club that's going in the right direction at Everton. I expect him to make that next step in his career, and by next summer, the big boys will be
really.
I think he's really good. I think he's really, really talented.
Yeah, what do you make then of this? I mean, Everton today, they start the 2 new signings. They were woeful, weren't they, on Monday night? I know it's just one game, and going to Leeds first day of the season was never going to be easy, but they looked poor defensively and lacking any sort of flair or creativity in the final third. But it is Grealish from the left, Barry, the new centre forward, leading the line, Dewsbury Hall playing off the centre forward, and you mentioned there Ndiaye coming from the right hand side. What are you expecting, Matisse, from Everton this season?
David Moyes is a really good manager. Like, he knows how to to kind of, if you give him the players that suits his style, and I know West Ham kind of started to maybe veer away from that after the European success. They started to want maybe more skillful players, more technical players. But I feel like if you give David Moyes what he's always done from when he was at Everton previously, which was, your Tim Cahills, your Fellaini's, your Yakubus, just players that are going to work for him, he can really drag you up the league. And maybe there is a cap, maybe there is a ceiling to how far he can take you. But Everton are obviously nowhere near that point, and they'd love to get to that point, which I think is kind of hovering around top 10, just on the cusp of European football. They've got the new stadium. They've made some really ambitious, interesting signings. And I'm looking forward to kind of seeing where this goes. It's very interesting with what they've put together. I guess Ndiaye kind of wants him on the left. So how does that work this season with obviously Grealish maybe going over there, Dewsbury Hall? So that's going to be an interesting dynamic.
I like the idea. So he's got Irabunum and Gay as the two. Dewsbury Hall playing a bit further forward. Maybe it's a little bit too attacking, but I like the idea of Dewsbury Hall playing a bit deeper and being one of the two sitters. Yeah. And then you can get Grealish to play more central. Because I think Jack Grealish is best. Yeah, as a 10, but kind of giving that free role to kind of go wherever. It then gets Ndiaye on the left-hand side. And maybe you could get Alcaraz. I like Alcaraz, so he can come from the right-hand side. Bit more of a 4-2-3-1 with Grealish playing as the 10. Maybe at home games, you're looking to be a bit more aggressive. That's the kind of setup the Moyes could go for.
I like it. I like that. Because the best Jack Grealish you saw was obviously at Aston Villa. And he had license to just roam wherever he wanted. It's going to be a little bit more restricted than the David Moyes system. But I really want to see the best of a player that we haven't seen the best of in a long time. Jack Grealish is a special footballer. We all know that. There's a reason why he went for 100 million.
Do you like this move to Everton for him?
I actually do.
From a player's point of view?
I'm surprised they made it happen. The amount of wages that Jack Grealish is on, I didn't think that Everton would make it happen. But great move, absolutely great move. He's at a big football club still. He'll have the platform to prove himself, and I really hope it works out for him because he's on his day. He's such a top footballer.
He was such a maverick at Villa.
Yeah,
free-spirited, just playing.
Base the team around him.
Yeah. And that's what he needs, isn't it?
That's what he needs. It's just goals, isn't it, with Everton? It's simple as that. You look back over the last few seasons, they scored 42 in the Premier League last season, 40 the season before that, 34 the season before that, 43, 47, 44. It wasn't since 2018, 2019, they scored over 50 goals in the season. That's it. Most of the seasons, they're letting more in than they're scoring. It's not rocket science football, is it? Yeah. If you don't have someone who can get the ball in the back of the net, you are going to struggle. And I think hopefully Grealish can add to that for the Everton fans with goals, but also the creativity and putting people in. But yeah, they need someone, whether it's Ndiaye or not, or Barry's come in, then they need someone to score. What you guys were saying about Chris Wood, they need someone who's reliably going to score you between 15 would be great for Everton. Yeah. Anywhere from 10 to 15 would be great. Up to 20 would transform their season, I think.
Well, the issue they had is that they were just... It wasn't an over-reliance on Calvert-Lewin, but it was like, but when he's fit, he'll score us goals. But
it was like waited too long for him.
Exactly, waited way too long, and he only left this summer. He had to cut the cord a little bit earlier because I think it was the 1920 season that we saw the best football from Calvert-Lewin. We're now in 2025, and they're only just now replacing him properly. So we'll see how they get on, but I really hope for the best for Everton. And if you look at West Ham.
Mitoma's in though for Brighton, down the left-hand side, cuts big on his right foot, and he hits the bar. It's a really, really good bit of skill. We got played in down the left-hand side, and from a tight angle, he managed to use a really, really good bit of skill to get the ball back onto his right foot. And then it was a first-time effort with his right foot, which I think came off the bar. It came from a long goal kick forward, which Tarkowski just couldn't deal with. Good bit of skill to get it back on his right foot. And then the first-time volley goes off the bar. Lovely bit of skill there from Mitoma. He's
handballed it, maybe?
Mitoma?
Yeah, it felt like on that touch that he might have handballed it. It might have brushed his hand.
Possibly, but that feels a real un-Everton way to concede a chance. It was literally route one, long ball up from Verbruggen. And Tarkowski, normally so good in the air, so solid, just let the ball bounce. And Mitoma, great bit of skill, but the finish just went over the bar. But he's some player.
He was the subject of the epic boost before this game for a shot on target. That doesn't count.
No.
Not quite. On 27 shots on target last season, though, Mitoma. So, yeah, I thought it looked a nice one, and keep an eye on him in this game. Had one shot in the game against Fulham, wasn't on target, incidentally. But, you're looking for Brighton, just convert, lovely play, lovely possession. They need to convert, don't they? If they're gonna start to, motor and put Everton under pressure. That's the worry about these two teams. It's who's going to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, well, we did a preview show, don't we, Lee, every single Thursday morning on talkSPORT's YouTube channel, and I'm sat on the fence in all three games today going for a draw, but Mint has got a chance. Oh, and they should score. Wow. Danny Welbeck's missed from a couple of yards out. Minter, I don't know if he's been given as a foul, but he dispossessed Gay down the right-hand side. And then Minter keeps his composure, goes across goal, and Danny Welbeck from a couple of yards out.
Is it just behind him, do you think?
Yeah, it was just behind him. Minter does so well to shrug Gay off the ball, keeps his composure, picks out Welbeck, and you're right, Welbeck makes a run towards goal, and it's just behind Welbeck, Matisse, but really...
I don't know if it's the cross, Kwaku, because I feel like that's the only gap he can kind of put it through.
Not much.
I feel like maybe Welbeck's just got a little bit ahead of himself, and he's
Hold his run a little bit, show a bit of
if he
composure.
just held his run and just timed it a bit better, he'd been coming onto it, and then I think he would have put it in.
This is a good game. This is open.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we're saying there's chances. You know, we need a goal to really light this up. But yeah, there's not much. There's not much sitting back here. They're both
I think
go at this. So they like the atmosphere.
20 minutes in goal as Brighton have started, no doubt about it. They're better of the two sides. They've keeping possession really, really well. Everton yet to offer anything going forward. As Nottingham Forest come forward down the left-hand side. A shot from Ndoye. It's blocked. So 20 minutes gone then I'm going to keep saying Goodison Park, aren't I? At Hill Dickinson Stadium, Everton's first game at their brand new stadium. Everton 0, Brighton 0. With Brighton dominating play there. Everton won their first home Premier League game in 5 consecutive seasons between 2017 and 2021, but they've lost their last 3 without scoring. 1-0 to Chelsea, 1-0 to Fulham, and 3-0 to Brighton. Also goalless as well in the game between Palace and Forest. Not too many chances there yet. The only chance of the game was Chris Wood cross on the right-hand side. He missed from close range. 5 of Palace's last 7 Premier League matches have ended in draws since the start of this run on the 19th of April. No other side have drawn more in that period. There was a corner, though, for Everton. Garner whips it in from the left-hand side of the near post. I think it was the new signing Barry, who must have come off surely a Brighton head last. No, it came off Barry's head last. A corner into the near post. And yeah, Barry did get there for everybody, but from a tight angle, it goes over. So guys, with Nottingham Forest playing, we really have to talk about the situation regarding Nuno Espirito Santo, who is in charge of the game today. We should
just about, yeah.
He is there. He's on the touchline. Could he get sacked at half-time? Could he get sacked to the end?
Wouldn't
Who
rule it
knows,
out.
Quakey? For those that have missed it, the head coach plunged his future into doubt on Friday after admitting his relationship with Marinakis, the owner, had deteriorated amid a rift with newly appointed global head of football, Edu. Nuno guided Forest into European football for the first time in almost 30 years last season. Though Forest's board was bewildered by Nuno's remarks in a press conference, it is determined to ensure the club's full focus is on today's match. He's expected to have further talks in the coming days with Marinakis, who is aware of the head coach's issues with Edu, the former Arsenal sporting director who was appointed in July. So, Kwaku, Nuno and Edu have some disagreements, and Nuno made it perfectly clear in his press conference on Friday that he wasn't happy. We're led to believe that there was one incident in particular, Nuno wanting Adama Traore, who he of course worked with at Wolves, didn't get him. Nuno's not happy, and I always think when a manager comes out in a press conference, also quite normally a mild-mannered manager who doesn't say too much and pretty much lets his feelings known, it never normally ends well, does it?
It doesn't. And football, just like life, is about leverage, right? And I think Nuno maybe overplayed his hand in terms of leverage he thought he had at Nottingham Forest. I think after leading them to a European place last season, being in the top 4 for the majority of last season, I think he thought he had more autonomy at the club than he did. Obviously, Edu was brought in to be not just CEO of Forest, but CEO of all the clubs that Marinakis owns. And so he's calling the shots when it comes to footballing decisions. And I don't think it was...
Everton 1, Brighton 0. Jack Grealish is first half for Everton, and it's a Jack Grealish assist. It's Ndoye who's put the ball in the back of the net, but Jack Grealish got played in down the left-hand side, 1-on-1 against the defender. He goes on the outside with his left foot. He whips in a dangerous ball, and it's Iliman Ndoye who arrives at the back post to score from close range. But Matisse, this is what we want to see with Jack Grealish. Get the ball at his feet, and he's got one thing in his mind: beat his man, whip the ball in. Everton lead, Jack Grealish assist. Here we go.
Yeah, this is what he was on at Villa. This is the chance creation. He's never been selfish. He's never been a player that's kind of always thought about his own kind of goal output and whatnot. You hear it in interviews. He wants to create. He wants to make things happen for others, and that's brilliant play. Just clipped it into the box, weaker foot, perfectly, kind of poised and yeah, it's a great finish. And that's the first goal at the new stadium as well. So that's a big goal. But I was just taking a look at the celebrations and the limbs, and I must say that stadium is beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Like, it's a proper football stadium. You get the complaints from obviously West Ham fans of Olympic Park. It wasn't built for us and whatnot, and it doesn't feel like home. This feels like somewhere where Everton can definitely go up a gear as a club.
It's also, Jack Grealish is going to get a lot of praise for the assist, and rightly so. But Ndiaye does really, really well because he sort of waits and waits and waits from the back post. And then as soon as Grealish goes to put that ball in, makes a really good, clever run in front of the Brighton defenders. And also as well, it comes at him pretty quickly, Kwaku. So he's got to be quite coordinated to almost get something on it and make sure it goes goalwards.
I love that goal. And this is what quality brings you in the Premier League. It was Dewsbury Hall, a new summer sign, who plays the ball to Jack Grealish. Jack Grealish whips the ball into Emil Smith Row. And you can't whip that ball in at that pace if you don't think the person at the end of it has got quality to put it in. That's what money brings you in football. And that's what quality brings you as well. And we worried about where the goals will come for Everton. But when you've got players like Dewsbury Hall, who's playing for Chelsea last season, Jack Grealish and Emil Smith Row, you're going to have a very, very exciting time at Everton. And that's a great first goal at their new stadium.
Yeah, and it's a popular goal, because there is so much talk about Jack Grealish.
Yep.
And I think whoever you support, I think everybody wants to see Jack Grealish playing, and most importantly, playing with that freedom that he was able to do at Aston Villa.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were speaking off air before, but obviously Tyler Diblin's been heavily linked with Everton, and he's someone that looks like he's going to be coming in that could be official if it's not already. That's another really talented young player to just kind of add to this quartet, or, if it's Beto, if it's Barry up front, whoever leads the line. Suddenly Everton are starting to have a bit of options, a bit of depth. And let's not forget, Dwight McNeil, I know he's kind of gone off the radar a little bit, but he was really important to Everton in terms of delivery, chance creation, all those seasons where maybe they didn't have someone up front to put the ball in the back of the net. Obviously, Calvert-Lewin always struggled with the injuries, but he was someone that was constantly always kind of dragging Everton forward the last few years as well. And he's still in that squad. He's on the bench. So that's like 5-6 options now behind the strikers. It's really good.
Yeah,
really
and that
good
pace they attack with, rather than kind of pedestrian build-up, that pace, they turned Brighton round, got the ball in quick, and like you said, it's a simple finish if you're in the right place, isn't it? A great finish, great goal for Everton. They've gone just a touch of odds on, 7-10 in play, which I think is fairly generous, because there's no way that Brighton were dominating Everton particularly, I don't think, before that goal went in. Draw 5-2. Brighton are now just a smidgen under 4-1. By the way, Palace have just started to really turn the pressure on. Last 5 minutes, they've had a couple of decent attacks against Forest. Forest just seem to have sunk right back, and Palace a couple of balls into the box. No great final quality yet, but just worth keeping an eye on this one.
But this is what Forest do, though, isn't it? They're quite often happy at times to kind of sit with 11-10 behind the ball and try and play on the counter-attack. Mitchell, though, with the ball across goal. Murillo reads it really well to clear. So that stays Palace 0, Forest 0, Everton 1, Brighton 0. Everton losing to Leeds on the first day of the season. They have lost their first 2 games in each of the last 3 seasons. No team in English top-flight history has lost their first 2 matches in 4 seasons in a row without a relegation between. Brighton over here coming forward. They have a shot from outside the box. Drag wide, though, from Vifa, and that is going to go out for a goal kick. It remains Everton 1, Brighton 0. So you like the new stadium, Matisse? You like
I do. I'm glad that when they built that, they thought about the football fans clearly when they did that, and it looks like it can be quite hostile. I'm sure we'll see the Merseyside derby. I'm sure it will be. They look like they're kind of on top of the pitch, like they're really close. So it looks really good for me.
Yeah, they were saying the Sunday edition earlier on. Sean Custers was saying that he was there before, and he said, unlike it being one of those stadiums that's really separate from the pitch, even the big stand, you're right on top of it, and that's what it's just that's it. We were saying earlier on, weren't we? Those stadiums where you're right on top of the players. Whatever you think about the running tracks, you want to be close to the action, don't you?
Yeah.
And but it looks amazing. I mean, it's a shame Goodison going because it's been part of English football for such a long time, and that's a great old stadium. I think it's designed by the same people who designed Ibrox. And when you go to Ibrox, it's right on. You're right next to the players, which must be, as a player, if it's not going well or you're an opposition player, it must be horrendous. But for atmosphere for the home team.
Oh, sorry to cut you off there, Lee. Mateta had a shot for Crystal Palace around 25 yards out. Will Hughes doing really well, was really aggressive in midfield to win the ball back. He fed Mateta around 20-25 yards out, got the ball out of his feet really quickly, tried to take the shot on early, but Sells did well to push the ball away. So that remains goalless there. Everton working a free kick short, now long ball into the box, but Brighton are able to clear. Morgan Gibbs-White's got space for Forest down the right-hand side. There's a good overlap here from Ndoye. Can he cut the ball back across? He can. But Palace do well to clear. And now Brighton are on the attack as well here, but Everton are going to win a free kick. So Everton 1, Brighton 0. Half an hour gone. It's still Palace 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Jack, you saw Thomas Tuchel today at Selhurst Park. He's had a busy, I think he's done 3 games in 3 days, Thomas Tuchel. But do you think Jack Grealish, with a good season, we know England have got so many good options in those attacking positions, Quaku, is he still a player you think that has got a real genuine chance of going to the World Cup?
Yeah, he has, because I think previously under Southgate, there was a view to the upcoming tournament, but also a view to beyond the tournament as well. So maybe more inclined to bring in younger players, and if players were phased out, they were out.
I have to say, by the way, I find that mindset, that approach, absolutely crazy.
What, in terms of...
You're going into a major tournament thinking about the next major tournament.
Yeah, but that's because Southgate was...
You have a World Cup every 4 years, you have a Euros every 4 years.
Yeah, but
do you know what I mean? That does just sound a bit beside the point, but a bit crazy.
No, yeah, of course. But with Thomas Tuchel, it is all about this tournament. So he doesn't care about bringing in a Jordan Henderson who's been frozen out previously, or bringing in a Jack Grealish if he refines his form, because it's all about winning in America for Thomas Tuchel. So if Jack Grealish can find his feet and he's got that proven quality at the highest level, Thomas Tuchel will bring him back in.
I love the options we have at England in terms of like these attacking areas. There's so many players vying for the same spot. Obviously, Foden didn't really get on great in that last game yesterday for City. He's under pressure for his place. You've got players like Bellingham. You know, it's really...
Morgan Rogers is the one that I love at Villa.
Morgan Rogers, Cole Palmer. Like, somebody
Saka.
serious is missing out.
Max Dowman.
Honestly...
Can we get odds on Max Dowman to go to the World Cup? Can we? That would be...
cheeky for your Walcott back in...
Even players like Bowen are always hanging about, you know, of course, because they always have consistent, solid seasons year in, year out at West Ham. So many options.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Thomas Tuchel is going to pick players that he thinks can play in his system. But what will that system be come the World Cup? Will he revert back to the 3 at the back that won him the Champions League at Chelsea?
He hasn't done that once. He hasn't
done that once. But I think with the players that we've got, it kind of suits it. It kind of suits it, because I don't think we've got the best centre-back options. I think if you have 3 at the back, you protect your centre-backs. Yeah. And I think we saw that from Gareth Southgate at the Euros, and it helped us a little bit more. So I'll see what Tuchel goes with. But in terms of those attacking areas, there's some serious players that are not going to be on the plane, and it's going to be difficult, right? Because England all of a sudden starts to produce these incredible footballers that are playing for some of the best football clubs in the world.
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it? Go on, Lee.
I was going to say, Jean-Philippe Mateta, just after the half-hour mark, 6-1 to get the first goal. Already had that shot on target that we saw. Obviously scored in the Community Shield, scored in the week in Europe as well, didn't he? So he's in good form at the minute, and it might be worth a look. Palace are attacking more as Brighton try and get level.
I tell you what, look at this. I don't know who played this ball. There is an outrageous crossfield ball from the left-hand side to Minter. His first touch is absolutely brilliant. He takes it past the Everton left-back, but he just, as he got past the defender, didn't manage to pick out a guy, but there was an unbelievable crossfield ball. And I tell you what, Matisse, I mean, Mitoma at Brighton kind of gets lots of praise, doesn't he, from the left-hand side. Yep. But I think Minter, ever since he came in last season, from Newcastle, of course, has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, you could see, obviously, PSR issues as to why Newcastle had to let him and Anderson go as well, of course, but you can see the talents right there. And Brighton are always really good. If you look at Brighton's recruitment, they're spot on 90% of the time with what they bring in. Really good fees, and then obviously they sell him on. He's a player that, if he has a breakout season, I could easily see them flipping him for God knows how much money the next summer. So
him and Blaber for 250 million.
Blaber, of course, yeah. We saw the fees they were asking from Man United for him as well. Brighton's recruitment's really good, but I feel like they're probably going to stagnate a little bit this season and just kind of hover around that mid-table spot. I don't think they've got the same level of depth as they've had in recent years, and obviously Enciso's going to Strasbourg as well.
Yeah, we had this conversation, Quaku, Lee and myself, on the opening day of the season, that it's the summer transfer window where the kind of top teams, in particular the kind of top 4, have had really, really busy windows, really strengthened, lots of money's been spent. And I kind of think outside of the traditional top 6, the next 2 biggest spenders are Sunderland and Leeds. And so many of those teams, like your Brightons, your Fulhams, your Bournemouths, who kind of will have ambition to try and put the Brentfords, they've been really quiet and
Yeah.
quite underwhelming windows. Even Palace to a certain extent as well. So almost because normally there's one or two of those teams who spend 150 million pounds, and you sit up and think, oh crikey, have a look at them lot. But we haven't. None of those sides have had that kind of window this summer.
No, it's interesting because obviously all the newly promoted teams have all got a win now in their first home games as well,
nice.
which is really good because last season it was abysmal in terms of the competition for relegation places. And then that was close. That was very close. But when you also take a look at the top teams, I feel like there was a distinct lack of quality and good recruitment in the last few years from a lot of teams. I think you look at Man City, Matis Nunes, kind of expensive purchase there, not really working out
last
the way
year
it
for
should have.
City, the only two signings they brought in were Gundogan and Savinho.
Yeah, exactly. Arsenal, Mikel Merino, not really pushing the boat out. Sterling. Chelsea didn't have a great summer last summer at all.
Liverpool didn't sign anyone apart from
Liverpool only got Chiesa. And I think the middle of the pack of the Prem, really the technical level was ridiculously high. And I think a lot of teams in the top of the league thought, you know what, we can't let this happen again. We can't let these guys get any closer. We got to start taking. A lot of players scaling up, could have scaled up. João Pedro, all these players are kind of coming from these teams and scaling up to the top teams, and they're looking really good. So I think there's a reason for it for sure.
I'm calling it the sum of hierarchy, right? This is where the top 6 or top 4 teams are establishing that they are the top 4 teams, right? It's interesting when Arsenal brought in Eze, and Eze chose Arsenal over Spurs. I was like, before there was a big 6, there was a top 4, and I think this is a summer where that original top 4 of Liverpool, of Chelsea, of Manchester United, and of Arsenal are showing the rest of the league that, despite the fact that we might have had a poor season last year, we are the establishments of the Premier League. And it might not be fair, and it might not be great for parity, but look at where these top teams have done their shopping, like you said.
Yep.
Arsenal have gone to Palace and said, give us Eze. Liverpool going to Newcastle, say, give us your best player.
Yeah.
But to be fair to Newcastle, at the moment they're saying
They're holding off.
Kirkes,
Gone to get Kirkes. It's like the top teams have not looked abroad, not looked to Europe, have looked to the Premier League and said, we're taking your best players. Mbuemo's gone from Brentford, who finished above Manchester United, to Manchester United. This is the sum of the hierarchy.
Do you like that though, Kwaku?
Cunha.
I'm a sucker. I've got a nostalgic kind of air about me.
Kwaku's the only non-Manchester United fan that really wants to see Man United be good.
No, I just think that when these teams were at their very best, the Premier League was
At its best.
Like, if you look at between 2004 and 2012, when English team was in every Champions League final, barring 2010, it was amazing because Liverpool had great players, Chelsea had great players, Man United had some of the best players in the world, and so did Arsenal. So it might not be great for the parity of the league, but in terms of the upper echelon of the Premier League, yeah, of course.
Remember that semi-final we had Chelsea versus Liverpool and Manchester United versus Arsenal.
Come on,
then obviously the two teams get into the final there. That was when English football was dominated.
Oh, goal at Crystal Palace! Wow.
Crystal Palace 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Sarr is the goal scorer for Palace. Nottingham Forest started off the game really, really well, dominated for the first 15 minutes. But as Lee said, in the last sort of 10, 15 minutes, Crystal Palace have been dominating possession, yet to create not too many clear-cut chances. Who needs a Eze? I tell you what, Emil Smith has been an unbelievable signing. Wharton works it out to the right-hand side, ball into the box, and Sarr is completely unmarked. First time finish into the back of the net. Munoz cross from the right, and Sarr scores Parcells. And I tell you what, Kwaku, Eze, of course, the golden boy there. But Emil Smith last season for Palace, I thought was absolutely outstanding. And goodness me, this season, there is going to be a lot of expectation on his shoulders.
100%. And it's so interesting. Narratives of football are brilliant. You can draw a comparison.
You love a narrative, don't you?
Yeah, but between Sarr and Iliman Ndiaye, who scored the goal for Everton, right? Both had ill-advised moves to Marseille, didn't really work out. Remember Sarr at Watford was one of the hottest.
He was unbelievable, wasn't he?
Well,
he was linked with Liverpool.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. He was unbelievable, and he just stayed at Watford for maybe a little bit too long. Probably shouldn't have been playing the Championship. Was too good for that league. Went to France and played for Marseille. Didn't work out, similar to Ndiaye. But he's back in the Premier League, and every time I watch him, he's doing something. He's always causing a problem. Always.
You know what? He's direct.
Oh,
he
direct.
Gets the ball at feet, and he only ever wants to have another chance for Brighton.
Hit the post.
Deal with Dickinson Stadium. They hit the post, and Everton managed to clear. What happened there, Lee?
Yeah, just a long-range effort, and it was long-range as well. Absolutely teed it up, and Van Heck just hits the post. Looks like it's flying in. Right foot effort.
Oh, just a wicked deflection, yeah. Van Heck has the ball around 30 yards now. Everton got 11 behind the ball. So he says, why not? I'll have a shot. Hits it well, connects with it well. Takes a deflection off Grealish. Pickford throws himself to his right-hand side, but it comes off the post, then falls back to Danny Welbeck. Then it comes to Vifa, but James Tarkowski with a really good last-ditch tackle. So Everton leading Brighton by a goal to nil. But Brighton have had some real big moments. How that shot there that hit the post, Mitoma hit the bar. Welbeck missed a chance from a couple of yards out. So Brighton pushing hard. So 2 games in the Premier League at 2 o'clock. Both have got goals in it. And in both games, the home side are leading. Everton 1, Brighton 0, and die with the goal for Brighton. And Ismail Assar for Crystal Palace, giving them the lead. So Palace 1, Forest 0.
Interesting in the Palace Forest game. Just been keeping an eye on Gibbs White, and he gave the ball away in an attacking sense and tried a nice flick, didn't work. That's okay, isn't it? He gave the ball away with a flick around his own area for the goal, which led to the goal in the end. A couple of times recently, he's just been shrugged off the ball really easily as well. Not having his best game. Obviously, he needs to play well for Forest to really go for it. Just, I mean, for someone of his quality to be giving the ball away around his own defensive area for a
They've been
flick,
really poor
basically.
Forest. Really, really poor. And they were so good last weekend against Brentford. Started the first half so well. But yeah, at the moment, Crystal Palace looking pretty good, looking pretty content in possession. But it's a Forest team that we know don't mind the opposition team having possession. They like to sit deep and then try and hit them on the counter. I think we were cut off, Quaker, when I'm speaking about Nuno's future with the Everton goal. If you had to predict how this situation pans out, how do you think it pans out?
He loses his job.
He gets sacked.
He gets sacked. I just can't see how you can continue that relationship because he was so public and he was almost trying to get ahead of it. And I don't know.
One of those where he's almost asking for the sack.
Yeah, you know what Marinakis is like, right? And I don't want to cast any aspersions, but it seems like he doesn't take kindly to people coming and outing him in public. And I think with Edu coming in there, when you get a new director of football, CEO, a head of football operations,
and he's someone that's doing not just Forest, he's doing all of it. Marinakis' club.
He's got his own idea of kind of how football should be, and Nuno's done a great job in terms of firefighting when he first came in to Forest. But I think they might have to part ways. He's not going to struggle for a new job though.
No.
He will get a job instantly, and I think if Graham Potter ends up losing his job at West Ham, I think Nuno would be a perfect candidate to go in there and try and fix a club that's kind of sinking in a similar position to what Forest was.
I think it's a battle of the egos. I really do think it's like he's saying, look what I did last season. I'm a good manager. Yeah. You don't run this football club. I run this football club, and he's knowing now with Edu coming in and with Marinakis as well, he's probably got less power now than he ever has done at Nottingham Forest, despite what he did with them last season. And I tend to agree. I think he's probably. We had him at a big price on Thursday in the sack race market, if you like. And by Friday morning,
Everton should score. Back to Grealish. His touch was poor. Yeah, Kieran Dewsbury Hall outside the box on the left-hand side, whipped in a really, really good ball.
Good ball in by Palace
up
as
at
well.
the back post. I think it was O'Brien, the right back, who arrived at the far post, heads it back across goal, but Brighton managed to clear. Then falls to Grealish at the back post, but his touch was poor, and Brighton managed to clear. So it starts with Grealish on the left-hand side to Dewsbury Hall. Delicious ball. O'Brien tries to go back across goal, but no one was there, and then Grealish's touch was poor, and Everton managed to clear, and was that a chance there for Palace in the game again? Palace are absolutely battering Nottingham Forest, by the way. Back to Nuno. Given the unbelievable job that he's done, Matisse, you would like to hope that tomorrow morning, Marinakis can get Nuno in the room, can get Edu in the room, and 3 grown-ups can have a sensible conversation about what they're not happy with, and they can come to a solution where everybody can move forward. Because it would be it'd be such a shame, given the unbelievable job that Nuno's done there. Going into a European campaign, they got Europa League football, if Nuno was not able to carry on and lead Forest into the Europa League. Yeah. Surely, if there's a disagreement over Adama Traore, or maybe it's Douglas Luiz coming into the football club, surely Marinakis can get them in the same room and say, you're my manager, you're my sporting director, sort it out, work it out, because you're both staying in the job.
No, unfortunately,
that can't happen.
No, we're dealing with, obviously, because we cover it so often, it's normalised, but we are dealing with the top 1% of this global game. And every single individual in that room that you're saying has got an ego, and rightly so, because they are at the top of their field. And Edu will say, look at my experience at Arsenal, and Nuno will say, look at my experience at Wolves and now Nottingham Forest with the highest place finish. And that owner is not going to be changing his ways in terms of what he wants. When your sporting director has not hired the manager that is currently in the job, there is always going to be a problem there, and there's always going to be a split, because that is not his man. That is not the guy that he's hired, and the sporting director is in charge of all of the sporting activities under him, and he will feel he cannot maximise.
Which is basically transfers, isn't it?
Yeah,
it all comes down to players.
Yeah,
right?
he'll feel like he can't do his job to the fullest if he does not have exactly what he sees fit for that football club, including the manager, the style of play, the profile of players. And Nuno will not budge because of what he's done, and he's not going to change his style and his approach. So I understand why he wants Adama Traore, but I also understand if Edu has a different vision as to why he's going in a different direction, because it's his responsibility to get Nottingham Forest competitive season in, season out, not just a one season off every single year. So it's not going to work. I'll be honest, it's really not.
So tomorrow morning we're going to wake up to the news and Nuno's been sacked?
I think so. I think if you look at the competitive advantage that Arsenal have had over the last 3 years when Edu was at the football club, was the synergy between him and Arteta. They were on the same page. They thought the same when it came to player recruitment. And maybe towards the end of it, the relationship soured a little bit because Arteta started to ascend when it came to power. But like Matisse said, if you're a director of football, you're head of football operations, and you come into the job, it's like when Mark Hughes was the Man City manager and the new ownership group came in. He was a dead man walking, really, because they didn't select him. And you can maybe...
Is it not slightly different with Nuno, given that he has got so much credit in the bank?
Yeah.
We were talking about Nottingham Forest a few months ago, potentially being title challengers.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with your sentiment. He should have credit in the bank, but by all accounts, it looks like and you talk about those men being in the same room. I don't think they want to find common ground. No. I don't think Edu wants to find common ground with Nuno. I think Nuno wants to find common ground with Edu.
I said that they could, get them in the same room. I don't think they'd both want to be in the same room.
No.
Judging by what we're reading, their relationship has kind of gone that bad over the last couple of weeks that sort of being in the same room is just. I mean, in the papers here today, back of the Sun, Brendan Rodgers is Nottingham Forest's top target when they make a move for a new boss.
That's just not an upgrade. I'm sorry. And Brendan Rodgers has done great things in football. That's not an upgrade. I think you're in dangerous territory there. He'd love to take a job, obviously, Brendan Rodgers, but I don't know.
What job that would be for him to be back in the Premier League and back with the European team?
Are they in danger of going down a route where they almost do exactly what West Ham did, which was they move on from David Moyes, thinking that they can the grass is greener, the style of football, the West Ham way, after the success that he brought with the European, trophy and whatnot, and try and go into a direction. Well, obviously West Ham didn't get it right in the end because Lopetegui wasn't the right appointment, but they've now got it in Graham Potter, who's maybe a similar manager in terms of that style change, and it just doesn't suit them in terms of the profile and the players that Nottingham Forest have suit Nuno at the moment. Right, take a revamp of the whole squad.
Brighton really, really pushing hard for an equaliser at the Hill Dickinson Stadium, nearly half-time. Another opportunity there for Ayari. Brighton working the ball just outside the box. It comes to Tarkowski, who not sure what to do, and goodness me, he tries to play the ball back to Jordan Pickford. That is, James Tarkowski with the ball at his feet, just on the edge of his box, did not look comfortable in any way, shape or form. He had no idea what to do. He ended up passing it back without looking to Jordan Pickford. Ayari saw what he was going to do. He played it right to Ayari, who then tried to round the goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford. But fair play to Pickford, did really, really well, managed to stay on his feet, stand tall, and push the ball away. So still Everton 1, Brighton 0. Everton in periods have looked dangerous, in particular on the counter-attack. But Brighton have missed some golden chances. That Ayari chance there, Matoma's hit the bar. Welbeck missed from close range, but it's still Illimandi's goal, which is the difference. Everton 1, Brighton 0, nearly half-time there. There's going to be a chance of Palace right on the stroke at half-time at Selhurst Park. It's Palace 1, Forest 0, and Palace have got a free kick around, 25 yards out to the left-hand side. Adam Wharton and Devaney are over the ball. It looks like it's going to be Adam Wharton. He's going to put this ball into the box, to the back post, and it hits the post. It comes to Richards at the back post. He tries to beat Matt Sells at his near post, but it ends up coming off the post, and that's going to go out for a goal kick. In fact, it was Mark Gahey, who ended up getting on the end of it. He made a really good run at the back post, completely unmarked, and I think that's going to be half-time there. Palace 1, Forest 0, and we're nearly at half-time at Hill Dickinson Stadium. Everton 1, Brighton 0.
Just going back to the Nuno thing, just spin this on its head a little bit. What's he doing coming out in public and being that open about the problems behind the scene. I wondered about that.
I think he's at a point where he's done. Because I've interviewed Nuno is one of the most mild-mannered managers you're going to get on the circuit. He is so straight. I remember interviewing him last season, boys, when Forest were third in the table, and they just Nuno, talk to me. How? And he would just be so straight. We're focusing on the next game. I think for Nuno Espirito Santo to have walked into that press conference on Friday morning and call out Marinakis, the owner, I thought to myself, he's done.
Yeah, same.
Because I don't. Because if he wasn't done, he wouldn't have said that. I got the impression. He's finished.
It's not all reading the tea leaves as well, being like, yo, I feel like I could get sacked any day here. Let me just get ahead of it, because I don't want to come across as somebody who's in the dark and was blindsided by it. And I think to come out and you know what this owner's like, and we saw obviously the interaction with them on the pitch at the back end of last season. It didn't look great. It was played down, and I think because of the end of the season, we've kind of forgotten about it. But that was only, in football terms, 2 or 3 games ago. And it's just, it doesn't seem like things are right there. I just can't see it lasting. And it's a shame, right? It's been such a great story, Nuno, at Nottingham Forest, and you look at a manager who had to go and find himself again managing in the Middle East. It didn't work out for him at Spurs. I think they were a bit too hasty sacking him. 10 games is not enough to only won 5 of those as well. I know 1-5, lost 5, but it didn't really work out there. But he seemed to find a home at Forest. The difference between the Forest situation and the West Ham situation is that there's not a single Forest fan wanting Nuno to leave.
Yeah, true.
I think West Ham fans got to the end of their cycle and they were calling,
which is laughable, isn't it?
Which is laughable when you look at them right now. But there's not a single Forest fan that wants Nuno to leave, and I think they'll be pretty panicked if he does leave, because what does the future hold? Apparently Brendan Rodgers, one of the favourites,
and Foster Coglou as well. Been linked with that job.
There we go.
So half-time then in our 2 games at 2 o'clock in the Premier League. It is Crystal Palace 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Nottingham Forest are playing today and are losing as Emil Smith scoring the goal for Palace. Lovely ball into the box from Nuno Sar's first-time finish. Scoring pass, Matt Sell. So Palace, who drew away at Chelsea last weekend, won in the week in their Conference League playoff lead Nottingham Forest by a 1-0 at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. The first game for Everton, competitive game at their brand new spanking stadium. They haven't been at their best, but they're leading thanks to a Iliman Ndiaye goal, a popular assist though from Jack Grealish. This is talkSPORT Goals. We're brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. Good afternoon, welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. I'm still in it. New from William Hill, 18+. GambleAware.org, terms and conditions absolutely apply. You still in it, Kwaku? Final One Standing? Which is, of course, from William Hill, where you have to pick a team every single weekend. Sorry?
Who did you pick this week?
Arsenal.
Same. So did I.
Banker.
Yeah.
So I'm still in.
So I went City last week, beat Wolves, happy days. I went Arsenal this week, beat Leeds, happy days.
He's out.
Hey, don't look at
I was
Lee
a bit
Phelps.
silent over there.
Don't look at Lee Phelps and William Hill, Mr. I love Brighton so much. Unbelievable.
I'm still in the talkSPORT private league. I went Tottenham last week, Arsenal this week.
So you
There's a
have loads
talkSPORT
of
league.
different leagues.
Yeah,
Loads
yeah.
of- so
Well,
therefore-
you know,
so-
Process
so-
of elimination.
I guess if you have 20 different leagues every single weekend, you'll still be in somehow if you keep picking.
You know, the worst thing is
Surely this week everybody had Arsenal, right? Arsenal was the.
41% of people at Arsenal. Yeah.
Well, I'm guessing Chelsea.
Chelsea were big, yeah. Bournemouth was plenty at Bournemouth actually. Which I was
Really?
surprised by, yeah. So
It's
yeah.
18+, GambleAware.org, terms and conditions apply. But what I love though, Kwaku, is, correct me if I'm wrongly, all I had to do last week was go City to beat Wolves, and nearly 50% of people were out, right?
Yeah, about 40%. Yeah, nearly 120,000 players went last week. 300 started the game. So, yeah, a lot went.
I have to say, that is absolutely
I just
remarkable.
thought there were so many good picks last week. Sunderland at home at the Stadium of Light against
Only 7,000 people picked that out of 300.
I will be staying. I'll be staying away from the newly promoted team.
100% agree. I just don't understand. With City away at Wolves, Liverpool home to Bournemouth.
But you couldn't pick Liverpool.
couldn't pick Liverpool,
Friday,
yeah.
so you had to go 12.
Oh, you couldn't go
was the
yeah,
deadline,
yeah.
so you had to pick
Oh, I didn't know that.
Saturday
Okay.
onwards, yeah, so you
All
couldn't
right.
go Liverpool.
Well, I went
That
City.
made it
I'm
more
still in.
difficult.
There we go.
I think City was the one last week, right?
Tottenham at home to Burnley?
Oh, well, should we remind everyone who producer Jamie went for?
What Burnley?
He went Burnley to beat Spurs.
Okay, so he's not serious. He's not a serious individual.
This is one.
He said he
He's not a
didn't.
serious individual.
He said he didn't want to. He didn't want to play the game.
Didn't want to play,
He wanted
yeah,
go out
clearly
first
not,
round.
yeah.
This is one of our top
Sport.
executive producers here at talkSPORT. He produces Inside Chelsea, doesn't he,
Yeah,
Matisse?
of course he does.
With Olivia Bazaglo
Yeah,
and Matisse
exactly,
every
yeah.
single week.
Jason
which is an
Cundy, yeah,
absolute
yeah,
belter.
exactly.
And Quake.
Wait, are you on it as well?
Also, obviously Alex Goldberg on.
Yeah. Where's our call?
Yeah, obviously different people.
Apparently, there's some complications now that you're a DAZN presenter. I'm not sure.
Contractually,
I'm not sure we're contractually allowed to use you as much anymore. Kwaku. We're only having a laugh. We do love a Sunday afternoon on talkSPORT's YouTube channel, talkSPORT Goals, with you until 6:30, talking you through all of the games in the Premier League up and down the country. 2 games at 2 o'clock, both at half time. Crystal Palace to lead Nottingham Forest by a goal to nil. Palace really impressive in the first half as Mailer Sarr scoring after 37 minutes. So Palace drawing away at Chelsea last weekend, leading Forest by a goal to nil. Everton's first competitive game at Hill Dickinson Stadium. So far, so good. Not playing well. They won't care though. They're beating Brighton by a goal to nil. Iliman Ndiaye scoring after 23 minutes. Jack Grealish with the assist. And Kwaku Afari, it was a great assist.
Oh man, it was a really, really good assist. And like you say, there's just a collective feeling when Jack Grealish made that goal. Just like, yes, he's back. Not he's back, because we need to see him do it more consistently, but it's good to see Jack Grealish just playing football. Last season was a disaster for him at Man City. Fell completely out of favour. And now he's just trying to rebuild his career. He's in his late 20s. He's not a kid anymore. He needs to be playing week in,
Why has he
week
got a
out.
man bun then? Oh, by the way, absolutely loved Gyökeres's celebration yesterday.
that
when
was
he
a
went and
little
played
flick
with
of
his
the hair. Yeah.
Because like it was last weekend at Old Trafford, it was a joke how often he played with his hair.
Yeah.
But I absolutely love the fact. What I love is he knew people were talking about it. So he was on the bus on the way back from Old Trafford last weekend, Googling his name, and all people did was the Gyökeres hair flick. So I thought it was quite good that he was able to give it back there.
I mean, in terms of, apart from Bukayo Saka injury, what a day for Arsenal, right? Like, what a day. The Haaland boys.
But there was also some bad news.
Well, the Saka injury is the bad news.
This was the thing. It's almost like with the Arsenal game yesterday. We'll do more Arsenal after the break. It's hard to know kind of what the angle is because there were so many great things that happened. But the sight of Saka hobbling off, and apparently we were waiting in confirmation, but it doesn't look good. No. And he didn't look happy, did he, leaving the field?
It's worrying with Saka. And remember that the period of time when he was playing week after week after week after week.
He's played a lot of games for someone at his age.
And we were saying, oh, yeah, he's very durable, but what happens when he gets his first injury? And it just looks like his body's starting to fail him a little bit. Let's hope it's nothing long to...
We hope so.
Not too long term, because he's a great player.
We'll take one more quick break there, approaching 3 o'clock on talkSPORT Goals with you here from William Hill 18+. GambleAware.org. Coming up next, we're watching the second half of our 2 o'clock games. Palace 1, Forest 0, Everton 1, Brighton 0. We're back in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals. Hello and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18 plus, gamblerware.org. Terms and conditions apply. talkSPORT Goals live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs on this busy Sunday afternoon of football. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. Lee Phelps from William Hill was with me to my right-hand side. We've got two... Chelsea aren't playing today, are they?
No.
Anyway, who cares? Craig Wafari and Matisse Armani, two Chelsea fans but top broadcasters, with us for the next couple of hours. Angelina Kelly will also join us for 4:30 for the Manchester United Fulham watch-along. So 2 games in the Premier League at half-time. It is Crystal Palace 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Was Melaskar scoring for Palace just before half-time in that game. Nottingham Forest are unbeaten in their last 8 away league games against Crystal Palace since a 1-0 defeat in the second tier in December 2003. But Nottingham Forest will have to improve in the second half. 1-0 down to Palace at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. The first competitive game for Everton. Brighton are the visitors. Brighton have had the better of the chances, but find themselves 1-0 down at half-time. Ilian Mandai scoring the goal with a great assist from Jack Grealish. Out on the left-hand side, he found space. Grealish, he was direct. He beat his man, put a great ball back across goal, and there was Ndai making a really good run, arriving late at the far post to score. It is the first ever competitive game at Everton's Hill Dickinson Stadium. Just one of the 10 clubs who have played at 2 different permanent home grounds in the Premier League have lost their first such game at their new home stadium. Southampton going down to Chelsea at St Mary's in August 2001. So second half game's about to get underway. Fulham Manchester United is the 4:30 game. Just to keep you up to date with things going on elsewhere, Russell Martin's really tough start to life at Rangers has continued. They drew away at St Mirren 1-1. So he's played 3 games and has drawn 3 games. They're already 6 points behind Celtic, have won all 3 of their games at the top of the Scottish Premiership. And of course in the week as well, they lost 3-1 at home to Club Brugge. If you like your cricket, plenty going on in the 100 today. In the men's 100, Welsh Fire v Trent Rockets men. Welsh Fire 41 for 2 from 40 balls. The Trent Rockets win. They'll guarantee themselves a place in the top 3. The Rugby World Cup, Women's World Cup, very much underway. Started on Friday. England winning in Pool C. Ireland beating Japan 42-14. 2 more games we played today at 5:30 in Pool C, New Zealand, Spain, and in Pool D, it's South Africa versus Brazil. In the Super League today, a couple of games going on as well. The US Open starts today as well. Emma Raducanu, the only Brit in action today, of course, a few years on from winning that competition, yet to win a game since then. And the Tour Championship in the world of golf is just poised absolutely perfectly going into the final day. At 6:44 UK time, Cantley and Fleetwood go in at 16 under, but there is a host of golfers all within a few shots, including Scotty Scheffler at 12 under. He is 4 shots behind Patrick Cantlay. So there is plenty going on in the world of sport. Confirmation the 2 games in Super League have just got underway. Huddersfield Warrington, Wigan versus Wakefield. Back to the football though, Quaco. We're underway at Hill Dickinson Stadium in the second half. Everton leading by a 1-0. Brighton though will think to themselves they can play in the second half like they did in the first half. They'll get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, interesting change at half-time. Hinchelwood on for Belabor, more of an attacking change. I think Belabor's is that there to put out fires. That's not what Brighton need in the second half. They need a bit more going forward, and Hinchelwood offers you that more than Belabor does. But it's an open game, right? It's not like Everton have wowed in the first half. They just took their chance and find themselves in the lead. But Brighton have probably had the better chances, and they know if they can maybe get an early goal in this second half, then there's no reason why they can't turn this game around and win this game. But these 2 teams seem really evenly matched, and there's no surprise that Everton were some people's dark horses. People thought they was going to have a lot better season than they've had in recent years, partly because of the David Moyes factor, partly because they're in a new stadium, and I think partly because of the signings they've made, and topped off with Jack Grealish, and you've got a very exciting project there at Everton.
Lee, in terms of the odds for the second half, what have we got?
Yeah, Brighton are 5-1 to win this match, which might tempt a few in. Yeah, Quaker's right. The better chance it did fall to Brighton. 8 shots, 2 on target. Obviously hit the bar as well. And they've started the second half pretty on the front foot as well here. I just wonder if Everton will get a little bit nervy as this game progresses at 1-0. The draw is 12-5, which wouldn't put anyone off, and Everton 8-13 with that 1-goal lead. So as Everton, push forward again, but it's just Brighton look a bit more incisive when they have the ball, and they're going to try and hit Everton on the break, aren't they? So interesting to see. Brighton need to score next 20 minutes, I think. Otherwise, Everton could just see this one out.
Yeah, so Everton 1, Brighton 0. Am I allowed to put you on the spot and ask you a couple of odds for the Championship, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, if we've got the prices, I can, yeah.
If we do that, just because I'm interested to know how you guys would kind of odds up a couple of teams, because we know going into the Championship there were sort of a few teams that were kind of favourites to go up. I mean, the 3 teams that got relegated, Sheffield United, although they've had a really, really tricky start. But there were 2 teams that have started with 3 wins from 3. That's Stoke and Middlesbrough. Just out of interest, when we know the Championship can be so unpredictable, and there's always a couple of teams that no one speaks about that ends up gate crashing the playoffs or coming close. So when Stoke and Middlesbrough, 2 teams that probably wouldn't have been fancied to go up this season, start with 3 wins from 3. Do their odds drop quite a lot because of the nature of the Championship? The bookies almost panic a little bit and think, hang on a minute, Stoke City, Mark Robins is a good manager. Let's reduce their odds quite quickly. Yeah,
no, you're absolutely right. And I still think it's 6-1 for promotion, by the way. So that's not winning the title. 6-1 for promotion. You might say that's a bit of value if they can continue. There's money in that club. We know they've got a good manager. And yeah, you look at the others. Middlesbrough 100-30 for promotion.
100-30.
Yeah, which is a bit short, I think.
It feels really short. Yeah.
Stoke at 6-1, the way they've started. In terms of the outright, the actual winning the title, obviously much bigger. Stoke 18-1, Middlesbrough 9-1. But yeah, we'll talk about it in a bit. Around the Premier League, but every weekend you'll get some slight tweak in terms of the odds. So you'll definitely get a reaction from most things. Look at Chelsea winning on Friday, drew the first game, came into 15-2 from 10-1 to win the title.
Have Arsenal gone on to favourites?
Yeah, Arsenal favourites ahead of Liverpool. Obviously haven't played yet this weekend, but Arsenal with that great day they had, even with the injuries, as a signing, and obviously Arsenal winning well. They've gone clear favourites. First time since briefly they went favourites last September.
Also as well, can I just, sticking with the Championship, producer Jamie was telling me that pressure is on the new manager Bristol City already, because after a big win away at Sheffield United first day, who's the manager again at Bristol City, Jamie? Please remind me. Yeah, Gohar Struber, the manager at Bristol City, starting with a big win away at Sheffield United, but draws to Charlton and Derby. Producer Jamie telling me he wants him sacked already. What have we got on Bristol City getting promoted?
I had relegation up at 14-1. What's that sign he's given us?
I made that up, by the way.
What's that sign? I think we've only got 2 minutes left, he said.
Yeah, no.
That's weird.
I think he wants 2 more men in the Brighton wall for this Everton free kick.
9-1 promotion, Bristol City.
And he has one more question as well that he wants me to ask you. When you say 100-30, why don't you say 10-3?
You can say either. Potato.
You happy with that, Jamie? He's... Oh, do you know what? Why don't you come in and say this yourself, Jamie? Kieran Dewsbury Hall whipped in a delicious ball, a little bit too much pace on it, goes out for it might be an Everton corner. I think Lewis Dunk might have got something on that as he tried to head it away. So we'll stick with this game then at the Hill Dickinson Stadium as Kieran Dewsbury Hall. Were you happy to see him leave Matisse Chelsea? Kieran Dewsbury Hall, was it time to move on?
When that signing came in, I always felt like, are you going to get the game time that you need? I feel he's a very steady, very good Premier League player. Obviously, just coming up from the Championship with Leicester. Obviously, the new manager, maybe there's an effect. There's also some PSR in there because we sent a player called Gooding from our academy back their way. But I just felt like Dewsbury Hall, were you really going to be able to make your mark at Chelsea? I think he mainly really came in for Conference League appearances and a little bit of deep depth in that squad, but never really going to get ahead of Parma. You look at Chelsea spending with Kendry Pires, who's now at Strasbourg, Quenda is at Sporting, Esteval. There's a lot of talent that they're purchasing in that position, on top of already having Nkunku, and obviously Chukwuemeka's only just gone to Dortmund, it seems, today. So many players. It just never, for me, really made much sense. I'm glad that he's gone because I want him to play football. I don't want us to hoard players. You know what I'm saying? I just want us to just have what we need and let everybody else play football.
Yeah, I completely agree. And he's a player that I think...
It's absolute perfection from James Garner. Everton 2, Brighton 0. By the way, might be another assist for Jack Grealish, that. Not as good as the first one, but I think he'll take it. Hill Dickinson Stadium looks absolutely splendid in the sunshine, and James Garner's just doubled Everton's lead. Their first competitive game at their home stadium. At some effort outside the box from the left-hand side. He beats the goalkeeper Verbruggen at his near post, and Everton leading Brighton by 2-0. Originally, it comes down from the right-hand side, and Dye playing the ball into Beto, who looks onside from the right-hand side. He plays it back in field. A ball whipped then out to the left-hand side to Jack Grealish, who keeps his composure, just lays it off, tees it off to Garner, who runs onto it, first-time shot, laces through the ball, and he beats the goalkeeper Verbruggen at his near post, but he hits it with real power. Maybe some goalkeeping purists might say the goalkeeper does get down, and he almost goes under the ball, doesn't he, as to try to push it away. New stadium.
Yeah, new Everton.
What a start. New stadium, new Everton, Kwaku. 2-0 Everton.
I think he's hit that so true. I don't think the keeper can save it. It's such a good goal. Another Jack Grealish assist.
Yeah, 2 from 2.
Do those assists count?
They will.
Count, but, yeah, that's a great start to the second half for Everton. Obviously, Brighton made that change at half time to try and grab this game, and it's gone the other way. Everton now 2 up, and it's going to be very difficult for Brighton playing at Everton in the new ground, first time this season. The fans are going to be absolutely rocking there. We can't hear it here, but I bet it's absolutely rocking the Merseyside, and you're happy to see it, right? This is an Everton team that's gone through so much on the pitch and off the pitch over the last 3 or 4 years, but things are definitely looking up.
Yeah.
Everton 2, Brighton 0, 53 minutes gone. Palace 1, Forest 0. And I guess now, Lee, Brighton's odds are going to just lengthen and lengthen.
Yeah, 22-1 to win the game. The draw's 15-2. Everton 8-1 on. 3 shots on target, 2 goals from Everton. You know, Brighton just haven't taken their opportunities, have they? You know, they've had good, as we said, they've had good opportunities. Everton clinical today.
Yeah, so Everton 2, Brighton 0, 54 minutes gone. Palace 1, Forest 0, 54 minutes gone. The 4:30 game today is Fulham versus Manchester United. But guys, I want to talk to you about David Moyes. Dominic King, back in the Mail today, says Graham Potter's position as West Ham head coach is safe for now, but he must oversee an immediate upturn in form to continue into the autumn. West Ham's start to the season has been catastrophic, and the sight of the London Stadium being almost empty with 10 minutes of the 5-1 defeat with Chelsea illustrated the depth of division around the club. Potter was only appointed to the role in January. It was initially suggested he would have a 6-month contract, but the former Chelsea boss signed for 2.5 years. Whether he reaches his first anniversary, though, is a matter of contention. It's understood that Potter will be in charge for this week's games against Wolves in the Carabao Cup and then Nottingham Forest in the Premier League. But the dreadful performances against Chelsea and in the season opener at Sunderland have placed a 50-year-old under enormous pressure. Also, by the way, games looming after Forest against Spurs, Palace, Everton and Arsenal. Kwaku, do you fear for Graham Potter's future?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. Sometimes fit's a thing in football, right? And I think Graham Potter at a team like Brentford or when he was at Brighton, it worked. At West Ham, it's you have to have a bit of personality as well, a certain type of personality to succeed.
Did David Moyes have personality? Or was he just a really, really good coach?
He's just a really, really good coach, and ultimately West Ham fans hounded him out. Like he won a trophy, he consistently finished in the top 6 or top 7, and West Ham fans weren't having him. And for Graham Potter, it's been a tough start, right? Not just the beginning of this season, the back end of last season, they were really, really poor. And if you're one of those 3 promoted sides that are trying to break the trend of the sides coming up, going down, you're looking at West Ham as being vulnerable. And you look at West Ham in the first 2 games of this season, so poor. And the Sunderland game was concerning. The Chelsea game, I don't even think Chelsea played that well. I was kind of frustrated with our performance in terms of the lack of fluidity at points, but West Ham made it really, really easy, and there's no bite there. Look at the transfer window as well. He's not been helped. They brought in El Hadji Diouf as effectively a wing-back. He brought in Carl Walker-Peters on a free, another wing-back. Tadibo was there last season on a loan, but they confirmed it this year, and he's not very good. And a man that I have been lauding, Mads Manson, who I said I wanted to Chelsea last season when he was at Leicester, has been absolutely terrible.
Awful. He was awful in that game.
It was shocking. Some of the crosses that he tried to come for and he was flapping at, it was really eye-opening. And sometimes you can't legislate for that as manager. What can you do if your goalkeeper's doing that? You've given away 3 goals from set pieces because of your goalkeeper. I don't think he's got very long in the job, and I think it's going to be very difficult for him to turn things around. I think Forest have just equalised. Callum Hudson-Odoi.
Oh, yes, Callum Hudson-Odoi. Palace 1, Nottingham Forest 1. 56 minutes gone in that game. And in the second half, Nottingham Forest do equalise. Everton nearly score a third. A corner whipped in. Barry gets his head on it. Keeper came to collect, got nowhere near it. And from close range, the header goes over. But yeah, Callum Hudson-Odoi has given Nottingham Forest the equaliser away at Selhurst Park. Let's have a look at a replay. A long ball gets whipped forward down the left-hand side. Really, really good strength there from the left winger, and he plays a wonderful through ball to Callum Hudson-Odoi. Times his run to perfection. He goes in on goal and he beats Dean Henderson at the near post. Have a look at this ball here from the new signing Ndoi. An outstanding ball across goal, playing through Callum Hudson-Odoi. He keeps his composure, but that pass there from the number 14, it's the new signing Ndoi, made his debut last weekend. It's some pass, Matisse, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a quality pass. He's just split the whole Palace back line. And Hudson-Odoi there, really good run, timed it to perfection, really good finish as well. I know the keeper, maybe some people will say could have done better as near post, but he's hit with so much power and so much venom that it's really difficult from that close proximity to really do anything about it. And Forest deserve that. You know what I mean? Well, do they deserve it? They've not really had loads of chances in that game, but I feel like their resilience, that they constantly keep themselves in games like this with their defence, which we touched on earlier. They've not really had any losses back there in terms of transfers. Ole Aina still there, Milenkovic, all these guys. They just keep themselves in games, even if they necessarily don't play the best football or don't, dazzle anybody on the eye. They're still in the game, and when you're 1-0 up, you're always vulnerable to concede an equaliser like that.
It's got to be more goals in this Everton-Brighton game. Brighton are pouring it on, and Everton obviously will hit them on the break. I mean, Brighton's XG is almost 1.5 at the minute, 1.5, and it's just a matter of time, I think, before Brighton get a goal. I just don't think Everton will be able to hold out. I'm not saying Everton don't win the game, by the way. The very short price to win the game, but I just think it's so open at the moment. Once Everton get forward, they don't get back quick enough to be able to stop that Brighton counter. At the minute, they're back in numbers, but they're still giving it away to Brighton here. They've got a chance on the edge of the area.
Oh, yeah, it's another shot from just outside the box. This time, John Pickford manages to push it away. Be Everton 2, Brighton 0, an hour gone. But Brighton, in the first half, missed a couple of gilt-edge opportunities. And in the second half, despite conceding, they are all over Everton, but yet to score at Hill Dickinson Stadium.
Minter on the right-hand side is given the
Garner's playing there. He's not left back, is he?
Honestly, he's putting the afterburners on. He's going past him like it's nothing. It does seem like a matter of time before Brighton scored, but we said that before, and then Everton got the second. But yeah, this is an open game, and like Lee said, there's more goals in this game for sure. I don't see Everton keeping Brighton out for the next 30 minutes.
Surprised how dodgy Everton have been defensively, because the reason why they're still in the Premier League most likely at this point is due to that defence. Yeah. Whether it's Braithwaite, Tarkowski, Pickford, they've always kept a lot of clean sheets.
He never stay fit, can he, Braithwaite?
Yeah,
always seems to be, because he's probably another option for England. Of
course, definitely
fit as that left centre back. Yeah. Going back to David Moyes and West Ham, Matisse, where does the blame lie? Because Graham Potter's record there isn't great, but you look at the business they've done this summer. Yeah. It doesn't look good. That scored on paper for a ball was kicked. Just didn't look strong enough. No. Have you got a little bit of sympathy for Graham Potter in that respect?
He's not been back this summer for sure, so I do feel for him in that respect, because it does feel like everything's on a downward trajectory. But I agree with Kwaku. I don't think the fit is right. I just feel like with Graham Potter, at least
what is the right fit then, do you think, at West Ham? Because apparently David Moyes wasn't the right fit.
Exactly, yeah.
When Lopetegui came in, they never really took to him. What is the right fit for West Ham? What do West Ham want?
I feel like an Ange Postecoglou is probably what they want as a fan base. Someone that is maybe
finished 17th last season.
They did exactly, and that's the thing with West Ham is it does become a be careful what you wish for situation, because I think they want to play a certain brand of football. And West Ham fans, I feel like from what I can hear and see, is they want to be entertained. They're in that new stadium. It's a massive contrast from Upton Park. They don't feel as intertwined or as connected to that stadium. So if you're going to bridge that gap, you need good entertaining football, good attacking football, and that's obviously something that David Moyes didn't really brought to the table. So I feel like they need a manager of personality. Ange Postecoglou's got the personality for sure, but they also want almost religious attacking football, and they just want someone to entertain and get them off their seat. You look at West Ham, who they've had, whether it be Yarmolenko, they've always had a Dimitri Payet, or
flair player.
Flair player. That seems to be what the fan base is used to and what they like. Go all the way back to the days of Joe Cole, Carlos Tevez, obviously when he came in before he went to Manchester United. They always want someone to just be flary and kind of be fun to watch. And I think that's what they want. I think that's what they.
The idea of this West Ham way is it's a fugazi. It's a fantasy. It doesn't exist. This thing and it annoys me because it's like, yo, be careful what you wish for. David Moyes is an established Premier League manager. Fair enough, you might not be off your seat every single time your team takes to the field, but you're in European semi-finals, you're in European finals, you're finishing the top 6 and 7 in the Premier League.
Winner.
It's honestly, I get. And again, this is where maybe my big team bias comes into it. If you are Arsenal or you're Liverpool or Manchester United, winning is obviously the priority, but the way you win and the way you play football is also a consideration. If you're West Ham, unfortunately, you're not afforded that luxury. You take it how you can get it. You win how you can win. And I get that you, in the past, because of the academy of football, because of some of the players you produce, you want to play football, a certain type of football, a certain brand of football. But unfortunately, the type of football you want to play might be in the Championship because you got rid of David Moyes. You are one of the most vulnerable teams in the Premier League, had a terrible transfer window. Your fans aren't convinced by the owner, and you've got a manager that doesn't fit the football club. I think this idea of playing football a certain type of way when you're a team that could be at risk of getting relegated if you have a couple bad transfer windows idiotic idea.
And at risk of being relegated, they've shortened dramatically in the betting to be relegated into 13-8 after the result on Friday. That means they're getting closer and closer to the 3 promoted teams in terms of odds. And, got Forest away, haven't they, before the international break? You could get something out of that. But they're looking down the barrel of being pointless going into the international break. Suddenly you've gone 3 games, no points on the board at all. All the promoted teams have got points on the board so far. And then you come back for the international break, you've got Tottenham. And if Tottenham are playing anything like the way they're playing now in a couple of weeks, that could be 4 games without points.
Yeah.
Then it starts to get really tricky, whether you keep the manager or not. Then you're really looking up at everyone else in the table, aren't you? Which is worrying for West Ham.
I think the one thing that they have that kind of veers me away from a relegation for them is Jared Bowen. I just think he's got far too much quality and he gets far too much output and too much goals for them to be relegated with him in that team. I think the manager for sure is definitely up for question if they do go on that run that you're kind of describing, this 3, 4, 5 games. But with someone like that in the team, I think that's a kind of quality down there. You saw it with Mateus Cunha last season. That's the kind of quality down there that stands out and kind of puts you apart from the rest, I think.
Yeah. Quaku, Matisse said, I asked Matisse who what is the right fit. He said Ange Postecoglou. Could you see that? Could you see Ange the new West Ham manager?
I could see it. I wouldn't.
But it doesn't feel you particularly.
I wouldn't go for it.
If you're Ange or West Ham or both.
Both. this right now, it's a firefighting situation. This is not I'm come to instill my style.
More like a Sean Dyche kind of situation, perhaps.
It's a Nuno Espirito Santo kind of situation where you are an adaptable manager. Not saying that you're pragmatic, not saying that you're boring, but you're adaptable. Ange didn't come across as the most adaptable kind of guy. It was my way or the highway. Towards the end of last season, he did it to win a trophy, but really and truly, he wants to come play football his way. And if he doesn't have his players and he's kind of had a dud of a transfer window, I don't think putting Ange Postecoglou in the situ at West Ham at this point in the season would be the right move to keep in the division.
Do you think from a Graham Potter? Because I really like Graham Potter at Brighton. I thought he did a really good job there, and I thought he was a good coach. And I thought, he team played progressive football. He improved players. I like what he did there. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but do you think if Graham Potter could go back in time and almost someone was going to say to him, your next 2 moves after Brighton was going to be Chelsea and West Ham? 2 clubs who, Chelsea we know, it can be. It's not easy there. And same with West Ham. Do you think he'd almost go back and do it all over again?
Well, the thing is, if reports are to be believed, the move to Chelsea and subsequent sacking made him incredibly rich. For the rest of generational money. This is the man that didn't play at the highest level of football, and this is the man had to manage Östersunds in Sweden, so he's not made the most money. And at Brighton was maybe underpaid for his services. At Chelsea, he became one of the highest paid managers in the world, and when Chelsea relieved him of his duties early, they paid him millions of pounds. And unfortunately, because of the way the football is, he couldn't turn down the opportunity. No. He was Brighton manager. He couldn't say no to a Chelsea team that 2 years prior had won the Champions League. It's impossible to turn that opportunity down.
Even given the situation that the Chelsea are in, where we know that if you go there and you get off to a bad start, things can quickly change. You still think that a young coach with big opportunities to come, you still think he couldn't have said no to it?
No, I think he couldn't have said no. It's the same way that you look at Maresca, he was at Leicester, got them promoted, but he couldn't say no to Chelsea. It's very hard to turn those jobs down. What I would say, though, is that in hindsight, it's probably looking at the situation saying, if I'd stayed at Brighton, carried on building up that goodwill, I probably would have got the England job off the back of Gareth Southgate. He kind of fits that mould, a good communicator.
Do you feel for Graham Potter a little bit?
I do, because in interviews, you're seeing that this guy who came to the Premier League, that was a little bit kooky, did things his own way, kind of came to Chelsea, changed his look, felt like he lost himself a little bit.
A-star barber.
Yeah, A-star barber, got the teeth done as well, got the hair done, fair enough. But when I'm hearing him say some things in press conferences and interviews, I'm like, you seem to have lost yourself a little bit.
He's already this season biting back at journalists.
Yeah, and
it's 2 games into a season.
Well,
he had to go at a journalist. So there was like, I thought you've asked your questions. And I'm like, we're 2 games in and you're already biting. It's not a good look, is it?
Our very own Ian Abrahams had an interaction with him at a press conference that wasn't overwhelmingly positive. Yeah. And it's just a case of he feels the pressure. And he's right. The journalists are asking the questions, knowing what the answers are, but it's their job to ask the questions. It's your job to answer them. And you're not filling anyone with any confidence or any hope with the way that you're answering them. I just think that his time at West Ham is done. It's taken its toll on him as a manager and a man.
Interesting to see what next for Graham Potter. I think I've referenced it loads of times, sure, when we watched the Sunderland and West Ham game together last week, that you only thought West Ham were going to score if Jared Bowen did something. Yeah. Do you agree with Matisse's point, Quaku, that when you watch West Ham, it's all pretty much from Jared Bowen to do something? Is there enough quality in that team to make sure they finish 17th or above?
I don't know. Based on the first 2 games, it's tough to see it. Paqueta was a great player on his day. Where his head's at,
He's lost his form, hasn't he?
He's not the same player that he was. Jarrod Bowen, of course, is quality, and he will always give his all for the shirt. But he talked about the frustration post-match. He spoke quite well about how the fans don't want to hear him come up with excuses, and it's not a case of pointing the finger at the defence or the attack at the midfield. They all need to have a look at themselves, and it's just a really difficult situation. They've lost a bit of their identity and their soul, and yeah, this is a West Ham team that, if they don't turn things around quickly and they continue to lose games in the manner they've lost games, it's going to be hard to turn things around, because this is a very competitive Premier League. Like you mentioned, Leeds and Sunderland spent big. Look at Sunderland's transfer window in comparison to West Ham's.
Yeah.
Mad. And this is the West Ham team that won the European trophy 2 years ago.
And all 3 promotion teams already getting off with victories in the first 2 games. Lee, in terms of relegation odds, how do William Hill see it?
Yeah, West Ham been clipped in 13-8, which is, the same as Wolves, actually, to be honest with you. They've both been clipped in a little bit, and neither got a win on the board. There's still a difference between those 2 teams and the 3 promoted teams. But like I say, if this continues and we get through the international break and West Ham still haven't got a point on the board, then that price is only going to get shorter for them, and the pressure increases as the price gets shorter.
Yeah.
We've got some team news to bring you, some substitutions, by the way, in our 2 o'clock games. Just a reminder of the latest scores. Everton is still leading Brighton by 2-0. 2 assists for Jack Grealish. The first one was a brilliant assist, picking out Illiman and Dye to score before half-time. Garner scoring with a thunderbolt effort after 52 minutes. Everton 2, Brighton 0. Everton just made some changes. Barry making his first home start off. Beto on. Alcaraz has replaced and Dye. A couple of more changes for Brighton as well. Crystal Palace 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Forest equalising after 57 minutes. Callum Hudson-Odoi with the equaliser there. Roman Esse on for Deveni. Maybe the young man Esse, signed from Millwall last year, is going to see a lot more first-team football this season, especially given the fact that, of course, we know Eberechi Eze has been moved on. Some team news to bring you. Fulham versus Manchester United. Benjamin Šeško once again doesn't start for Manchester United. Is Bayindir in goal. The 3 centre-backs are Euro, De Ligt and Shaw. The wing-backs are changed there. It's Diallo and Dorgu. So Diallo comes in to replace Dallo, right wing-back. Casemiro and Bruno Fernandez will be the 2 midfield players. And again, the front 3 is the same as last weekend's game against Arsenal. It is Mbeumo, Mount and Mateus Cunha, the front 3. On the bench for Manchester United is Benjamin Sesko once again as well. Onana, by the way, on the bench today for Manchester United. Bayindir, though, starts in goal. We'll do more Man United build-up after the 2 o'clock games. Fulham have got Leno in goal. Tete, Anderson, Bassi, Castagne, the back 4. Lukic and Berg, the midfield 2. It's Sessegnon, King and Iwobi, who will support Rodrigo Muniz, who leads the line. That game is a 4:30 kick-off. Everton 2, Brighton 0, 70 minutes gone. And it's still Palace 1, Forest 1. But it only feels right with 2 Chelsea boys in the studio to talk all things Chelsea. Because while it was a bad evening for West Ham, it was a good evening for Chelsea. You, of course, kicked off your season with a pretty poor performance, I thought, anyway, in the draw at home to Crystal Palace. But you went to West Ham and won by 5-1. Went 1-0 down, but goals from João Pedro Neto, Enzo Fernandez, Caicedo and Chalobah. And, of course, a strange build-up to the game where Cole Palmer injured in the warm-up, therefore didn't play. So it was the lap leading the line. Estevao, João Pedro and Pedro Neto supporting the number 9, Liam Delap. Matisse, what did you make of Chelsea's performance?
Do you know what? To go 1-0 down and then obviously equalise and then go 2-1 down, thankfully that goal was disallowed. I was fearing the worst because in the opening stages, our defence was all over the place. It was getting pulled apart. Obviously, West Ham's first home game, maybe they were really up for it and kind of trying to stamp their authority on the fixture. But I felt like once we did calm things down, the disparity between the quality of the 2 midfielders and the 2 teams was just ridiculous. Like, Tosin coming back into that team was mentally important because he was able to play through the lines and kind of like, pass through the press. And obviously West Ham's press, I thought, was quite poor. They would press with their front line, but then they'd have this massive gap between defence and midfield. Maybe they don't have the pace in the defence to really step up as much as they needed to. Estevao having to come into that team 5 minutes before the game because obviously Palmer had come off precautionary injury in the warm-up. For him as an 18-year-old to come into that team, first time, obviously new culture, new league, new language as well that he's learning, to come into this team and just make such an impact was really important for us and really impressive in a London derby. And he was twisting people up on that side. He actually did the flick, which, basically led to Paqueta's goal. But he was so influential. It was a brilliant assist that he had, which was led to Enzo Fernandez scoring. And it was just a really good performance. João Pedro being off the front man, Delap kind of...
Did you like João Pedro playing a bit deeper?
Well, this is where I kind of expected him to play when we signed him from Brighton, because
I thought so too.
Against Brighton, he kind of always dropped into the half spaces, drifted out wide, drifted into midfield, and I never saw him as playing up front purely because his shot volume, when you look at the metrics, it was never really high. He never really took loads of shots. But then at Fluminense, at Watford, he played as a striker. So I think he can go between the positions, but I think this is a really good option to have. And Delap just basically took all the attention away, occupying centre-backs, and then you got Enzo Fernandez, João Pedro kind of like box crashing, and they got loads of space to just have their fun and enjoy the game. So it was I think Chelsea needed to get those goals out, because in the game against PSG in the Club World Cup, the friendlies, Chelsea are free-flowing their scoring. Then they get that 0-0 against Palace, and they couldn't really bridge the gap there, just to get back into it, because they've got Brentford, Fulham coming up. You know,
is there a real feel-good factor around the club at the moment?
I think there is. The kits are beautiful. I have to
That
get
helps.
that out there. The kits are absolutely insane.
Have you bought one?
I've bought all of them.
Nah, you know what? You're at that point.
Home, away,
No,
third.
You know what? You're at that point in your career now, flying on YouTube. You're getting kits sent to you for free, aren't
I'm
you?
not. Do you know what? Okay,
You're not
I'll be
paying
honest.
for any strips,
I'll be
are you,
truthful.
these days?
In the previous years, I have sometimes had a kit. This season, nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
This season, nothing. I've just been to the mega store,
mate.
back and forth.
Look into that camera right there, mate. Call out the football
Listen,
club. It's
it
bang
is
out
what
of
it is.
order.
I'm just a fan. If you don't want to send me free kits, it's fine. Not a problem. This one is worth purchasing.
You like
The previous ones I've had to purchase kind of out. I don't really want to get that, but I have to. You know what I mean? It doesn't really look great. These ones, I have been smiling ear to ear out of the mega store. The green, dark green, you know, the Nigerian kind of feel with the tracksuit. I've got that as well. Club World Cup badge goes on all of them, apart from the black one. I feel like that 04 kind of back to Robin, you know, Fly Emirates days. I feel like
I remember Damien Duff.
Yes, Damon Duff. Yeah, it didn't really need the badge, so I got that one without. And there is a feel-good factor. There is.
The black one doesn't need the badge on it.
It doesn't need the badge. It doesn't. Trust
But in
me.
terms of feel-good factor, yeah, you're right. I think Chelsea were riding the crest of a wave coming to the season. All chances.
I tell you what, I think he's giving a penalty here, isn't he? Yeah, he's given a penalty to Brighton. Everton 2, Brighton 0. Brighton have been all over Everton, but just cannot put the ball in the back of the net. A ball gets whipped in from the left-hand side. It falls to Minter at the back post. He takes a shot, blocked by Dewsbury Hall. Referee's given a penalty. Of course, it was Monday night, wasn't it? Everton were giving away a penalty for a James Tarkowski handball. Kieran Dewsbury Hall was very much arguing that his arm was in a natural position. As Minter takes a shot, Dewsbury Hall...
Oh, come on.
Dewsbury Hall has his left arm almost tucked in and turns away, and it definitely makes contact with his arm. But is his arm in a natural position there, boys? Talk to me. What are we thinking?
I don't know. I don't know what handball is anymore. Honestly, I don't know what handball is anymore. Is it a natural position? I don't know.
I think it is, but I think the problem he'll have is maybe you shouldn't turn and face away from the football, because now you're not in control of what you're going to do. Whereas if you just face head on, then of course it's more likely to put your
So
hands
he just
behind
for
your
those
back,
for those obviously who aren't watching the game, he almost, as he takes the shot, Lee, he almost tries to turn away like this.
Yeah, he just shields it.
But I think the arm that it comes off, it looks like to me that's in a natural position, isn't it?
It's not intentional, is it? It's not intentional
Of course
handball.
it's not intentional. It looks like it's not going to be overturned.
But the rules are as they are at the minute.
Producer Jamie shouting me, it's a penalty. Get on with it.
His opinions of football are so off.
Ever since the Burnley shout.
Throw back Burnley in final one.
Barbershop.
Lost 3-0.
Barbershop opinion.
Yeah, just such an off opinion.
Well, it's a penalty kick, so a golden opportunity now for Brighton to get back into this game. And you'd have to say it's probably what they deserve.
Yeah.
It's Danny Welbeck who's got the ball on the spot, up against Jordan Pick for 70 minutes on the clock. Everton 2, Brighton 0. Minter winning the penalty. He's been outstanding. And Brighton, you have to say, deserve this opportunity. Welbeck, who missed a sitter in the first half from a couple of yards out. Any danger?
I think he'll score this.
He misses it. Jordan Pickford. And I have to say, by the way, it is a disgraceful penalty. Absolutely woeful.
so
Jordan
unlikely.
Pickford dives to his left. Danny Welbeck nonchalantly just almost tries to pass it in the bottom corner. There's not enough pace on it. Pickford goes the right way. And I have to say, that almost sums up Brighton's efforts in front of goal. They've been absolutely pathetic in front of goal.
It was such a telegraph penalty. Like, it was so obvious where he was going with his stance, with the way that he kind of went about it. You see these players kind of like stuttering towards the line.
I don't want to sound old school.
Put your foot through it. Yeah, I'm old school with that. Gerrard, Lampard.
Producer Jamie's made a good point there. O'Reilly's on the pitch. He took the penalty last week against Fulham and scored. He scored a penalty last week, and he whipped that with pace in the bottom corner with his left foot. Why is he not taking it? Why is Welbeck taking it?
Do you know what? Yeah, I'm not going to argue with it. I want my strikers taking my penalties. So like. He should take. It should be
the best.
João Pedro was taking them last season, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Welbeck won't be taking it next week.
No.
Those penalties annoy me because if you're going to just roll the ball to one side of the goal, you are basically saying to the goalkeeper, you've got a 50% chance of saving this. Because if the goalkeeper goes the right way there, it's never got anywhere near enough pace on it beating the goalkeeper. Why give the goalkeeper that chance for having a 50% chance of saving it? Because the goalkeepers don't stand. Does he?
I just think. I don't think he strikes.
I think the run-up is way too nonchalant.
Yeah, and Pickford's been brilliant today, hasn't he? He had that terrible back pass that he managed to smother when the shot there. He just saved the penalties. Everton have been decent. He's probably been the pick of the players for Everton. I think
he's made a couple of really, really big saves. So Brighton still 2-0 down. You see there he's got the bottle where he's got all of the shots. Hey, I wouldn't be able to read that. It's too many numbers, too many different things
coming
on there.
Prepared though, isn't he?
So 78 gone, Everton 2, Brighton 0. Brighton missing a penalty kick. Danny Welbeck, Palace 1, Forest 1. End-to-end game of football there. Back to Chelsea. Sorry, you were waxing lyrical about some old school retro Chelsea kits.
About kits, but also about like Chelsea and how positive.
One press you, Chelsea, in Quaker about Chelsea.
Do you know what? I wasn't actually overly impressed with the performance against West Ham. I think it was just poor West Ham. I look at Chelsea.
They're more bad than Chelsea were good.
Yeah, for sure. We didn't really have to get out of that second gear. It was too easy for us. And of course, going 1-0 down, there's a bit of trepidation. And when they had that goal ruled out for offside, you're thinking, okay, what's going on here? But really and truly, Chelsea didn't play amazingly. They gave Esteval man the match. I don't think he played incredibly. Of course, it's his first start in the Premier League and he's an 18-year-old, and that assist was great for Enzo Fernandez. But I just think that Chelsea it was a nonchalant pace. The player that really impressed me, and what does impress me about Chelsea, and I think it's going under the radar, the development of Trevor Chalobah. And I'm ready to kind of fully give him the flowers to a point where people say Chelsea needs to bring in an experienced centre-back because that's the area that will take them over the top. I disagree. I think that Trevor Chalobah, if you look at the trajectory, look at how he's improving, he has got the ability to start for England at the World Cup next year. I think he's a player that has developed, and if you take away what you thought Trevor Chalobah was going to be when he first burst onto the scene, maybe you thought he had a ceiling or a limit, he's developed year on year on year. When he was at Palace the first half of last season, an incredible partnership with Kwart and Guehi, comes to Chelsea halfway through the season in less than ideal circumstances, doesn't know if he's going to start or not start. Every time he plays, he's good. Every time he plays, he's solid. He's improved his passing, he's improved his anticipation, improved his tackling. And I look at a player like Antonio Rudiger. When we first signed him from Roma, I remember his first couple of seasons, I'm saying, he's okay. Not amazing.
He developed into a better player.
And then he developed into one of the best centre-backs in the world. I'm not saying that Chalobah's going to be that, but he deserves his flowers because he's a very, very good centre-back.
Is there then an argument? Achapong played last week. Tosin played on Friday night. I mean, Enzo Maresca's made it pretty clear in his press conferences. He wants extra additions coming in, but he's been told to work with what he's got. So Chalobah's going really well. But I just look at that attack and you've got so many good different options. Going forward, we're absolutely fine. I just look at that back four and the goalkeeper. That is not strong enough, good enough, experienced enough, consistent enough to go on and challenge for the league this season. So Chalobah's going well. Is there not an argument that surely you now have to go out and sign someone to play alongside him? And I look at the Mark Guehi situation. Crystal Palace are pretty much saying to someone, please come and sign Mark Guehi. He's got 1 year left on his deal. We can't let him go for free next summer.
Yeah.
Why? We're talking about Liverpool wanting Guehi, City linked with Guehi. Why don't Chelsea go and sign Mark Guehi, your proven Premier League centre-back, to go and play alongside Chalobah?
I'm nonplussed about bringing in another centre back. If I'm going,
but you just said you're happy with the options you've got.
Yeah, I'm not. Like, I know people really want Mark Guehi. I know people. They show the replay there. I think that Danny Welbeck kind of used his authority to take that penalty off of O'Reilly.
Yeah, he had it in his hand. He had the ball in his hand. Yeah, absolutely. I was just watching that replay there.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, and never normally a good look when that sort of stuff happens on the pitch.
And especially if you miss it, it's just like you'll never take a penalty again.
Yeah. Whoever goes on the pitch as penalty taker
should take the penalty.
But
unless you're 4-0 up and you want to give your mate a hat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, but even that, I don't like that. No, not for me. It's not the school playground, Kwaku. Should we next week just give somebody else a chance to come on the show and replace you? Because, why not? know.
Well, producer,
I remember
he'll probably get someone else. I'm probably not doing it.
There are circumstances where it's allowed. Like Chelsea at home to Wigan, right? Carlo Ancelotti's season, 8-0 winners over Wigan, and you have like Lampard who's already kind of put Chelsea 2-3 up, and then you give Drogba his pen just to try and get the golden boot.
Yeah.
There's certain circumstances where you can allow it, but most of the time I understand.
Well, I always find it bizarre that surely you must go onto the pitch knowing who's taking your penalty kicks. I find that's a bad look. But back to Archie
Yeah.
Kwaku says, go on, mate.
No, I'm happy. I'm happy with the centre backs.
Are you
Matisse?
Matisse?
Backs.
I'm surprised at that opinion. I'm gobsmacked. You think that, Kwaku?
I understand where both sides are coming from. If Maresca's trying to win the league and you're comparing it with Gabriel, with and Saliba, Van Dijk, Konate, like you're comparing your centre back pairings with those guys, which are consistently, going to be up there challenging, then obviously Chelsea's from an ability standpoint can't really match. But if I'm looking at it from a numerical standpoint, Chelsea have spent so much money on their defence and so many options. You shouldn't be a couple of injuries or an injury away from panic stations and having to buy. And I actually look at a Gary Cahill example from Bolton. When we signed him for like £8 million, no one expected him to be necessarily leading Chelsea to a title, with David Luiz, or leading Chelsea to, Champions League or trophies. But he ended up being really, really steady and really good. And that's maybe what Tosin, Tosin was really good against West Ham. Aerially, I feel like we need to have someone in that back line that dominates. He does that. And I feel like with Chalobah and Guehi, if you used to pair them together, you don't really have enough aerial prowess, in my opinion. So you've got to make sure that whenever I look at centre-back pairings, it's not even just about the names. It's about the matchups. Van de Ven with Romero works perfectly. Gabriel Saliba, Vidic, Ferdinand, Terry, Carvalho, Van Dijk, Konate. There's a clear bulletproof kind of system there, which is someone that's aerially dominant, someone that's quick, someone that, covers, and someone that's on the ball really strong. And I feel like Chelsea, if they can't find that in the market, then it is what it is. Wild shout before the season's, before the Club World Cup started, the centre-back I wanted, which was never going to happen, was Romero from Tottenham. And for me, Romero, he gets a lot of stick because obviously, he's a bit aggressive or he could lose his composure. But as a centre-back, he is so good. And that is why Atletico Madrid were interested.
And also, I don't have the stats to hand, but his disciplinary record over the last 18 months to 2 years at Spurs is nowhere near as bad, by the way, as I think. He's got this reputation, doesn't he? If you're being rash, he gets sent off every other week. But his disciplinary record at Spurs is actually pretty decent. I only think I'm surprised, Kwaku, at your opinion, because we did lots of Chelsea games together last season. Yeah. And you often use the phrase that Levi Colwill needs an A+ defender to play alongside him. So we go into this season with no A+ defender that's come in, centre-back, and Cole was out for the season.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? I think there's a couple of things that's happened there. I genuinely, and I maybe I've gone early on it, or maybe I'm misreading the situation. I genuinely think Chalobah has developed into a very, very good centre-back that we're not entering the conversation.
But we're talking good enough now to get to the next level, because we know, you know better than I do, boys.
Yeah, good enough to get to the next.
Who is that centre-back? Because that person has to be world-class.
But good enough to get to the next level. And this is my argument for it. And again, people can poo-poo it because it's just the Club World Cup, right? On a pitch with the most vaunted front three in world football, I'm hearing everything about Dembele is going to win the Ballon d'Or. Kvaratskhelia made a huge difference. He's going to pick up a Serie A title and a League A title in the same season. I'm hearing that Doué is one of the most exciting young players we've seen in a long, long time. Trevor Chalobah snuffed them all out, and it was easy. It was cash money for him from minute 1 to minute 90. And I'm seeing him do it game on game on game, under the radar. Trevor Chalobah just doing his job. Against West Ham was our best defender, whether he's playing with Tosin or playing with Levi Colwill. He has just developed his game to a point now that I think if he's playing next to Colwill, week in, week out, and the back four is Reece James, Cucurella, Colwill, and Trevor Chalobah, I'm not going to sit here and say without a world-class goalkeeper behind him that can't win the league. I think that can win the league. I do think that can win the league.
I think the goalkeeper for me,
that's
where the upgrade really could have happened for Chelsea. I think because that goalkeeper for me, even with Paqueta's shot, some people will disagree and say that it was a great strike, but I just feel like he has moments which will, in the finer margins, when you're going for big honours and big trophies like the Premier League, where you need that consistency, he'll have too many moments in the season where there's blips where it will kind of show itself to fall short.
I've got to say, I'm absolutely flabbergasted at that opinion, Kwaku. you think
Why are you flabbergasted?
You think that centre-back pairing is good enough to win the league?
Cole's injured for the season anyway.
Cole's injured for the season, but if Colwill's fit, Colwill and Chalobah, I think...
I'm sorry, Kwaku, not for me. I think they're good players, and I think they're going to develop in years to come into top centre-backs, no doubt about that. But you're looking at Van Dijk and Konate, you're looking at Gabriel and Saliba. City, if they keep everyone fit, they've got Diaz to play alongside and Gvardiol. Stones. Yeah, or Gvardiol, yeah. I'm sorry. Good play. I don't want this to come across like I'm saying I don't like these players. I do like these players. But in terms of winning the league, they are too young, too inexperienced, too many mistakes in them, and of course, you're absolutely right. To top it all off, with that goalkeeper in goal, you've got absolutely no chance.
I don't think it's even the age, because the experience is there now of Tosin and Chalobah.
But if you think over a 38 game Premier League season,
what I would push back on is, let's be honest, if Thiago Silva, if that caliber of player was available on the market and it was at the right age, at the right price, I would be gung-ho. There's no way I would be saying no to that, because that is a clear... You look at the way Thiago Silva upgrades that back line when he was at his prime, when he was at his pomp. That is the kind of centre-back Chelsea need. The problem is there is not many centre-backs in the market, especially in this time of the window, that you could go and say, that is a clear... infinite upgrade on that Chelsea backline. That's the kind of level of centre-back you got to bring in. It can't just be anyone. I don't think Mark Guehi's world-class. I don't think Mark Guehi is an infinite upgrade on what Chalobah is right now. I think he's a really good defender, but he's going in to play he's going in to play next to Van Dijk. He's not going in to lead that backline to the title, and I think that's the difference. Chelsea are... The only way they're going to upgrade infinitely is get that leader, get that world-class player, and there's just not many of them out there.
You changed your tune from last season, Quaker.
Yeah, I have. And you know what? I might be also a prisoner of, like...
The moment. We've been good defensively recently.
We have. Defensively, it's not been our issue. I've been a prisoner of maybe buying into a transfer philosophy that has worked for Chelsea, right? I know that my club is not going to go out there and buy that 27-year-old ready-made centre-back. First of all, that centre-back doesn't exist. He doesn't exist in football right now.
Like a Bastoni.
Yeah, a Bastoni who's never going to come to Chelsea. He's never going to leave Italy. He's just not. Unless my team's going to do that, which they're not, and the policy that we've kind of utilised already has brought us the likes of a Cole Palmer or a João Pedro or a Moises Caicedo or an Enzo Fernandez. I'm now fully bought into the idea of, no, we're going to go and buy young players and watch them develop. So I fully believe that Levi Colwill can develop. I fully believe that Chalobah is developing. I don't think that Mark Guehi going and spending 40 mil for somebody who's got a year left in his contract, who doesn't really want to join you anyway, upgrade Chelsea centre-back options. I think you have...
Just to clarify, Chalobah and Tosin is a centre-back pairing that's good enough to win Chelsea the Premier League.
Chalobah and Tosin is not. Chalobah and Tosin is not.
Chalobah and Colwill, you're saying?
Chalobah and Colwill is, yeah.
Matisse, final word with you on that?
Not for me right now, no. I think if we were to win the league, that would be heavily based on the attack having to blitz the league. I think the defence would not...
You're winning games 5-3 and 4-2 and 6-4.
We keep the clean sheets there, here and there, and the form is really good, but I don't think those guys are title-winning defenders right now, no.
No chance.
So. No.
Yeah.
Not versus what I'm seeing in the league with the others.
Well, no, I'm not. Sorry, before you go, no chance is so dismissive, and again... We are world champions.
Absolutely.
We are world champions.
But we have seen our team also win Champions League, win Club World Cup, win Europa League, and not win the league in the last 5-6 years. And there's a reason for that. Because the consistency levels that you're needing over a 38 game campaign is far different to what we do in those shorter periods with the knockout games and just getting up for that moment. That's the issue with why Chelsea are on the amount of titles they're on, is because they don't follow up with the league campaigns back to back, which we should be doing.
Yeah, but let me also tell you...
And don't get me wrong, these guys could surprise us and definitely could overachieve. I'm open to that. But in terms of right now saying, right, that's like a title-winning defence, not for me. And also, Cole was injured anyway.
When did we last win the league, right? 2017.
2017, that was with one game a week as well.
And let me tell you the back five for the team that won the league. Victor Moses, right wing-back. Marcus Alonso, left wing-back. Aspilicueta in the back three next to David Luiz, who was much derided in the league, next to Gary Cahill, and we walked the league. I'm sorry.
Courtois in goal.
Courtois in goal. And that's
the one.
And I'm not questioning that. I'm saying goalkeeper needs to be changed. Yeah. Defense is about a defensive unit. It's about how they work together in tandem. On paper, Lacroix, Guehi, and Chalobah at the beginning of last season is not amazing, but they worked as a unit. Munoz on one side, Tyreek Mitchell on the other side, and they were great. Defense is about going forward. You need those individual players who are going to give you those moments of brilliance. In terms of defence, it's about how the unit works together. And I think when Chelsea have got their main unit together on the pitch, it works.
It's also interesting, though, because I've watched Enzo Maresca's first two press conferences. He's made it pretty clear he wants another centre-back.
Yeah.
That's worrying.
And that means he wants to...
First time he's thrown his toys out... Not thrown his toys out the pram, but the first time he's made his feelings known when it comes to a transfer.
That tells me Maresca wants to win the league.
I thought you and your new best mate Enzo Maresca would have been more on the same wavelength, right? Who's on inside Chelsea this week, Jamie? You're not doing one this week?
Not this week. I don't think so.
After a 5-1? I tell you what, anyway.
I think that tells me that Maresca
maybe this could be the inside Chelsea.
Yeah, maybe so. That tells me he wants to win the league, though, if he's that adamant on it.
You guys have been talking about defence. I wonder if you've got enough to break teams down.
Oh,
when
don't start that,
when they come to Stamford Bridge and they sit back and they don't allow you the space. Can you break teams down enough, like Palace?
This is why the...
Oh! Nottingham Forest have just hit the post. Oh! Is that the new signing? I think it's the new signing, isn't it? No, it's Igor Jesus off the bench. Played in down the left-hand side. He was able to carry the ball, run into space. Left-hand side of the box, goes past the defender, and then tries to shoot across the goalkeeper. It comes off the post, and Palace managed to clear. So let's now stick then, shall we, for the final few minutes of these couple of games in the 2 o'clock kickoffs. Jack Grealish going off to an amazing reception, Lee. 2 assists for Jack Grealish. His first start for Everton. What an afternoon for Grealish in Everton.
Yeah, and while we were chatting Chelsea, he almost had his hat-trick of assists as well. It was a great ball across, saved in the end. But yeah, I mean, I said earlier on that Pickford may be man of the match. It's close between Pickford and Grealish. You know, exactly what we said about Grealish. The game has revolved around him. He's been a part of everything that's been good about
Everton. Should be a penalty for Palace. Not given. He's given offside. That's why he hasn't given the penalty. Sarr was tripped in the box. It looked a certain penalty. Anthony Taylor, though, has given offside. Well, the linesman's given offside. Anthony Taylor has blown his whistle. Still Palace 1, Forest 1. 90 seconds to play there. Long throw into the box. And yeah, first time pass into Sarr. He takes it down his chest. Then he gets tripped by Murillo. But he did look offside, didn't he?
He did. But terrible defending from Murillo.
It's a bit clumsy, isn't it?
Very clumsy, and he kind of has come off the boil a little bit. Obviously, beginning last season, he was on fire. For the last maybe 3 or 4 months, he's not been amazing.
They're checking, the replays are checking possible penalty offside. I think it's definitely a penalty, but Odsonne Edouard's first time pass into Sarr there. I mean, if I learned one thing doing goals last season, I make the worst official in Premier League history. But is he onside? Is he offside? Maybe it's closer from that angle than I thought.
It looked offside initially. Be interesting though.
But you're right, yeah. Throw, yeah, no, confirmation there, it is offside. That's a little bit poor from Sarr. He shouldn't have been in an offside position there. But yeah, it was really poor defending from Murillo, and he's going to get away with it. 30 seconds left in the game at Selhurst Park. Still Palace 1, Forest 1. Everton have got 2.5 minutes to see out in the game at Hill Dickinson Stadium. But we saw Jack Grealish go off to an amazing reception. For Jack Grealish, that would have meant so much to him because he spent so much time injured, sat on the bench of Man City. Yeah. But the Everton fans are going to love him up there.
Yeah, I mean, Everton fans are, they've gone through a lot in the recent years as well, and I feel like they are going to take to him.
Forest nearly win it once again. Another missed opportunity, 1-on-1. Shot from close range just goes over the bar, and Kwaku, that's another big chance for Forest.
Yeah, Mike Hutchinson should maybe do a little bit better there. Poor defensive header from Naquai. Heads it back into Hutchinson's path. He is stretching it. He clips it over the bar. Great chance late on in the game, and that would have been a little smash and grab. And Nuno's throwing his hands in the air.
He just found out Edu's going to sign someone else he doesn't want.
Yeah.
Yes. We love a bit of banter, don't we, on talkSPORT Goals? Full-time whistle then. It is Palace 1, Forest 1. That is the full-time at Selhurst Park. Palace took the lead as Emil Smith just before half-time, but then Callum Hudson-Odoi equalised early in the second half. An incredible assist from Forest's new signing, Ndoi. Wonderful through ball that Hudson-Odoi ran onto and shot from close range. Lee, what were your thoughts on that game? It felt pretty even, pretty end-to-end stuff.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a fair result. I think we both said it would be a draw, didn't we, in the preview, and it looked like a draw. I just wondered if Forest could have cut through a little bit more, but as usual with these kind of games, it gets to the last 5 minutes, and suddenly Forest started to chuck everything at it. You wonder why they didn't do that a little bit earlier in the match, but yeah, I think that's fair. Palace 1, Forest 1. I don't think there'll be an awful lot between these teams come the end of the season, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Is this Nuno Espirito Santo's final game in charge of Forest, Matisse?
I'm going to go with no. It might drag out a bit, but it's the writing's on the wall. It will be soon.
I'm paid to ask the hard-hitting questions, Lee.
Yeah, no, I think he talked about...
I have to ask these questions. I have to.
He talked about lack of communication, didn't he? And that's what's clearly happening. He obviously thinks that there's conversations going on between...
It's a bit like this show sometimes, Lee. I didn't know he was on the show until 12:30.
And you're not supposed to come out on air and say that, though.
No. Do you know what? Lee on
you're doing a Nuno.
Yeah, no,
you're doing a Nuno. Yeah.
You're Kwaku, back me up on talkSPORT Goals. We have a very very open relationship, all of us, don't we?
Oh, we do. We do.
Sometimes we used to have production meetings on air about TVs not having the right cameras on.
We've got to this season though. We've got to run in
The new studio.
I'll give a laptop to Josh.
yeah. That's not Jamie's fault. Though. That's not Jamie's fault. You look at Nuno. He doesn't really give much away, right? It's not like he's going over to Forest fans and sort of waving farewell, but he wouldn't do that anyway.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, Matisse. I think the writing is on the wall, and whether it's tomorrow or it's next week or it's the week after, I just think that relationship is severed, and the sentiments that Alexander Isak shared in his social media post when talking about wanting to leave Newcastle, I think those sentiments ring true at Nottingham Forest.
Yeah.
There's too much damage done, and I think for the best for everyone, they need to part ways.
So confirmation there, the two games in the Premier League at 2 o'clock, both finished. Palace 1, Forest 1. So Palace start the season with back-to-back draws after drawing last weekend away at Chelsea. Nottingham Forest are 4 points from their first two games. What an afternoon for Everton at the brand new stadium, starting with a victory at Hill Dickinson Stadium and Diane Garner with the goals. 2 assists though from Jack Grealish. The 4:30 game this afternoon in the Premier League is Fulham versus Manchester United. So therefore on talkSPORT Goals we'll take a very quick break, and then when we come back we'll round up everything that's happened so far today in the Premier League. Sport Goals brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill. Very exciting. 18 plus. Gamblerware.org. Terms and conditions apply. talkSPORT Goals taking you through a busy Sunday afternoon of football with you until exactly 6:30 p.m. this evening. Then the Final Word show takes over with Majestic and the Premier League manager Alan Pardew. Fulham Man United to come at 4:30. But let's now spend the next 50 minutes or so by looking back at the two games at 2 o'clock. Let's start with the game at the Hill Dickinson Stadium. Everton's first competitive game in their brand new spanking stadium which, by the way, looks absolutely magnificent. How did they play? Not particularly well. Will they care? No, because Everton have beaten Brighton by 2-0. They were really, really poor, weren't they? Monday night away at Leeds United, losing to that last minute penalty given for that handball and on Tarkowski. But Iliman Ndiaye scored after 23 minutes. Who got the assist? Jack Grealish, starting for the first time as an Everton player. Found space on the left-hand side. He didn't go back. He didn't pass. Oh, no. He went forward. He charged with the ball, beat his man, whipped in a dangerous ball across goal, and Ndiaye made a good run at the far post and scored. The assist for Grealish in the second half, a bit more simple. A layoff for Ghana, who ran onto the ball. A first-time hit, beat Verbruggen at his near post. Jack Grealish has 2 assists for Everton today. That's as many as he managed in total across the 23-24 and 24-25 Premier League campaigns for Man City. That's 2 in 40 games. Lee Phelps, Matisse, Kwaku Afari, alongside myself, Sam Ellard. Kwaku, lots of people will be happy to see Jack Grealish back fit, back playing, and back to the old Jack Grealish.
Yeah, for sure. It was not maybe vintage Jack Grealish in terms of him having a free role. He was very much stuck on the left-hand side, but he was effective there. And I think that David Moyes is going to get the best out of him. We talked about the overall Everton performance. They weren't amazing, but this is a typical David Moyes win. This is the kind of wins he used to get at West Ham all the time. They may not play the most scintillating football, but they'll get the result. And I think Jack Grealish should be a beneficiary of playing under a manager that has managed in the Premier League for a long time, understands what it is to manage top players, and also understands what it is to get the best out of his players in his system. And so it's going to be a very exciting season for Everton fans. And just keeping an eye on Jack Grealish, just seeing if he can increase the output, because I know that you pointed out the stat about the 2 assists today being as much as he got over the last couple of seasons. Jack Grealish has never been a numbers man with goals or assists, even when he was at his pomp. I don't think he's ever got to double figures goal scoring in the season before, in the Premier League season anyway. And so he's not going to give you outrageous numbers, but what he gives you is the pass before the pass, or he sees the play, or he links the play, or he wins you
or makes
fouls.
the run that allows space for these.
Yeah, he's a very intelligent footballer. So when we look at Jack Grealish, I think it's almost unfair to look strictly at the numbers, because he's never given you numbers, even in his heyday at Aston Villa. It's about what he does for the team, and today it did result in numbers in terms of assists, but the best of Jack Grealish is him expressing himself, showing the freedom, getting on the ball and enjoying his football. That's when we'll see Everton at their best, and that's when we'll see Jack Grealish at his very best.
Matisse, lots of people will think Jack Grealish deserves this. He's, lots of people who have met him. I don't know if you guys have ever met him, but say he's one of the nicest, most humble, down-to-earth guys in football. We've all seen plenty of clips and bits on social media of him, going out of his way and being nice to people. So I think this will be people like to see this.
Yeah.
In terms of what's best for Jack Grealish, do you think he is better being able to play in that kind of 10 where he can roam and come deep and go out wide if needed? Or do you think David Moyes will see his best football coming in from that left-hand side?
I think it's all dependent on the game, isn't it? I think if they're going away from home against a top team and they want to pack the midfield and get runners in there and get interceptors and tacklers, then he's probably going to be either on the bench as an impact sub or he's going to be out wide. But when you're at home to a team like Brighton, first game in the new stadium, you're going to want to see him kind of dictate and kind of run the game. And I think if you've got runners around you, obviously, like you said, he's not getting any younger. He's obviously in his prime years now. You want runners around you. In Dyer, you've got options, with Barry and Beto up front, and just let him pull the strings. And I think with Grealish, one thing about Grealish, he's always going to draw people to him. He's a magnet. He's the guy that you can't leave with space. You can't leave with time. And that creates space and time for others. And no one's really ever going to necessarily park the bus against Everton as well. Not many teams. So he's always going to get that freedom and that space. And I think finally on Everton, it's a great time because not only have they made really good business in the market, they got a manager that they know that there's a love affair with
trust.
Years ago. There's a lot of trust with. New stadium. It's a great environment for Grealish to get back to his old self. Whereas at City, it's a lot of pressure. Every single moment and minute is scrutinised. It's Pep. It's a lot of there's a lot going on. Whereas Everton, I feel like, yes, they could maybe go for Europe, but it's not a disaster at all if they don't get it. 10th, 11th, 9th. That's the kind of season that they're probably aiming for. That's a great place for Grealish to enjoy himself.
If we do, Kwaku, see Jack Grealish go on and continue to perform like this and perform well and score and have a real influence on games, will people be asking questions of Pep Guardiola's management of Jack Grealish, where he clearly asked Jack Grealish when he was playing to perform in a very different kind of role?
I think maybe not questioning what Pep did with Grealish, questioning why Man City signed Grealish for 100 million in the first place. Because it was a lot of money, and I think commercially it made sense, right? At the time they signed Jack Grealish, he was arguably the most popular footballer in the country in terms of the crossover appeal. Not just the football fans, but people generally. He's a good-looking lad. Obviously, he's got great character as well.
Good calves.
Great calves. And I think
Loves a beer.
loves a beer. Off the field, in terms of the brand of Man City, I think Jack Grealish definitely helped in that. But in terms of a footballing fit, it never really worked. And the year they won the treble, people always want to point to it and be like, yeah, he was instrumental. I'd say you probably think about 4 or 5 other City players before you think about Jack Grealish. It worked, and Pep's made it work for a season. But I think a player like Raheem Sterling is a Pep Guardiola player. Just do your job, do the job I asked you to do, and don't express yourself in any type of way. I'm not saying that Pep is literally holding Grealish down and saying, don't get on the ball and dribble, but that's kind of what it was, right? It was like, play in my system or don't play at all. And at the end of it, he didn't play at all.
But Quakey, can I then ask you another question, though? Because that was... You're right in terms of what Grealish was expected of him from the left-hand side. But then last season, when you saw Doku play from the left-hand side, I thought Doku was quite direct and quite aggressive. So what did you think when Doku played on the left last season? He was allowed to be quite aggressive and quite direct, but Jack Grealish was never really given that sort of freedom.
Grealish doesn't really have that explosive one-on-one kind of pace that Doku has.
He's good though, one-on-one.
He is good at
in a
one-on-one.
different kind of way, technically very good.
Yeah, technically, he'll draw a man in and then beat him. And create separation, but not beat them with explosive pace. And maybe it's just the instructions from Pep Guardiola. He wants his wingers to do different things. When Bernardo plays out wide, he's asked to do different things than Doku's asked to do out there. So I think it's the minutiae of Pep's tactics and instructions. But I never really saw the fit. It's similar to Shirky, and again, I'm watching the situation very carefully. Shirky was amazing playing in France last year, right? Expressing himself and just being that kind of flamboyant player that was the metronome of his team. I don't know if that works for Pep Guardiola. It might. He might refine his game the same way that Riyad Mahrez did. But I think that sometimes with Pep, Haaland works for Pep. Do your job, and your job is your job. These expressive players that like to maybe give a little bit more than what the manager's asking, I don't know if they necessarily fit in with what Pep Guardiola wants from his team or players.
I don't want to. I want to make sure I word this correctly, because I don't want it to make it sound like I'm playing down the move to Barcelona for Marcus Rashford, because that's an incredible move. But I think what you said, Matisse, was right about Grealish at Everton.
Yeah,
there'll be less scrutinised on him. He's allowed to play with freedom. There's not going to be as many hate watches, is it, when he played for Man City? Whereas Marcus Rashford's gone to Barcelona, who we know that must be such a sexy move for obvious reasons, but he's not going to play week in, week out there, is he? There's going to be lots of pressure on him there because of the nature of Barcelona. So kind of almost in a way, when you look at Grealish going to Everton, being the main man, playing week in, week out in the Premier League, loved and idolized by the Everton fans, being that main man, and Rashford going to Barcelona and being a little bit of a bit part player, almost in a weird way, do you maybe think that the move of going to Everton, in terms of the short term, trying to impress for a year in a World Cup year, could almost have been a better move than going to Barcelona, where you're going to be just a squad player?
I think it's different. For me,
Quaker's nodding though, I like it.
It's a good question, but it's different for me because I think from what I know, Grealish's personal situation, he wanted to stay up north in the north of England. My mate Steve is a big City fan. So he wanted to
hashtag exclusive.
Yeah, so
this is why you get the gig on Inside Chelsea. You get exclusive.
From my knowledge, it was like I think his partner wanted to stay in the north of England. He wanted to stay in the north of England.
He had a newborn baby, haven't they?
Yeah, exactly, new kid. I don't think they wanted to move abroad and necessarily even move to the south of England in London, etc. And maybe that's not a great fit for him either. With Rashford, I think he did need to get out of England. I think he did need a new fresh start, a new lease of life. And I think going into Barcelona with Hansi Flick, probably one of the most dynamic, attack-minded managers on the planet, that does suit Rashford as well. And yeah, the game time's definitely going to be more shared. You've got Rafinha, you've got Lamine Yamal, you've got Lewandowski, but Lewandowski's not getting any younger. He's going to need a rest here and there. He's coming into his late 30s. I think Rashford going there is also a really good move. I think it's a new league. It's a league where we saw Anthony go to Real Betis and absolutely rip it up. So I'm looking at Rashford's talent and I'm looking at his base fundamental level of what he can produce on a football pitch. And I'm thinking to myself, if you can get it clicking at Barcelona, you're going to have a lot of fun. And you're playing with quality players as well. So it's different. I think it's different, almost strokes for different folks in terms of the moves. But I think both moves are good.
And to be fair, Rashford did start actually yesterday.
Yeah, and you don't, as a footballer, Sam, you don't go to a club thinking, I'm not going to play well. You go in full of confidence thinking, I'm going to make a difference in this club. I'm not saying Rashford thinks he's going to start and play every single game, but you're not going in, surely, as a professional footballer who's been at the top level of your game, going to a club just thinking, I'm just coming here to make up the numbers. That's not how it works. But I think, it is different. But I think with Grealish, I just don't think you can underestimate this idea of, I think he's going back old school, arm round the shoulder kind of player, isn't he? And that's not what Pep was giving him. Here, he'll be the number one guy. He'll be everything will go through him. I've just asked if we can get prices on him in the top Premier League assist market. I'm not saying he's going to get to the Salah. He was 18 last season. That's a lot, isn't it?
Levels, yeah.
But like he had 10 in his last full season for Aston Villa in the Premier League, 10 assists. That's 2 already today. Could have been 3 quite easily. And he wasn't given the opportunity. Look back, great stat about the 2 assists in the last 2 Premier League seasons. He had 3 others. 1 was against Leyton Orient in the FA Cup, and 2 were earlier in the FA Cup in the game against Salford. So when he was the only time he was given an opportunity really in those games, he went and played at a lower level and got assists against them. I just think they're going to go to him all the time for Everton. He could get double-figure assists this season, 2 already. It wouldn't be a big surprise. Everything rolls through him.
And also another thing is there's some suggestions. I think we all know how Jack likes to, he likes a night out. He likes to drink as well. And look, I don't have any inside information, but possibly you could argue or guess that maybe in the last year or 18 months of his time at Manchester City, that maybe there were times off the pitch that he wouldn't always turn up for training every Monday morning, maybe in the best physical. Again, I'm just guessing here.
That's interesting you said that. I thought he looked different physically today actually as well.
Exactly that.
Like he's the fittest I've seen him look for a long time.
I was also going to say that I hope that this move almost really sharpens his mind.
Yeah.
And for the next year, it's football only. He can do not just Monday to Friday, 10 till 12 when he's training, but we all know the best football players off the pitch as well in terms of what they eat, how they look after themselves. It is absolute 10 out of 10. They leave nothing unturned, right? No. And let's hope now that Jack Grealish, with a new challenge, a new manager, a new team, can also make sure that himself physically and mentally, he's doing everything he can as well to make sure every morning goes into training, he's in the right place physically and mentally.
Yeah, he's his own biggest critic as well. You hear Jack Grealish talk after the games and he's so self-deprecating, right? He's like, I could have done more, I could have done this, I wasn't actually very good today. Like he doesn't buy into the hype, right? And he'll be getting a lot of credit today off the back of those 2 assists, but he'll know that he can do more and he wants to do more. And I think that's what we all want, right? We want to see English players do well. I was going to say young English players. He's not young anymore. This is
like nearly 30, no?
Yeah, this is it for him, right? This is make or break. If this doesn't go well, this loan move, then Jack Grealish is not going to be playing at a high level club next season, and he's on like a hefty wage as well. So whoever's going to pick that up remains to be seen. So I think Jack Grealish has got off to a good start. Let's see if he can continue it. But to answer your previous question, which I thought was really interesting, the Everton going to Everton or going to Barcelona, I think Jack Grealish didn't have the option to go to Barcelona, because I think if he did, he'd go to Barcelona. It's Barcelona. Yeah. I understand what you mean in terms of playing football, but I think Marcus Rashford will have an opportunity to play in the Champions League with some of the best players in the world, and he'll be putting himself in the shop window for a bigger move. I think the brand of Marcus Rashford is still very strong, and he's a few years younger than Jack, hence why the move was available to him. But I think if Jack Grealish had the chance to go to a Barcelona, he would have taken it.
And I think the performance levels have been higher. If we talk about Rashford's peak season at Manchester United versus maybe Grealish's peak season, which would be going all the way back to Villa, I don't think they're stacking up the same. So I think, Rashford for me is... I was still expecting that maybe Nico Williams would go to Barcelona, or they would, maybe get someone else on that.
Diaz they were linked with as well, weren't they?
Diaz as well. He's obviously gone to Bayern, started really well. Big battering against Leipzig. Yeah. So, but it's a big year for both of them because there's so many players coming through in these positions at England level.
Just very briefly before we do take a break, often Everton's success over the last few years in terms of staying in the league is built on being really solid defensively. Think of Moyes, Sean Dyche as managers. But, Grealish has come to the club and Dyche had a really good season. Amrabat is another good option. And Tyler Dibbling as well coming to the football club. The new centre-forward Barry has come in. They'll hope that he can score more goals than Beto. It's looking offensively from an Everton point of view like they've got some decent options in attack now.
Especially if Grealish is going to do what he did today, which is just get the ball across the box. It's not like... It isn't rocket science, isn't it? If you can get him past the last man and he can whip the ball in, I think they will score goals, because as a striker, you can't be missing those kind of chances, can you? And Beto came on in the end. Beto has got goals in him. Maybe, more of a confidence player. Not great. Everton's problem has always been scoring goals, as we talked about earlier on. You have to go back, 5 or 6 seasons to find the last time they scored over 50 goals in a season. Grealish will give them that ammunition.
So there we go. First 2 games of Premier League Sunday done and dusted. Everton starting with a win in their new stadium, beating Brighton by 2-0. Palace 1, Forest 1. We are 50 minutes away from the 4:30 games at Craven Cottage today. Manchester United looking for their first points of the season when they go to Fulham. Quaker Afari, and say bye to you this afternoon. Thank you so much as always. We're back in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals, building up to that game at 4:30. A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. Is new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. talkSPORT Goals with you until 6:30 this evening, taking you through a busy day of sporting action. Already 2 games done in the Premier League. Everton starting with a victory in their new home, beating Everton, beating Brighton by 2-0. Jack Grealish's first start, 2 assists for Grealish. Everton 2, Brighton 0. Also finished Palace 1, Forest 1. The 4:30 game was Fulham versus Manchester United. Build up to that very, very shortly. Elsewhere in the world of sport, Rangers, tough start for them to this season, continues, drawing away to St Mirren by 1-1. So they've drawn their first 3 games in the league as well. Lost also in the Champions League in the week to Club Brugge by 3-1. A tough start for Russell Martin up in Scotland. They're already 6 points behind Celtic, and the pressure will continue to grow on Russell Martin. And just in the Women's World Cup, a couple of results to bring you there. Ireland beating Japan 42 points to 14, and in Pool D, 10 minutes to go, it's South Africa 52, Brazil 6. But let's now turn our attention to the 4:30 game in the Premier League. It's Fulham versus Manchester United. I'm Sam Ellard. Lee Phelps, Matisse still with you until 6:30, and Angelina Kelly, talkSPORT reporter, is with us in the studio. Angelina, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. How are you feeling ahead of the 4:30 game?
Yeah, I feel all right. I mean, Fulham is as close to a sure thing as Man United can get at the moment since we did the double last season over them and 2 relegated teams. So, yeah, hopefully it shouldn't go too bad. I mean, I don't think we've lost at Fulham since 2009, but United are very good at breaking these records in recent years. So it could go anyway, but overall, feeling positive.
Yeah, Man United have won each of their last 8 Premier League away games against Fulham. They've never won 9 in a row against an opponent in their league history. The United team today, Brian Deer once again in goal. The back 3 is Euro Delit Shaw. There's a change at wing back from last week's defeat to Arsenal. Amad Diallo comes in at right wing back. Dorgo left wing back. Is Casemiro and Bruno Fernandez as the 2 in midfield. And the front 3 is once again Mbeumo, Mount and Mateus Cunha. So that means the new signing Benjamin Šeško is on the bench, as is the goalkeeper Andre Onana. In terms of that team, Angelina, what do you make of it?
Pretty much as expected. A lot of people thinking that there might be quite a few changes. I didn't expect there to be a lot anyway. I think maybe the Šeško situation, a lot of people talking about that he should be starting. Might just be a case of he's not fit enough yet. It might just be a case of just, handling his minutes. I think that it's an interesting thing with the midfield, because if you told me this time last season that Casemiro would even be playing for Man United at this point, you'd be shocked. I think the midfield of Manchester United is a very interesting situation. Obviously, Kobe Mainoo not starting. I don't think, he's on the bench.
Bench, yeah.
That's going to be a really interesting situation this season. But yeah, I think overall I'm happy with it. We've got Cunha and Mbeumo starting, so yeah, happy.
Matisse, United lost last week to Arsenal, but it felt like coming out of the game that despite defeat, lots of United fans, and not just United fans, but football fans, sort of thought, okay, they didn't win, but at least, certainly with the front 3, in terms of Mbeumo, Mateus, Cunha looked dangerous, there was maybe reasons to be optimistic. Would you go along with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Manchester United, obviously, over the last few seasons, I think their attacking options have either been players that maybe wanted to leave the club or kind of were starting to fall out with the fan base and the wider Man United community. But in terms of the quality as well, the upgrade between Mbeumo and Cunha and what we were seeing with Xerxes and Højlund, I think is astronomical. That upgrade there, the physicality I saw from Cunha kind of shrugging off a Saliba, the long run that he went on was very reminiscent of Son versus Burnley, but didn't quite have the finish with it.
Yeah.
Mbeumo had a few opportunities on that right-hand side, found a lot of space in the first half, but couldn't quite maybe get the final end product. But you can see the signs are there.
Even makes a mountain in moments where he looked dangerous.
Yeah, really, really good pass from him, passing from him as well in that game. So I just feel like Man United, they still need more things for sure, especially 1 game a week. They're going to be a problem because they're going to have that week to work on the training ground with the manager, get the system nailed down, that 3-4-3. Dorgu at wing back as well. Left wing back has really stepped up, I think. Apparently he's had a really good pre-season. I
think there'll be more danger with Amad at right wing back today than Diallo, because I think obviously Amad will just offer a lot more offensively.
Yeah, Diallo made a massive difference when he came on. Like, he was clearly infinitely upgrading the output on that side, kind of in tandem with Mbeumo. So I think there's a lot of exciting things with their attack. I think the defence can do a decent job if everyone's fit. The goalkeeper for me is a question. I don't think the goalkeeper was great. We saw in the set piece, they basically conceded against Arsenal. That was the fine margin that decided the game. And I think in midfield, their midfielders that they have on paper suit a 3-man midfield. I think Mount suits a 3-man midfield. Bruno would suit a 3-man midfield.
Definitely Casemiro does.
Casemiro definitely would. He would need the extra legs around him. And Ngate on the ball is just not good enough as well to kind of sit in that team and kind of dictate. So I feel like the midfield is a big issue and the goalkeeper is a big issue. If they was to rectify both those things in the last week of the window, I think Man United could, if the coefficient points are there for them, I think they could easily get Champions League football top 5 finish this season with 1 game a week.
Okay, Lee, then 7 minutes to go until kick-off. What odds have you got for us?
Yeah, Manchester United at 21-20, which is just a touch of odds against. You could expect them to be even money or even shorter than that. Fulham 5-2, the draw 12-5. As we were saying, this is a happy hunting ground. 4 away wins in the league last year, and this was one of them. Got a fantastic record. Here's a quirky stat as well. Fulham have only won 4 of the last 23 games on a Sunday, which must suggest that they probably play the better teams on a Sunday, maybe. But yeah, Manchester United got a great record against them, and so has Brian Mbeumo as well. He's got 3 goals against them, 2 at Craven Cottage, so just over 2-1 for him to score in this game. I like it. I think Man United win this. I think this is their first 3 points of the season.
I know he's on the bench, but in terms of Šeško for scoring?
Yeah, Šeško he's the favourite at 7-4, which is weird when he's not on the pitch. But
is that normal?
Yeah,
Is that?
I think if he comes on, then they expect him to score.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
but once the game gets up and running, then you get the live markets. It then becomes a little bit different. The odds will change then. But yeah, I think Man United. I just don't think Fulham have got that much about them. I like Muniz. If you're looking for a Fulham goal scorer or shots on target, I like Muniz. He's already shown he's probably better off the bench than he is starting, if I'm being honest. But I think he's probably the biggest chance Fulham have got.
We watched Fulham together last week, didn't we? Away at Brighton, and they were. I thought they were really, really poor. Fulham. They've had a really, really quiet window in terms of bringing players in.
Manager's not happy, is he, about that either?
Yeah, I don't blame him, to be fair. I think he's done a really good job there, and yet this is a summer where they just haven't been able to bring in players to really try and push on and move forward. I look at the 3 playing behind Muniz, Sessegnon, King, and Iwobi. I like Iwobi, but I can't believe a player like Emil Smith Row is on the bench for Fulham. I think he's way too good to be sat on the bench. Adama Traore on the bench as well. I think he offers a real pace from that right hand side. So we are just 4 minutes away then, aren't we, from kickoff? Players just coming out at Craven Cottage. A beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon in London. talkSPORT Goals, then we'll take one more quick break, and when we come back, we're taking you through the 4:30 game this afternoon in the Premier League. It's Manchester United away at Fulham. until 6:30 this evening. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. Lee Phelps alongside me from William Hill, Matisse as well, and Angelina Kelly as well, big Manchester United fan, to watch Fulham versus Manchester United, which is about to get underway in the Premier League. If you're just joining us, welcome. Two results today in the Premier League. Palace 1, Forest 1, Everton 2, Brighton 0. A victory for them in their brand new stadium. Jack Grealish has 2 assists for Everton today. That's as many as he managed in total across the 23-24 and 24-25 Premier League campaign for Man City. That's 2 in 40 games. Rangers yet to win in the Scottish Premiership. Another draw for them today away at St Mirren. They're already 6 points behind Celtic at the top of the SPL. Russell Martin under pressure in the 100. Trent Rockets chasing 151 to beat the Welsh Fire and secure their place in the top 3 alongside the Northern Superchargers and the Oval Invincible. They're 64 without loss, so they did 87 runs from 70 balls with 10 wickets remaining. In the Women's Rugby Union World Cup, 2 results to bring you. Ireland beating Japan 42-14 in Pool C. At 5:30, it's New Zealand versus Spain. And in Pool D, South Africa beating Brazil comfortably 66-6. Elsewhere in the Super League, third place Wigan Warriors cruising at home against Wakefield Trinity, leading that game 32. And Huddersfield 6, Warrington 10. Huddersfield's second bottom going into the game today. Also, Emma Raducanu has just got underway in the US Open. Last 120 is day 1. She's the only Brit in action today. Already a break up against Aina Shabarahara. So Emma Raducanu leading 3-0 in that first set. Fulham versus Manchester United has just got underway in the Premier League. Angelina, once again, lots of people will be talking about the goalkeeper. Onana has been number 1, but hasn't started in the first 2 games this season. Binder in goal again today, like he was last week. But lots of talk last week after he struggled with that corner that Arsenal scored from. Are you surprised he's starting? Are you surprised another goalkeeper hasn't been brought in yet?
I'm not surprised that he's starting because I think from a mentality point of view, to drop him would be a very big statement. And we've seen that Ruben Amorim was very displeased by some people questioning, what he was doing right, what he was doing wrong, should Tom Heaton have started, etc. It's a strange one with the Andre Onana thing because, he's obviously he wasn't good last season. It seems a little bit unclear as to why he's got him on the bench. If it is that he's just phasing him out, if it is because he's had this injury, if it is that Bayern did...
Off the post! Oh, sorry. Cunha should score. It's really, really good build-up play by Manchester United down the left-hand side. Quick football teed off to Cunha, whose first-time shot goes across the goal and comes off the post. But Man United starting off really well here. And then Mbeumo then comes forward, but just can't sort his feet out.
Wow. I mean, Man United there just so quickly just breaking through Fulham. And Dorgu, again, we mentioned him just before the game. Brilliant play on the wing-back position. So intricate, and that was a really good strike as well. When
Dorgu plays that ball across, though, I like the touch from Mason Mount. He took one touch from his open up his body.
Yeah.
Then he passed the ball to Cunha, whose first-time shot came off the post, but... they're just playing with a bit more speed, aren't they, Matisse?
With Manchester United now, their attack's going to be so fun to watch, and I'm so interested to see how Cunha, Mbeumo and Sesko, when he starts games, all link up. Because Bruno Fernandez was such a heavy GA kind of figure in this team in terms of reliable output constantly, and now they've got these 2 guys that had great seasons last year in the lower part of the Premier League, Wolves and Brentford. Brentford have a really good season, of course, under Thomas Frank. And then you've got Sesko. Is it going to be almost him facilitating their goal output? Are they going to facilitate and create for him? I think Cunha and Mbeumo both had decent amount of assists last year, 6 and 8. So Mbeumo had the most complete crosses. So there's a lot of chance creation in that front 3 as well.
Mateus Cunha is 11-2 to score the first goal, and after that first chance, then it might not be a bad way in. They just look bigger, stronger, more at it than Fulham at the minute. They're just shoving them off the ball at times here.
Yeah, started really well, mate. Just
really
even there in the last 5 seconds, one-touch football, passing and moving the ball pretty quickly. So still Fulham 0, Man United 0, but Man United have hit the post in the opening couple of minutes. Angelina, back to the goalkeeping situation.
Yeah, the thing with the Onana dropping, is it because of injury? Is it because they want to phase him out? Is it because of fitness? I'm really not too sure at this point, but I think when you look at the options, I mean, United are coming again now.
Yeah, ball played into Patrick Dorgu, slightly overhit, and his cross ends up going into the side netting.
Yeah, but I think regarding who they're bringing in, obviously there's this player, I may butcher his name, but Lamons, who is supposed to be coming in, a 6'3" Belgian under-21 player, made his senior debut for Club Brugge in July 2021. So I think the thing about him is that if they do bring him in, it's looking like Bayandera is going to have to be out. I mean, it's a great payday for this goalkeeper because Bayandera is apparently on about 80 grand a week, which is ridiculous. So, the player would be expecting something similar to that. He is viewed as a really good shot stopper, very strong in the air, etc. He's definitely gettable, very, very young. There's a little bit of question marks over the sturdiness of his hands, but I think when you're looking at the options, I don't mind bringing in a young up-and-coming player because there's a lot of talk about Gigi Donnarumma. I just don't think that he's going to be the right fit. Just because he's available because PSG have dropped him doesn't mean that he should be United's next goalkeeper. He's a good shot stopper, but he is constantly criticised about high balls, crosses, corners, etc. And Man United have conceded so many goals through set pieces. I think somebody was saying, I was listening to a podcast, someone said that he's always been called a tall man, not a big man. And I think that kind of says it all, that yeah, he's got the height, but does he use it to his advantage? Not always. So I thought Donnarumma being linked to Manchester City as well was quite a strange one. I mean, if he does end up going there, because he doesn't seem like the type of goalkeeper that Pep would want. But I guess after James Trafford's performance, maybe anyone will be better. I don't know.
How do you see the goalkeeping situation, Matisse and Man United? I think they've had a really good window in terms of the offensive players coming in. We touched on Mbeumo and Cunha being really, really good additions to players that have, proven themselves at a Premier League level. But I almost can't believe they've got into a new season with both Onana and Bayandera being number 1 and number 2, because my simple analysis would be that they're both just not good enough to be Manchester United goalkeepers.
Yeah, I find it staggering, shocking, to be honest. Manchester United in a situation where their number 1 is not clear. Onana, I did not expect to not be starting the first 2 games. I'm not sure what's happened there. If they are trying to phase him out, it's really late in the window. And with the amount of money they've spent on the attack, which does look exciting, maybe they've gone too attack heavy in terms of could they have just taken some of that money and put it towards the goalkeeper or central midfield, which is an area we discussed before the game, to just try and balance out this team a little bit, because it is getting a bit top heavy. I think the key thing for me in goalkeeper position is obviously modern day, everybody plays out from the back and whatnot. But are Manchester United trying to play out from the back in this Almerim kind of system, in this 3-4-3? Because the midfielders that they currently have, with Ugarte costing as much as he did, I think it was like 55, 60 million, he's not good on the ball. So the goalkeeper is only as good on the ball as the options in front of him. And I don't see Manchester United's back line or their first phase of their team good enough to play out from the back consistently, which is partly why Onana maybe at times, yes, he had his own mistakes on his shot stopping, but in terms of delivery and distribution, he's sometimes on a different wavelength and he's really comfortable and almost showboaty on a different wavelength to the people in front of him. So Manchester United need to make it very clear what their identity is and their style, and then they'll be able to go and get that goalkeeper. I'm a little bit confused with.
Do you think maybe United, when you look at the makeup of this United team, they could be a better team, a more stronger team by being a bit more direct?
Maybe so, because I think Sesko, obviously coming from the Bundesliga, he's going to be used to playing with that kind of direct in behind. And I don't think a lot of teams will necessarily show Man United loads of respect this season from where they finished last season. They'll feel like they can get some change out of them, have a go. So to be a bit more transitional, to be a bit more direct might suit them. For me, it's Mbeumo's used to it, Cunha's used to it. I'm not saying that these guys won't do anything against low blocks, but if you try and make the game a bit more end-to-end, I think it suits a few of their players for sure.
Okay. So 8 minutes gone then. Still Fulham 0, Manchester United 0. Manchester United probably starting the better of the two sides. I mean, Calvin Bassey here, he's moaning because he's not allowed to come back on. You know what? I absolutely love this rule. So Brian Mbeumo tried to just fend him off. He might have had a little finger near the eye. Calvin Bassey then decided to roll around on the floor, hold his face and make a big deal about it. They rightly have a rule in place that now says you have to spend 30 seconds off the pitch for incidents like that. He then spends 30 seconds on the sidelines moaning and complaining. How about then, when you get, there's no contact, don't then make a meal about it. Get up, be a man, and move on.
Yeah.
Moaning like a baby on the side of the pitch. Don't go down then holding your face.
Yeah. All for a little finger in the eye.
It wasn't even in the eye. It was more like on the cheek. No, but that stuff annoys me.
Fair enough.
No one else get annoyed.
I mean,
by
there
that?
is new rules this season about the goalkeepers taking too much time as well on their kicks and stuff. So
Do you really think that's going to be implemented?
that's the thing. I'm just waiting for some consistency before I even
saw
invest any
people on
emotions
Twitter
into these rules. I need to see
I
consistency.
saw people on social media with the Liverpool-Bournemouth game, which
was
was
a
the first
handball.
game of the season,
Just batted it
saying
away
that
like a basketball.
Alisson on numerous times had it in his hand for longer than 7 seconds,
yeah.
and nobody just decided to.
There
do
should have been a
anything
red
about
card
it.
there for the batting
for
of
the
the ball
handball.
away.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah,
Trafford there kneeing a Tottenham player in the chest
was
there.
bizarre.
That could have been a
Yeah,
red
yeah,
card. So we've already got started with some pretty interesting refereeing at the start of the
No, there we go. We're off to a good start at the start of the season. Angelina, in terms of then of the makeup of that midfield too, is Bruno Fernandez today alongside Casemiro like it was last week?
Yeah.
What's your preferred midfield too? Because there's no Kobe Mainoo again today, and as Matisse says, Ugarte came in with a shot, pushed away, and Fulham clear.
really good football.
And Ugarte as well, who came in for big money, also doesn't play. What do you kind of think is the best balance of that midfield too?
It's really, really hard because I don't particularly rate anyone linking up with Bruno Fernandez out of the options that we've got. I'll put a pin in Kobe Mainoo for a minute, but listen, don't get me wrong, Casemiro 6 years ago, yeah, of course, we'd all love that, wouldn't we? But I think I understand what Amrim's going for with Casemiro. I think he had a great character arc last season when you think about how dire he was to finish as strongly as he did. But he's not going to be able to play week in, week out because he's not got the legs for it. I think he played very well against Arsenal overall. He has perfectly manicured eyebrows. Sorry, they really caught my eye there.
No, we often like to do fashion advice.
yeah,
So
from me.
we did the
Sorry,
Jack.
his eyebrows distracted me. and they
We've
looked
already
amazing.
discussed the Jack Grealish man bun. We've already discussed
Here for
the
it?
Victor Goy. No, not at
No.
all. I think there's a good-looking man there. I think you should let his long hair just free. Just let his
Yeah,
long
but
hair
get in
grow.
your eyes when you're running and stuff. And
No,
Cucurella has no problems. He's in good form.
yeah.
Who's that?
Cucurella.
Yeah, he's doing all right, isn't he? So just on a serious note, though, if we can just try and nail this down, Angelina.
Yes.
What impressed you most about Casemiro's eyebrows? Was it the shape, the length, the direction of them?
It's the shape. I mean, they must be done by somebody. They are not just naturally growing like that.
No.
Also, maybe he dies and maybe they're tattooed. Who knows?
What are yours?
Mine are tattooed. So
Are they really?
Yes, they are.
What, they're actually...
Not fully. There's like little bits. Of them
Okay.
that- Well, I'll give you the number of the girl.
All right, Lee. Do you want that number, Lee? Looking a bit bushy, aren't they? Get that trimmed over there, no?
I think the tattooing is taking it a little bit too far for me, though. A little bit of plucking I go with. I'm not tattooing them.
Yeah, I do. I go into the barbers now, and the barber always says, "Do you want your eyebrows done?" I'm
Yeah.
like, "No, I'm all good, mate." And he goes, "No, you're having your eyebrows done. I'm doing your eyebrows."
I
don't-
rate
Mine's
that.
never asked me to.
I'm telling you, you're getting your eye. I was being polite. Say yes, and I've never said no ever again.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he's got you back there.
My barber
Yeah.
doesn't ask me that, so I don't know if that's because he doesn't care or because mine are fine. I don't think it's the latter.
No, I think we were speaking about the makeup of Man United.
Yeah, we were speaking about the midfield. I apologise. I think Ugarte it's not working. I mean, he did play in a similar role at Sporting, but he's never come close to adapting to the physicality of the Premier League. And I know that you give people a season or two. Bayern Deer, they're nearly having another mare.
Yeah, King was playing in good through ball. As the ball raced through and Bayern came out and King ran onto it, I thought penalty. I could have just seen King taking it round the on-rushing goalkeeper. But to be fair, Bayern did hold his ground. And
He maybe did just enough.
I think so. I think
King
so.
should have and could have got a lot more on that and made it more of a...
Yeah, King's effort
my God.
was a little bit rash, and a ball then whipped in from the left-hand side. And to be fair to Bayern, he does come out and collect. But yeah, it was a really nice ball through to King. And the young Fulham attacker, maybe, he kind of just stabbed at it, didn't he? I think the right idea would have been to try and just take it around the goalkeeper, who did come out, did go down. But yeah, his toe-poked effort was kicked away by Bayern Lee. So it stays Fulham 0, Man United 0.
Yeah, and Man United have gone a touch of odds on in the 90-minute betting now. Fulham 27-10, the draw 12-5. Few live price boosts. First goal method, a header, 6-1. If you like a card, Sasa Lukic and Luke Shaw.
Do you know what? I was literally thinking, are Man United going to go short or going to go long? Bayern has the ball. No one's coming to press, so he then plays a long ball to Cunha, and this ball is absolute perfection.
That's an incredible
Mateo Cunha's first touch is brilliant. He brings it down with his right foot, and then with his left foot, the keeper makes a really good save. They went long ball, Matisse.
Yeah,
The first touch
There's
deserved the goal.
got to be variety in your game for me. And in this Premier League right now, we're seeing a lot of strikers. Gyökeres, he needs variety. He needs that ball in behind. Haaland, in that goal that in the chance that they conceded, I think it was ended up in a goal for Paulinho. They're trying to play out of Trafford. They tried to play it to Gonzalez. I'm looking at the other end of the pitch. I'm seeing Haaland 1v1 with a defender on the halfway line. Just go long. I understand the obsession of tiki-taka and playing out from the back. But when the option to go long is there, go long.
You think that's an underrated option that teams
Absolutely.
Totally agree. I thought exactly the same. And you think about Trafford as well. Now the press is going to be on because they know he's susceptible and he's nervous. Just hit it long. You're not going back to the 80s. We're not saying hit it long every time, but just that variation.
Yep.
Absolutely, totally agree.
Yeah.
And that was a great example of it, wasn't it? And if you can deliver and you can, that's an assist effectively.
That's a great pass. That's not just a.
Oh no, that's a controlled pass.
Check, and most of the time you just lump it up front, right? But
that's the 80s style, isn't it? Where you're just literally lumping it, hoping someone holds it up.
Throw it up and you just get your foot under it. But that's a pass.
The pass was good. The touch was good. Also, we should maybe give credit to Leno for making a really
it was a good
save. Pushes it away. It's an open game. Sessegnon comes in down the left-hand side, but Amad Diallo does really, really well to get back in, stop the cross. And that's going to go out for a Fulham corner. So 15 minutes into this game, been a really, really good start, and particularly for Man United, playing some really nice football. They've had a couple of good chances. Cunha hit the post after the first couple of minutes. Bruno Fernandez had a shot from 25 yards out that was pushed away. We mentioned that King effort, and then Cunha there being denied by close range by Bernd Leno. But Fulham have gone forward and are going to have a corner kick. 15 gone. Fulham 0, Manchester United 0. It's going to be Sasa Lukic who's going to go out to the far side and whip in a corner kick. No goals yet in this game. Fulham starting the season with a draw away at Brighton last weekend. They were really poor for most of that game. It was a late equaliser from a set piece right at the end of that game. Lots of players on the Man United goalkeeper. So poor corner headed away from Cunha. And Iwobi has a shot. And fair play to Bayern Deer. You can see what Fulham were doing from the corner, trying to, like Arsenal did last weekend, get on the goalkeeper. The corner was poor, headed away at the near post. And it's Alex Iwobi's first time volley. And Bayern Deer has to get down low to his right-hand side, makes the save that he should do. But, Fulham offering some chances as well, Matisse.
Yeah, they are. It's a really good game so far. End-to-end, both teams kind of causing each other issues. And fair play to Bayern Deer because, listen, I think he's a big weak point in that Man United team when I'm looking at it on paper, but he has started pretty well. They just had to defend that corner there, and that was a bit touch and go. Set pieces, just there's no Harry Maguire. So that's a big thing for United is just defending those set pieces. So, yeah, let's see how that goes.
9 shots, 4 on target already in this game. 15 minutes or 16 minutes gone. It's been a cracking start. Just need a goal to open it up, don't we?
Calvin Bassey there coming in for a header at the far post. Did you guys see that clip of Calvin Bassey last weekend at Brighton running around with his shorts pretty much down by his knees?
I did see it.
Have you seen that? That is absolutely.
What was that all about? Why?
I don't know. Maybe shorts are too big for him, or maybe he's trying to. Maybe it's a fashion statement.
I think he's done that a few times. I think he's taking a mick.
But if I ever have trackies on that are too big for me, I struggle to walk with them. Imagine playing in a game of Premier League football when you're running around with your shorts coming down to your knees.
It might be a distraction technique as well.
You see his eyebrows as well.
His eyebrows are great. Just want to you mentioned an interesting point there, Matisse, where you spoke about the long ball. Don't be afraid to go long. And lots of people are talking about how Tottenham exploited the high line to devastating effect. Of course, talking about Man City's high line in their game yesterday. City 0, Spurs 2. Want to read this in The Guardian. Pep Guardiola sought to reinvigorate the side by making a major backroom appointment of his own. Enter Pep Linders, Jurgen Klopp's assistant coach for 6 years at Liverpool. The other Pep is renowned for his commitment to high pressing, intense football, encouraging defenders to maintain a very aggressive high line, obviously trying to win offside just inside their own half. Pep said a few years ago, one of our main principles is counter-pressing. We want to play with a lot of offensive aggression. You use that moment to attack again because many times the opposition in this moment is not well organised. You want to play in the opposition half and stay there as long as possible. Now, of course, Matisse, that game yesterday, the very first goal Spurs scored came from Man City trying to play that high line. It didn't work. Spurs scored. In the opening 2 games that City have played this season, have you noticed a difference in approach, and do you think it's going to work?
It's interesting because the press, you have to give a lot of praise to the press because both teams in that first few minutes, I think the press was really strong from both of them. Obviously, the energy levels from Tottenham, just aggressive. The duels, they were really good. I think with Pep and City, it's more of getting the best out of Haaland for me. Like, I look at Haaland, I could look at his Dortmund days, and I think to myself, he was always running at teams. He was always running long distances, long strides, strength, pace, power. And we haven't really seen that. We saw it maybe away at West Ham. I think maybe his opening goal on his opening day performance when he came in and obviously broke the record for most goals scored in this league. But I don't see enough of it. So maybe there'll be a change. I think, like I said, I think that the nines are actually going to influence how people build up and how people look at the game in the first phase, because the nines in this league, whether it's Sesko, Gyökeres, Haaland, even Liam Delap at Chelsea, they all thrive from direct play and getting the ball forward quickly. So yeah, I think that's going to play a part.
Corner for Fulham. In-swinger comes in. Mateus Cunha wins it at the near post. Sasa Lukic puts another ball back into the box. De Ligt wins the header and it's cleared. I mean, Pep Guardiola was asked about it after the game, Matisse, and he said, "Hey, look, it's not the first time that my sides have had a high line, but it does feel like with Pep Linders coming in, that I know it's only 2 games, but it does feel like there has been a change in that approach."
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to know how big of an effect an assistant's going to have because the manager's got to make the final call, but. Yeah, we've seen it with Eddie Howe. He had his assistant on the touchline. Obviously, there was a lot made out of that. City's backline, I thought, was already a bit dodgy, regardless of the high line. Just purely if I'm looking at it from injury-prone perspective, you've got Ake, you've got Stones, Akanji's had injury issues. Out Nori wasn't really a great defender at Wolves. He was more of a wing-back. Matheus Nunes isn't really a full-back. He's going to have to play right-back a lot this season. And Rico Lewis is a midfielder playing right-back as well. So high line or not, their actual quality back there defensively is not the strongest, but to press up the pitch, you have to play with a high line. Chelsea went to West Ham, they tried to press, and their line was still mid-block. There was too much gaps. One clip over the top, you're in the midfield, and you're already bypassing the press. So if you're going to press, you have to be compact, you have to push up. And it's just whether or not you think the trade-off is worth it at the end of the day.
What did you make, Angelina, of James Trafford's performance? I mean, there's been obviously, Edison not number one at the moment anyway. There's been links with Donnarumma, quite a big call to bring James Trafford back to the club. He started the first 2 games, but there was that challenge outside the box that he got away with. Yep. And then, I know and appreciate he's going to be told to play out from the back. But the pass that he played into whoever it was for Spurs, his second goal, was genuinely a ridiculous ball because it was so obvious and so clear as to what was going to happen, Angelina.
I thought it was shambolic, and that's not just me coming at it. As a Man United fan, it was awful. And the amount of replays that I've watched of it, I actually can't watch the replays because it cringes me out that badly.
You see what's going to happen.
It's almost like slow motion. You're thinking, what are you doing? I mean, I think he was lucky to stay on the pitch. To be honest, he should have had a red card. 100%, he should have gone. And I think this it showed a little bit of immaturity. Just a real lack of capability, to be completely honest. Now, every goalkeeper's one bad game from a load of criticism, I think, and I'm sure that he will be able to pull it back. But I just think this makes Manchester City even more vulnerable. I agree about the defence. I think their defence is very, very shaky. I think that's where teams, the area that teams will be able to exploit. And now that you've seen a goalkeeper make those kinds of errors, if you are the next teams that City are going to be facing, you're going to be thinking, right, let's make this kid even more uncomfortable. Let's make him even more nervy. Let's bully him off the ball. So they've opened themselves up there for massive criticism. This whole Edison situation with Galatasaray, they reportedly want the Porto goalkeeper as well. And like I say, this Donnarumma thing, listen, would Donnarumma be better? Yes, I'd probably say because he's more experienced. But I think he is not. There's a reason why PSG have opted for the shiny new toy. I know that Lucas Chevalier, who's come into PSG to replace him, he's dubbed as France's next number one. And the belief is that, France's number one should be playing for the top team in France. I know that he's been a little bit shaky, but there's been so many positive reviews about that player. Donnarumma came in and kind of, took on Keylor Navas, so it's kind of a similar thing that's happened, a changing of the guard. But there's a reason that PSG have done that, and Donnarumma even still makes me feel very, very nervous when you think about what City have to achieve this season. They've got a real big point to prove, and Trafford in goal, I'm not too sure if he's the man for the job.
It's a big jump, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And what I don't get with City is, all right, if there's something behind the scenes with Edison and there's been a fallout, or he definitely wants to leave, fair enough, but why Manchester City, until last season, were the kings of English football, weren't they? Yet Edison's got a better passing percentage than Donnarumma, than Ortega, than Trafford, and he's got a better save percentage than any of the other three. So why are they even entertaining the idea that he leaves? Now, if he has to leave for some reason, interestingly, despite what everyone says about Donnarumma, for the league season last year, and I get it that it's, playing for PSG and you're in the French Ligue 1, he had an 85% passing accuracy. Trafford's got 70% last year for Burnley. Now, I get it. He probably
a lot
isn't
of those
passing
have been long balls, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So I get that. I get that there's a difference in stats there, but I don't think Donnarumma is quite as bad as everyone is making out. This is a good keeper. If City have to replace Ederson, then he's a better goalkeeper than Trafford.
In terms of a Spurs point of view, I have no idea what to expect from Spurs this season. And I think that's kind of what makes it quite fun. We know they had the 17th place finish, win the Europa League. They then had quite an up and down summer, haven't they? It started off well with Kudus coming in and Palhinha coming in. Then they've had the injuries to Maddison and Kulusevski, missing out on Eze. But then Matisse, they go to City, second game of the season and win. But I just thought that was evidence yesterday of just why Thomas Frank is one of the best coaches in the Premier League. I think week in, week out at Brentford, game in, game out, he'd adapt to the situation, adapt to the opposition. And we've already seen in his first 3 games as Spurs manager, including the game against PSG, that he is an adaptable manager. Started with a back 5 against PSG, but a lot more long and direct. Then, of course, against Burnley, a lot more possession-based. And then against Man City, being really aggressive, pressing high up the pitch. I think Spurs have got an absolute gem in Thomas Frank. Yeah. And in the next 10 days or week, whenever it is until the window closes, go and back him. Go and bring in the plays that he needs. I think they've got an outstanding coach there. And if he wants Savinho, if he wants another attacking player, go and get it. Because I think that Palhinha, Kudus, good additions. The core of the team is good there. I really, really think he's the man now to properly back.
Yeah, do you know what is with him as well is he's so tactically flexible, like you said there. I remember his win at the Etihad, 3-1 Brentford, when I think Ivan Toney played that day. And it's obviously Tottenham have got a really good record at City, but the way that they dominated them pretty much from almost start to finish was so impressive. And with Thomas Frank and Tottenham, it's evident that they have a good core of players. I know they finished 17th last season, but you can look at that defence. You look at the individuals in it, Spence. You look at Romero. You look at Van der Ven. Romero obviously captain a new contract. You look at Udogie. These are good players. You look at that midfield with Sarr, Bergvall coming on, Paulinho coming to that team. There's good players there. It's just the depth for me that I would worry about when the Champions League campaign starts and they have to play those 2 games a week with the injuries that they have to Maddison and Kulusevski.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think they're too heavily reliant on Kudus. So I think that's why they wanted Eze. And they've got to get someone with that kind of star quality into that team, because I don't think Odegaard, Tell and Brennan Johnson does obviously have his impact, but I think that's it's very debatable about him with sometimes back post you're getting the goal. In general play, very frustrating at times. So I think they just need one more attacker and probably a left-sided defender as well. My mate Tobes was telling me, that situation on the left, you don't want Spence then necessarily, you'd want him on the right. And then obviously Ben Davies is the backup to Udogie. And yeah, let's see. Tottenham, it's the amount of games they got to play, not the problem with the coach or the quality. I think the quality's there as well.
100%. They've started off with 2 wins from 2 in the Premier League, beating Burnley last weekend, and then going to City yesterday and winning. 26 minutes gone in our 4:30 game at Craven Cottage. Fulham 0, Man United 0. No goals, but plenty of chances for both sides. Mateus Cunha hit the post early on. Bruno Fernandez had a shot pushed away from 25 yards. King was played in for Fulham. His shot, 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper, was comfortably saved. The best chance, best moment of the game, best passage of play perhaps, was when Binder went long. He went route 1. Great pass to Cunha, ran onto a long ball. His first touch was brilliant. His shot there with his left foot, pushed away by Bern Leno. And to be fair, Angelina, I know it's very, very early days, but a couple of times Fulham have tried to put long balls into the box on Binder. And I know only 27 minutes in, but he has looked more comfortable today than what he did last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, listen, do I think that he's the worst goalkeeper that Man United have ever had? Do I think he's the worst goalkeeper, across Europe at the moment? No, he's not. And I think we saw moments of his quality, I think, against Arsenal last season with that penalty shootout and a lot of saves that he made. I just don't think he's Man United's goalkeeper. I think that's the issue. I don't think that he's quite taken to the Premier League. So I think that's just the thing. It's no disrespect to the guy, but you know what? You've got to give him props for his character, because the absolute shambolic performance with that, letting that goal in. I mean, I was sat next to Alex Crook at Old Trafford. You can only imagine, he was absolutely livid, and rightfully so. And I just think to come out today and to perform all that, I mean, that shows character. That shows that Amorim clearly, has had a word with him maybe, and he's given him the confidence to come out here and play well. And I think, yeah, good mentality from him. But, we're only 28, 29 minutes in. He'll probably make a mistake.
There's still a long time to go for a for an Altay Bayern mistake. Yeah, Fulham maybe Lee have just settled things down in the last sort of 5 or 10 minutes. So it was pretty much all Man United in the opening 20 minutes. But Fulham just enjoying a decent sort of 5-minute spell of control and possession.
Yeah, no, you're right. And it's a bit of a harem scarum game. It's like neither team are really keeping hold of the ball for any length of time, because the press is pretty good from both sides. But yeah, the momentum has been back with Fulham over the last 10-15 minutes, and United just looking now to break. But there just seems to be a little bit of edge gone out of the game as we approach the half-an-hour mark. Man United have drifted back out to odds against now. Fulham nearly 3-1 to win the game, and the draw just under 2-1. Brian Mbeumo over one shot on target is boosted to 3-1. He's got a good ratio of, when he gets shots on target, he scores 1 every 2 shots on target, which is obviously a decent ratio. He almost got...
Yeah, Mason Mount there had the ball sort of inside Fulham's half, tried to play a ball through to Mbeumo, but Calvin Bassey read it well and managed to clear. I think Mateus Cunha's looked really, really sharp in the first 25. Looked like he's almost been given a little bit of a free roll where he's dropping deep quite a lot, getting involved in the midfield 3, but Mateus just looks, he's technically a good player, isn't he? Linking up well with, obviously, the two attackers, but also dropping deep and helping out Bruno and Casemiro when needed.
Yeah, I like Cunha. He plays with like a chip on his shoulder. He plays like an anger. Not anywhere near this player.
Quite South American.
Yeah, of course. But you remember when Wayne Rooney was at United, he used to play with anger all the time. It suits him. It suits his style. He's obviously technically really secure, really, really strong. Really did very well for Wolves, him and Aït-Nouri on that left-hand side last season. And I think as well, Mason Mount, just bring him up, but Mason Mount played the exact same system when he won the Champions League at Chelsea, this kind of wing-back 3-4-3 system. And he's playing in the front three today. And he looks...
Mount and Werner Havertz, front three that won the Champions League.
Yeah.
Almost doesn't sound real, does it?
No, it doesn't. That's why Thomas Tuchel, we salute you every day, how you made it work. But yeah, I think this system, it suits a few of those guys up there. It's just the midfield. That's where the imbalance comes from. But no, they're fun to watch.
Yeah, I think they're going to be fun to watch. How do you think Benjamin Sesko is going to go?
Sesko is, when I looked into the numbers, obviously last season he didn't have loads of goals in his game, but he played in the front two of Openda, and his heat map was really sporadic. He kind of had a touch map that just was all over the pitch in that attack. He didn't really focus or dedicate his game to the box. And I think if Almarim's going to make sure that he's in the box for these crosses, like I said earlier, I think Mbeumo was one of the best crosses completed last season for Brentford. He was creating a lot of chances as well as scoring. Cunha can definitely create a chance. Mason Mount, Bruno Fernandez, Dorgu on the flanks, Diallo. There's a lot of guys that can create chances for Manchester United striker. If he can just be in the box then we'll just see his conversion. How clinical is he? He's obviously an old-fashioned kind of maybe number 9, really tall, athletic. Hopefully can give you those kind of goals out of nothing, like a Haaland scissor kick here and there. These are the kind of things you're looking at from him. But he was linked with Arsenal. Everybody was kind of talking about him to Newcastle. So I'm just excited to see how he does, to be honest.
Chance here for Bruno Fernandez inside the box down the left-hand side, a cross goal. But Bassey once again finds himself in the right place, and Man United will win a corner kick.
Yeah, that Bassey and Mbeumo rivalry today is going to be fantastic to watch as well. It's a great battle, that one. And it's a great clearance, that, wasn't it? Because United got in again.
Lovely flick.
Yeah, I think United are playing some really, really nice football.
Mount's playing with confidence.
In the final third, yeah. But I'll ask you about Mount after this corner, actually, because I'm interested in your thoughts, Angie, as a United fan, but also you, Matisse, obviously, as a Chelsea fan as well. You'd have watched a lot of him. But it's a corner for Manchester United. Going to be an in-swinging corner from Bruno Fernandez, and back post, header across, headed away. Sessegnon clears it to Mbeumo, tries to work it back to Bruno Fernandez. First time ball in the box. Anderson wins the header. Back to Bruno Fernandez, and the pass to Mbeumo is poor, and that should run out for a goal kick. In fact, it won't. Castagne is going to come and collect it and move it forward. 32 gone. Good game of football, no goals. Still Fulham 0, Manchester United 0. Where are Manchester United fans at, Angina, with Mason Mount? Because he came to the club for big money, but he spent a lot of his time out injured. But it looks like Ruben Amorim likes him and fancies him. Do you see him playing a big role this season for United?
I'll be honest, I kept forgetting that we'd signed him. There were a couple of times where I was like, oh my God, do you remember him? Yeah, we actually signed him. I think when we did sign him, it was a huge question mark of why on earth have we bought this player? Because at the time, under the Ten Hag regime, he did not slot into that. I think one of the main talking points when Amorim came in that we were talking about on Inside Devils was this is actually a system that he could play in and he could play very, very well in. This is a system that he would be very comfortable in. And I really feel for Mount because I do think there is a player in there. I think today and the Arsenal game and in pre-season, we've seen that there is still a very talented player. He's been really unfortunate with injuries, but I think Man United fans overall are having him. I mean, for how long have United been crying out for attacking options, exciting footballers? And we've got it. I mean, he's got absolutely thrown to the ground there, bless him. And I think with the with the Arsenal goal that was scored, he got manhandled a little bit as well. I think we need.
Look at his shorts. Look at Calvin Bassey's shorts.
How's he doing that?
You see his shorts?
It's ridiculous.
I need to see it.
Oh,
He's had a made specially.
He must have been tied up really tight down there.
On a serious note, we're joking about it,
wow.
but they are checking for a possible penalty. In fact, the referee has been sent over. Calvin Bassey
it is a foul, isn't it?
Calvin Bassey here, literally, as Angelina rightly says.
How is that not a foul?
That's rugby, isn't it?
His body.
Well, the referee's gone over to have a look at it, and I think normally when the referees go over, corner comes in, and Calvin Bassey essentially has two arms wrapped around Mason Mount and just throws him to the floor.
Flings him across his own body straight to the ground.
I'm sorry. What
WWE.
the hell is he doing? No, seriously. When that ball comes into the ball, look, you can't even see the ball in the frame yet.
Look at him going to the screen. You can't be going to the screen, mate, and questioning it.
Before the ball comes anywhere near the box, he just throws Mason Mount to the floor. I cannot understand what goes through his mind when he thinks, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to just throw my opponent to the floor. It's scandalous stuff.
It's stupidity. Like
It's scandalous,
You're not
Matisse.
defending against Maguire. You're not defending against De
It's
Ligt.
little Mason Mount.
If you're going to go over aggressive with one of those guys coming up
How
from
tall
centre back,
is
I
Mason
get
Mount?
it. But you're going up against Mason Mount. You don't need to overexert yourself. You're going to win the header. If it comes down to a duel, you're going to win it.
The
I was
referee's
actually taller than I thought.
The referee's explaining to the crowd what's happening. Looked like he made the decision there with his hands. He's going to overturn it to see. This has to be a penalty. I don't understand how it can't be a foul.
Yeah,
he's given a penalty.
he's given a penalty.
I tell you what.
Yeah.
I tell you what. I don't want to sound like Roy Keane here. I would make Calvin Bassey walk home. Marco Silva would have spent all week working on game plans, shape, to stop Manchester United, and his centre half, who's an experienced Marco Silva here, is complaining to the fourth official.
He's trying to reenact it with Mount then. He's actually just tried to reenact it to be like, it wasn't that bad.
Do you know what? Look, let's have a look at replay here.
Let's watch this again. He's not even marking Mason. Look, what are we doing here?
That is ridiculous.
I just don't know what he's doing.
You can't just swing people round like that.
The only thing Marco Silva could be arguing here is that you see those sort of incidents happen quite a lot in a game, and that would be a fair. Now, complete.
And maybe this will be the start of getting rid of that out of the game.
In complete isolation,
But probably not.
In isolation, that is a foul, in my opinion. But I do understand that a frustration here is you will see incidents that happen game in, game out, and sometimes refs give it, sometimes refs don't give it. I would simply say, if you're a centre-half with VAR in football, don't even bother putting your hands on someone because it gives the referee a decision to possibly go away and give that as a penalty kick. I just think it's you. Just don't throw him to the floor.
I think there was a mix of zonal marking in there, and he was assuming that it's going to be a De Ligt, it's going to be someone that I've got to get physical with, I've got to put my hands on. And then when he's realised it's Mount, he's like, oh, I don't need to do anything. But it's too late. His body's already done it.
It's like he's thrown him already. It's like
he's thrown him before he's even seen who it is. And it's like, you didn't need to do that with Mount. So
do you think that was a penalty?
Yeah, it was a penalty.
When you look at it again, it's a penalty. When you see it first time round, you think, oh, that's just a load of messing around in the box as usual. But are they going to do that week in, week out, to your point, Sam? If they are going to do that week in, week out, there'll be 9 men on the pitch.
Well, Bruno Fernandez has got the penalty. He's going to take it. Leno in the Fulham goal. 37 gone. Fulham 0, Man United 0. Bruno Fernandez steps up. And my God! Oh! It is one of the worst penalties you will see. Almost a stuttered run-up. He tries to go to the right of the goalkeeper. Angelina.
Oh my God, that is one of the worst.
It's heading your way, this penalty.
It literally is.
It's coming to London Bridge.
Oh my God, that is a shocker from Bruno Fernandez.
Wow.
Oh my God.
He skies it.
I can't keep watching this. This is painful.
It's a stuttered run up. He puts his laces through the ball and he just. What is it?
Look, he
almost.
Do you know what? I don't want to be hypocritical because we did just say, put your foot through it.
Yeah.
on the penalty that from the 2 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah, true.
He's gone and put his foot through it, hasn't he?
But the way he took that penalty was like he's taking a goal kick.
Yeah.
It was like he was trying to clear
He's launched it. Yeah, he's launched it.
That is That is a remarkably
that
bad
was
penalty.
like Mo Salah's Community Shield penalty.
Yes.
It was that level of bad for people that have not seen that. That was...
Do you know what? I was just about to ask you before that penalty was taken, would you prefer like your forwards to take it like a Cunha or Mbeumo, or if Sesko is on the pitch? Or do you want to keep the...
I mean, it's normally in Bruno we trust. And I think United had a situation where there was a couple of seasons ago, a lot of debate about who should be taking penalties and people rowing over penalties on the pitch and stuff like that. And I normally would trust Bruno Fernandez to take
the TV camera put up a graphic of his recent record from the sport, and it was pretty lots of greens.
Yeah. He's normally someone you would definitely trust.
Missed 6. I think he's missed 6 in his career.
Yeah.
So and he's obviously taken a load of them as well. So.
By the way, the last 3 minutes of this game hasn't been a great advert for the Premier League with that ridiculous decision to foul Mason Mount. And the missed penalty, and Casemiro has been booked for diving, by the way, which I think is going to be alarm bells for Ruben Amorim. He tries to take the ball past Alex Iwobi and just throws himself to the floor and gets booked for diving.
Yeah.
So a missed penalty, a dive from Casemiro, and now Sessegnon has the ball on the left-hand side for Fulham coming forward. He's got Iwobi on the overlap.
That's a great ball.
Iwobi! Oh! Iwobi, I think, tried to go across the goal, but he tried to keep it in, and then Bayindir, I think, probably should have just caught that, but ends up pushing it out for a corner, and possibly there, not the most convincing of goalkeeping from Altay Bayindir. In fact, it's awful goalkeeping.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great at all.
That's like he almost wasn't expecting it. Like,
I think he was expecting him to try, because he gets to the bar, I think he was expecting him to try and go across.
I almost thought he might pour that into his own net.
Yeah.
It was close quarters, but this is a really good game because it's anyone's guess who's going to get the first goal. You know, it's both the defences have been...
Maybe Lee Phelps and William Hill can tell us. Who did William Hill think will get the first goal?
Well, we've still got that market out. I'm not sure where this is coming from. This first goal method header, 13-2 now. We've got Cunha over 2 shots on target, 7-4. Brian Mbeumo or Bruno Fernandez to score the first goal, 9-2. So either player to score the first goal, priced up at 9-2, which is interesting.
They're showing a replay here of
about the spot or something.
Bruno Fernandez before.
Is he complaining about the keeper being too close or the spot, or?
I don't actually know, because it didn't look like the goalkeeper was in his face, but Bruno Fernandez was moaning about something. Corner for Fulham. Oh! And the goalkeeper there once again doesn't cover himself in glory.
Neither does Muniz.
Corner.
I mean, Muniz I don't know how he's not got his head on
the
that.
Goalkeeper, once again, the goalkeeper gets nowhere near it, and you're right, Muniz, the far post, has a free header and scores.
Can I just say...
It's like he misses it.
Can I just say... Go on, mate.
Yeah, I've got a big pet peeve with goalkeepers in this league in particular. I cannot claim crosses.
But do you know what annoys me about that, right? So Tete is on the goalkeeper. What annoys me is before the corner comes in, when the goalkeeper's pushing the defender. Why are you... No, I'm showing... Can we have the big pan? The corner comes in, and he's just giving you that one, isn't he? Yeah. He's giving you that one. What is the point?
What's the point?
What? No, but seriously.
What are you doing?
What goes through your mind?
Trying to create separation.
But he doesn't know.
Like a winger.
No, but Tete, he's not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere,
He's not going to get pushed and go, okay, in that case...
You're either comfortable in that situation to go and claim it regardless, or you're
pushing.
not.
Just watch the ball.
You got to watch the ball and you got to go and claim it. But I grew up on like Van der Sar, Petr Cech, Thibaut Courtois, you know,
commanding goalkeepers.
All my time, you know, obviously Schmeichel, like commanding goalkeepers that are going to claim. I couldn't stand Almunias. I couldn't stand, you know, Kepa. I couldn't stand goalkeepers that could not claim crosses because they didn't either have the size or the power or the strength or whatever it takes to reach. For me, it's an I know ball playing, but you have to have a goalkeeper that claims his crosses. It should be a rule.
Yeah, it's like a dying art, isn't it?
Yeah,
right.
If you don't have one, you shouldn't be allowed to compete.
I want to see Tom Heaton in goal for Man United. I'm not even joking.
What? You got hands. Everybody else is using their head. How are you at a disadvantage with 2 hands?
I know Angelina Flex has been quite pro Tom Heaton, hasn't he? I don't know if he's doing it tongue in cheek, but he can't be any worse or less convincing than Onana and Bayindir, can he?
I mean, I get the arguments. I mean, United, I would imagine he will be playing in the midweek game against Grimsby. But yeah, I mean, Tom Heaton also, I think, is very well-respected name in the dressing room. I mean, he's probably the oldest one in the dressing room. So, yeah, I think he commands a lot of respect. He's obviously very, very experienced. At this point, it almost feels like United aren't taking the goalkeeping situation seriously, because if you did want Onana out, this should have been dealt with months and months ago. This is not the time for us to be playing about with, oh, let's play Bayern for a bit, let's play Onana, etc., etc. A decision needs to be made. So in the meantime, if you playing Bayern then play Tommy. Why not?
Yeah, honestly, I genuinely.
If we're not
It's a
taking it seriously,
situation.
which-
It is a mad. I mean, I know we've already said it in the show already, but the more you talk about it, the more you think this is crazy.
Yeah.
Given the history of Manchester United with goalkeepers and the quality and the stability that they give you, it's mad that they've got themselves into this situation where, and every goalkeeper who comes in, it feels like they're under pressure immediately.
Yeah, it's such a key position in football. Like there's no cover for a goalkeeper. There's no saving that situation. You're either good enough or you're not. And at a top club, you need world-class goalkeepers. They save you 10 points. They shouldn't cost you 10 points. Makes a massive difference to your season. And in the modern game playing out as well, they even have even more influence than just saving and claiming crosses. So for me, not having a clear number one is crazy.
You wonder if maybe that's the reason though, because of the whole the tiki taka and the playing out. You goalkeepers now can't just be the big guy comes and claims it, shot stopper. You have to be the full package, and that's why maybe that side of the game has disappeared from goalkeeping, coaching even.
Yeah.
We've got 30 seconds to go then until half-time. Fulham 0, Man United 0. No goals, but it's actually been a really, really quite entertaining first half of football. We've seen some really good play from Man United, but like in the game, cross in from the left-hand side, and Patrick Dorgu had a lot of space and time to clear his lines, but I think he thought somebody might have been coming in from behind him and ended up making a mill of the clearance. Sander Berg comes into the box for Fulham. Tete cross to the back post, and Man United try and clear. Only out to the edge of the box. Sander Berg has still got it. I can't imagine we'll have too much time added on. And there will be time, though, for another Fulham corner. And I think we know where this ball's going to go. 2 minutes of time added on. And I think Altay Bayındır is about to be mobbed by lots of Fulham players.
Yeah. This is where Man United clearly at their weakest, is defending these set pieces. We saw it against Arsenal with the goal conceded. We've seen it today. It's something they have to rectify before the end of the window. I think Harry Maguire obviously helps if he when he comes back into the team, but they still need to sort of.
I mean, Yoram Delit on small, aren't they?
Yeah, he's not.
Delit is quite big, and there's been a lot of talk about Delit and Harry Maguire, and they both play in the same position, and how.
Oh God! Oh, they should score, Fulham. Once again,
If that's a better team, that's gone in.
Absolute mess.
Once again, it's an in-swinging corner where the goalkeeper gets absolutely nowhere near it. He comes, it goes over him. He ends up on his backside.
How tall is he? Do you know?
He's tall. He's, I want to say 6'3". Let me check.
6'3".
He is.
His feet
Maybe
there.
taller.
He acts like he's 5'10" in that box.
Do you see the way he ended up on his backside there?
Yeah.
Sorry,
absolute
he's taller.
shambles.
He's 6'6".
What?
He is an absolute.
Are you sure? 6'6".
Yep.
He plays like
the way
he's
he
5'10".
fell to the floor there after that ball came in, it's embarrassing. I don't want to over-exaggerate.
6'6" for no reason.
Can I, this will obviously never happen. But when you see a goalkeeper who should have conceded 3 goals from corners in the first 45, it will never happen.
Make a sub.
Would you sub him at half time?
I would have made a sub. If I was a manager, I'm making
this
a sub.
cannot carry on.
Yeah, because
He
you're
looks-
asking for trouble. Like it's clearly going in that direction where you're going to concede from a corner. So just literally stop it before it happens and make the substitution. I wouldn't care about the repercussions, to be honest.
This cannot carry on.
Coming off the pitch, it's embarrassing for him. I'll speak to you afterwards.
He's apparently 1.98 meters, so he's basically like 2 meters tall.
6
And
foot
can't,
6.
and can't claim a cross.
But that one was worse.
Confidence, isn't it? His feet were a mess. He was kind of like it's just a lack of confidence, isn't it? Because you are big enough to come and jump and take it with your hands, obviously, but he's just not got that confidence.
He didn't come and collect it. The more worried me was he ended up on his backside for about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
But
But
Man United were trying to clear their lines. It's
Not good enough.
We've played the 2 minutes of time added on then in the second half. There's going to be time for a Man United free kick just inside Fulham's half. I think Bruno Fernandez will try and sort of stand it up into the box. Euro and Delit are towards the back post. Bruno Fernandez does stand it in. It's going to be headed away. And I think that's going to be the half-time whistle. No goals, but I think it's fair to say it's been quite an entertaining opening 45 minutes. United started off really, really well. Cunha hit the post. He had a shot saved from a one-on-one from a long ball forward from Bayındır. Bruno Fernandez missed a penalty, of course, after Calvin Bassey did his best Royal Rumble takedown on Mason Mount, But Fulham, no clear-cut chances. King was played through, had a shot saved 1-1 from Brian Deer, but the TV cameras are panning to one man as they go off for half-time, and it's Brian Deer, who once again didn't look at his best for the majority of that half, failing to come collect 3 Fulham corners, and really, Fulham probably should have scored from at least one of those corners. So half-time then in the 4:30 game, Fulham 0, Man United 0. It's talkSPORT Goals. We're going to take a very quick break. Sorry, guys. We're having a debate about how tall outside Brian Deer is, by the way. We're supposed to be, now we've got William Hill on board, we're supposed to be more professional when we come back from the ad break. Honestly, Lee, you should have seen us sometimes last season. You'd have him coming in halfway through the section. You'd have cups of tea being brought in. We've now got a brand new spanking sponsor. Let's do this with professionalism. Yes. Here we go then at 5:22. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. Brought to you by Final One Standing. New from William Hill. 18+. Gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. Half-time then in our 4:30 game in the Premier League. Been a good game. Somehow still Fulham 0, Manchester United 0. 2 results to bring you from earlier on. Palace 1, Forest 1, Everton 2, Brighton 0. Rangers still yet to win in the Scottish Premiership this season. 3 draws from 3. Drawing away to St Mirren. Emma Raducanu, guys, is through to the second round of the US Open. She won in straight set, so she is through to the second round. Of course, 4 years on now since she won that tournament as a teenager. She's won 6-1, 6-2. I wanted Lee to do 100 odds with you. I'm really, we're a week away from the final of the 100. The Eliminators coming up. Producer Jamie's poo-pooed odds on the 100, which I think is an absolute disgrace.
No, it's fair enough.
Excuse me?
No. I can give you the odds on the game that's going on now, but you don't need that, do you?
No, forget about it. Angelina, what you made of the first half?
You know what? Overall, I have been happy with Man United. I think time and time again last season, they were getting had within the first 10, 15 minutes, whereas I think last weekend and this weekend, they've started games very quickly, really positively. I think that Cunha chance was absolutely fantastic. A great save from the Fulham keeper. I actually do have to praise Bayern for that because it was a great ball from him.
Yeah.
But I think, it is the goalkeeper. I think overall, a goal hasn't gone in. Had this have been a better team than Fulham, United would probably be 2-0 down. He does look very, very nervy. It's kind of hard because he's had one or two moments where I thought, oh, that was quite good. But overall, you feel sorry for the guy. He's not good enough. We can see that. But Bruno Fernandez missing the penalty, very, very, very out of character. But
Weird
overall,
penalty, wasn't it, though?
yeah, very, very strange penalty. But I think overall, Man United, if you go and player for player, I think that we've got the quality. I think that they should be winning this game. But it's just that final ball and just having being clinical enough that I think they're missing. And obviously when you've got a midfield that is a little bit all over the show, that's difficult. Casemiro on a yellow card, so you'd expect a change to be made. He seems to be going with Ugarte at the moment. I think fans are screaming out for Kobbie Mainoo.
Yeah.
Fans want to see him playing. There's a lot of conversation about his contract situation and what's going to happen with that. And, you question, as much as Amorim is very, very, he's attached to this system that he wants to play. But at what point is the system worth losing a player like Kobbie Mainoo, who is a very, very talented player?
It looks like he's not going to change the system. I mean, if he ever was going to do it, it was going to be last season when you guys were getting beat every 3 days,
But you would like to think that, Kobbie's only 20 years of age. We've seen a player like Ahmad be completely transformed with this new system, and he's playing in a role that I don't think anybody expected him to play. I believe that Kobbie Mainoo has the talent to adapt. I would like to think that Ruben Amorim is a good enough coach to be able to help that. And he says that, he's fighting for his place. He's working hard. He said, I think it was last season, he said, I'll paraphrase, but, I get the hype around him, but this is still a player that's got certain things to do. And I think it's more to do with the long balls that he's maybe not as good at. And I think that's something that he needs to work on. But I'm always rooting for Kobbie. But yeah, the midfield, it's a bit shaky.
Kobbie's an interesting one because I feel like if I'm looking at today's setup, Mason Mount's position is almost perfect for him. I wouldn't want him too defensively involved in terms of that pivot. I don't think he's got the legs and I don't think he's got the defensive kind of awareness to kind of sit in that 2 and really shoulder back 4. But he's also not the quickest as well. So you kind of got to get him in a central kind of inside 10 position and kind of just get him to express himself, be creative. I remember that goal that he scored, that curler. Who was that against? Maybe
Wolves,
was it? Oh, wonderful.
What finish?
Goal,
lovely finish.
Dribbling and then lovely little finish back in the far corner. So I feel like there's definitely a talent there. But at the same time, I can understand he's not a week in, week out kind of player for Man United right now because he has got things to work on for sure. Like you either as a midfielder, you need your passing to be elite level, your defensive awareness and your tackling and intercepting to be elite level, or you need to have an engine at an elite level to cover ground. And you can't really say he's got either of those 3 things.
I have to say, by the way, in all the years I've been doing this show, normally our kind of half-time analysis is all as, not serious as this, guys. Normally, so we have a little bit of fun.
Sorry, what do you
Sort
want
of,
to
no, I have to say, I'm impressed, guys.
What would you like to talk about?
I actually talk about the M&S crunchy nut chocolate hazelnut
Is this some
chocolate
fake promo?
that we no, there's no promo. They're not paying.
It's
No, they're
nice.
not.
I did have
But I
some.
have to say, by the way,
This is not an ad.
I have to say, by the way, I had a bite of one.
Yeah.
And it took me by surprise. I was like, what?
Yeah,
What's
same,
that? And
same.
then Angeline goes, I'm allergic to hazelnut. I thought, crikey. Honestly, you got
Nearly shut down the whole show.
What's more of a concern for you right now, the hazelnut chocolate or buying Deer's performances in goal?
Bayern because I've got no control over that. The hazelnut allergy is only if I consume one, which I'm not going to do. So that I'm in control of. Bayern, I don't know what he's going to do. So
Manchester United fans have got an allergy to bad goalkeepers.
This is why Lee Phelps is here. Honestly, Sam Norris, stay at home. We don't need you. We got Lee Phelps, don't we, from William Hill? That's what it's all about. Are you guys doing an Inside Chelsea, Inside Red Devils show this week or not?
Not this week for me, but hopefully soon.
Angelina?
Yeah, Inside Devils on Tuesday.
I have to say, by the way, have you noticed this? They do way more shows than everybody else.
No.
Honestly.
No, why?
The biggest
bias.
team does the biggest show.
Oh!
Okay.
Absolutely bang
I
out
don't
of
make
order.
the rules.
That's a bit harsh on the Premier League champions Liverpool, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. It's your
argue,
show.
like,
Maybe it's,
I
you
know my
have to have a
role
word
in
with
the
someone.
pyramid. I know Liverpool and United are bigger, so I'm just going to just let them have out. But we are the world champions, so we should be live.
The world champions, honestly. Can you believe?
No, United are so chaotic. You can't miss a week because it's just
Too much
absolute
happens.
carnage. Yeah.
Yeah. So is it Flex, you and Crookie? Is it?
I don't know if Crookie's.
What's Crookie?
I don't know. He won't be on holiday. But
No,
he'll
he can't. His deadline day
Yeah,
next week.
no, he's definitely.
Be an awful time for the chief football correspondent to go on holiday
Yeah,
to
I
Portugal.
think. Yeah, no, he's been working very hard, Crookie. So I don't know if he's probably doing something else. He's booked and busy, probably schmoozing with some people, getting some freebies or what he normally does. So
There we go.
No,
Well-
me and Flex and Ryan as well will be
Ryan Larson,
holding down the
wasn't he?
fort. I'm sure. Yeah.
There we go. Good stuff. Okay, Inside Devils next week on talkSPORT's YouTube channel. We'll take one more quick break. Then when we come back, second half of Fulham versus Manchester United. Will Altay Bayındır make it out to the... I mean, probably will, obviously. But hey, if you're Fulham, just play for corners. Yeah, hello, very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. Brought to you by Final One Standing is new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleware.org. Terms and conditions apply. talkSPORT Goals with you until 6:30 this evening. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and as well on your smart TVs. If you are watching us on your smart TVs or on the YouTube channel, following us at 6:30, it's the Final Word Show with Majestic and Alan Pardew. They'll be taking your calls on, well, anything you want to talk about, really. Busy day of Premier League football. Everton getting their first win of the season and then a new home. 2 assists for Jack Grealish. Palace 1, Forest 1. I'm sure whatever happens in the next 45 minutes, many Man United fans will want to have their say on what's happening here at Craven Cottage. Fulham 0, Man United 0. No goals, but plenty of chances. Best chance fell to Bruno Fernandez from the penalty spot. blazed it over the bar. Bizarre penalty where he put his foot through the ball, under the ball even, and it went way over the bar. It was almost like he it looked like the way he took it was like he was trying to take a goal kick. Fulham had their moments. In particular, there were some corners that came in and put outside Binder under some serious pressure, didn't deal with it particularly well. So we're just underway then in the second half. Fulham 0, Manchester United 0. Just this game gets underway, I want to ask you guys about the Arsenal game yesterday, because it was a good day for Arsenal. They beat Leeds by 5-0. A win, 5 goals. Gyökeres scoring. They kept the clean sheet. Of course, they announced the signing of Eberechi Eze right before the game. He came on, had a little hello to the fans. Max Darwin made his debut, but also there was some worrying news, because Bukayo Saka and Martin Odegaard both went off with injuries, and in particular, the Bukayo Saka injury looked worrying. We haven't got any results yet on possibly how severe it's going to be. So Matisse, Angelina Kelly, Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps. Obviously a good day, Matisse, but it kind of you left it worrying for Arsenal, because Saka and Odegaard, we know, 2 really important players for the club.
Yeah, it's really quite a weird day for them, because they had the Eze announcement, which was brilliant, like you said. We all know the storyline and the kind of announcement there being right. That was quality, I must say. And as a rival, I really did think that was a really nice touch from them. And then obviously Gyökeres getting his goals, and that's always important for him to get off the mark. But Saka in particular, because Eze, you could make a case, is a replacement for Odegaard. So if he's not out for a long time, they've kind of already solved that situation. But Madueke, the pressure he'd be under to replace Saka would be a big maybe gap in terms of the quality and the output. So Madueke, if he is going to come in for Saka on that right-hand side, I think it does almost save him a little bit, because I think on the left he's very limited. I don't think he's the same player he is on the right cutting in. So he was doing left-wing kind of stunts quite a lot. Now that Saka's out, that probably gives him the opportunity to go and play in his favourite position. But boy, is it a big shoes to fill for someone that's been so consistent year in, year out.
You just, in the last sort of 10 minutes, The Athletic, piece from Dan Sheldon, said Arsenal received a boost after scans suggested neither Bukayo Saka nor Martin Odegaard have sustained long-term injuries following their early exits in Saturday's 5-0 win over Leeds. So, of course, we'll wait for official confirmation. But The Athletic saying that it's looking like it's not going to be too long-term. In terms of the title odds, Lee, Liverpool started the season as favourites.
Yep.
Are Arsenal now, as things stand, favourites already?
Yeah, just as we record this, Arsenal went favourites after that win over Leeds United. Just a smidgen between them and Liverpool. But still, the favourites to win the Premier League title. For last time they were favourites was very briefly last September. So yeah, look, it's August, isn't it? We're 2 games in for Arsenal. Liverpool haven't even played their second game. So if Liverpool go and beat Newcastle, things will change. But I think it does mark a thought in the bookmakers' minds that Arsenal are here to win a title potentially. They're investing in great players, and if Saka was injured, they've got backup. They've got backup for different players. Now, obviously, Saka, they want him obviously fit to play. The worry is with Saka, I guess, that the more injuries he keeps picking up, and when's he going to get back to that kind of fitness that they need? Because he will have to play a lot of games, still. But yeah, Arsenal favourites for the Premier League title as it stands right now. Liverpool drifted a little bit because of that. Man City drifted quite a bit. Still third favourites, and Chelsea came in from 10-1 to 15-2 to win the title, which is, they're 8-1 to win the League Cup, they're 8-1 to win the FA Cup, and 15-2 to win the title.
Okay, interesting. Also, just on that, I mentioned The Athletic have reported it. So too was Gary Jacob from The Times. Arsenal received a boost after early indications showed that the injuries by Saka and Martin Odegaard are not as bad as first feared. So that's just the icing on the cake, isn't it, Matisse, after a pretty good first home game for Arsenal?
Yeah, no, massively. I think with Arsenal, they've probably been the team that's been most consistent. Obviously, there's been no drop-off at all in comparison to City and Liverpool last couple of seasons. They've always been second. So with the signings that they've made, like Eze, like Gyökeres, experienced players that are obviously coming in off the back of an FA Cup win, off the back of a big goal-scoring season, they're all win-now type players. They're all players that need to make an impact today, not tomorrow. So the recruitment's kind of gone in line with that. Zubimendi obviously was wanted by Liverpool, City previously. So it's a big season for Arsenal. It's a big season for the manager because I feel like Saliba's contract's running out. There's a couple of others I'm sure that will be looking at things. If they don't win majors or win trophies at all this season after 3-4 years out of not winning anything, then yeah, your period of capitalising on that team, it might start to break up.
Yeah, I mean, I think They look absolutely. They look stacked now, don't they? All over the pitch. Arsenal. They needed that goal scorer. They've signed the number 9 Victor Gyökeres. I think something that maybe wasn't highlighted as a bigger problem the last few years for Arsenal is maybe what it was is I think squad depth. Like I think the great City teams that won 4 in a row. Pep had 18, 20. Top class players to pick from throughout the course of the season. It's always like Arsenal have worked from a squad of kind of almost like 13, 14 players. But this season, it's not just the starting 11. They've really improved on it. It's real strength and depth. And you saw that yesterday with the great players they're able to bring off the bench. We know defensively they're solid. They've got great defenders, a world class goalkeeper, and the signing of Gyökeres and Eza. It's the icing on the cake. They look ready. They look stacked. Do they have on paper? Do you think a stronger squad than Liverpool, or is it so hard to pick from between? Who's got a stronger squad?
I think it's an interesting debate, but I still think Liverpool, and I also think the invaluable thing is that they've been there and done it. Arsenal still have to do it. They still have to get over that line, and that's been the problem for them. So that's a major. That's something you can't quantify, can you? You can't say what that is, but until they do it, then I think we spoke about Gyökeres before the weekend. I felt that was a must-score game for him because. The criticism, if there ever was one, was that he might not be able to do it in the Premier League at that level. Well, against Leeds United, who aren't quite Premier League level yet, they've obviously got a good result first home game of the season. I thought he had to perform well, and it was perfect for him, wasn't it? The goal looked good. I mean, it looked like it was in slow motion when you watched it in the replay. It looked like Leeds had just kind of let him coast through them. So I thought that was a massive game for him to get off the mark for Arsenal. He's gone above Salah in the odds for top goal scorer. Really? Yeah. Wow. I mean, Erling Haaland is so short that you can't really back anyone else in the market. You can back each way, so you can back players to finish second, third, fourth, and we'll also do betting on top scorer without Erling Haaland because it's such an open and shut case for him, really, a lot of the time. Even money, maybe even a touch of odds on. But I thought it was interesting that Gyökeres went above Salah straight away with those 2 goals. I mean, we know Salah does it year in, year out. Can Gyökeres do that against the big teams, or will he be a flat track bully?
Well, we'll find out next Sunday, because next Sunday, this time next week, we'll be doing a show, Liverpool versus Arsenal. It almost feels like a bit too early in the season, maybe, for a game of that.
We'll take it, won't we?
We'll take it. We'll have a look, won't we? Of course, we'll have a look. And Julian, do you think, it's kind of been the question that's been asked, almost every week for the last couple of weeks, but does it feel like now for Arteta it is now or never?
100%. I think I was actually at the Arsenal game yesterday talking to a lot of different fans, and Arsenal finally done what the fans have been screaming out for. They've got a striker that already looks very, very positive. I did think at Old Trafford, I think it's a fitness situation. He didn't look amazing, but high hopes for him. I think this situation of the injuries not being as bad as we thought, that is a major boost, and Arsenal hopefully will not be falling back on this. Oh, we've had injuries. We've had, they've always got an excuse. So I think from a sceptical point of view as a Man United fan, Odegaard and Saka, if it is not serious injuries, that's brilliant because there's nowhere to hide now. This is their moment. They have to do it.
I don't think we should underplay though, because just how big.
It's huge.
This news is Arsenal received a major boost. It emerged injury suffered to Saka and Odegaard, and the 5 of leads. Not as serious as first. Because the thought of Saka being out for 3 months felt awful.
100%. And you've got all these new signings coming in, but there's nothing to say that A, they won't get injured, B, that they're fit, and C, that they are already well versed in what Mikel Arteta wants. But I think this is the moment, and I think it shows the way that the quality that Arsenal have had and that they've never been able to quite get it over the line. It shows that it's not easy to win a Premier League title. It takes a lot. So this has to be their moment. We always joke, always the bridesmaids, never the bride. They have to win it. And speaking to a lot of Arsenal fans, they're saying if this doesn't happen, if they don't win a trophy, then maybe Mikel Arteta has taken them as far as they can go. I actually spoke to 1 or 2 fans who want Carlo Ancelotti to come in. So their idea was Arteta gets sacked at the end of the season if they don't win anything. Ancelotti will win the World Cup with Brazil, and then he will decide to head over to Arsenal. A few actually also thought that Arsenal were bigger than Brazil and that he would maybe leave before the World Cup to join them. So
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I did have to do a bit of a let's come back down to earth moment with a few Arsenal fans. But the fact that fans are already saying maybe this is, well, not already, they've been saying it for years, but this is perhaps as far as he can take us. This is a very, very, very big season for Arteta.
See, that feels like that's the kind of the common opinion, that if Arsenal don't win something, he has to go. I don't know. I still see a situation where, if Arsenal finish in the 90 points and play good football... And
it depends how they lose it.
Exactly. Like, I'm not so sure.
If they get to a Champions League final, for argument's sake, and it goes down to the final day of the season or something like that, I think it depends. If they have that fall-off that they tend to have, towards the latter stages of the season, if they drop off... then this is a pattern now, and there's an issue that they need to look at. But for me, Arsenal have no excuses. We don't have a striker, our players are injured, but no excuses. They've got to do it.
Will they do it, Matisse?
I don't think so. I think Liverpool, for me, are still favourites. I look at their pending signing of Isak, which is expected to happen.
Is it though?
That will change the odds.
Expected?
I think it is still. Yeah, I think there's a game always being played in this transfer market over recent years. It's become obviously a saga. It's become almost a sitcom to drag deals out, to create fanfare, to create drama. For me, the way Eddie Howe operates, he will not want to reintegrate willingly that player that has basically turned he's turned
he won't have a choice, Matisse. If Newcastle can't sign another striker.
Yeah, absolutely. He might not have a choice, but I think
Liverpool don't match the bid, the fee that they want.
Yeah, right? but I have a feeling in the last week those things they'll find a way to make it so that everybody gets what they need to get out of this, and he goes, and because the way that he's come out with the statements and stuff, it feels like if Newcastle is such a footballing loving city, you just to go against the grain like that, even though you've fallen out with sporting directors or whoever's in charge of the deal and the promises, the private words that were exchanged previously, you can't. How are you going to go back into that St James's Park after everything that's happened over this summer? It's going to be very difficult, very daunting.
My answer to that would be that he's going to score a goal. The fans are going to celebrate the goal, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, the Newcastle fan, football fans are fickle.
Yeah,
football fans have short memories, and whilst Newcastle want players that are committed, they also want great players playing for them, great players scoring goals. And I think, this argument, there's no way back for him. Yeah, sure, there might not be the same love, the same adulation, but Alexander Isak, the first time he hits the back of the net for Newcastle, the Newcastle fans are going to celebrate. And I think you'll be surprised at how quickly people will forget everything that's happened over the last couple of weeks.
Surely they're going to play on Monday night. They'll all get round the table. They'll sort it out by Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Isak deal will be on to Liverpool.
It was the whole, when Isak is ready to join his Newcastle teammates, he's more than welcome. That kind of vibe. It's like a kid that had been put on the naughty step. Like, once he's calmed down,
he can have his dinner.
Rejoin the group.
Yeah.
Go on, Lee.
I was just going to say...
Chelsea United! Oh, they score! Fulham 0,
Manchester Euro! Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Fulham 0, Manchester United 1. Angelina Kelly's a happy Manchester United fan. A scrappy goal, Angelina. You won't care. United lead at Fulham.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. This is what we needed. It's what we've been waiting for. As much as we say with Bayern's mistakes and nervy goalkeeping, Fulham could be up. I think Manchester United are deserving of this. Great to see Lenny Yoro get a goal. He came in and a lot of people poked fun at, well, if he was so good, Real Madrid would have made sure that they signed him, but he's been excellent. I mean, this corner comes in straight to him on the edge of the...
That's going to be no goal, though, isn't it? So I think he wins the header.
Yeah. Oh, it goes in off his back.
And then he comes off Rodrigo Munez's back. It's a lucky goal for Man United.
I'll let him celebrate anyway.
Managers made a double substitution just before that. That was what I was going to say. Dallo replacing Amad Diallo and Šeško on for Casemiro. So it's going to be interesting to see. And it's obviously made pretty much an immediate impact. 4 minutes after the substitution, and they go goal and head.
And interesting though, Šeško on for Casemiro. Does that mean that Mason Mount will have to drop deeper and play alongside Bruno?
Yeah, I would imagine.
So I think that's going to go. I think it's going to go down as an own goal, isn't it? I don't think the Lenny Yoro's header. I was going to say, when we're talking about Arsenal, there was a ball played over the top, Angelina, and Lenny Yoro showed immense pace and power to come back in and win the ball. So I mean, defensively, I think he finished last season really strongly.
Yeah, he's looking really good. And like I was saying before, there was a lot of talk of he was a Real Madrid prospect. They decided to not go for him, etc. Maybe he isn't that good. I think he's been absolutely brilliant so far with United. I think he's shown a lot of maturity to step into that back three, especially with the injuries that Manchester United were having. I think the fact that he started, the last 2 games, I think that tells you what Ruben Amorim thinks of him. And with Manchester United, you talk about the defence, and it's not perfect. Of course, it's not perfect. But I think you look at the back three and the options when everyone is fit. I think for the future, it's a very, very exciting back three. I think you've got Euro, like I say, he looks good. Aiden Heaven, who there's a lot of hype around, a lot of, big expectations on his shoulders. Harry Maguire's come out and said that he's expecting to play a lot of football this season. I don't know if he's been told that or if he's just decided that. I'm not too sure. But you know what? He's had a lot of stick, Harry Maguire, and I think he's shown real character and real class. And I think, him and De Ligt maybe switching out for that the centre position of the back three. But I think
Martinez as well.
Yeah, Martinez as well. The butcher when he's back and fit, although he'll probably get injured.
He's always injured, isn't he?
He's always injured. But I think De Ligt, I thought he looked great in that Arsenal game. I know there were a few clips. I've just praised him.
No, well, right on cue. It was one of the ball just sort of fell loose in midfield.
Yeah.
And he's come in and he's put a strong tackle on Sander Berge.
No messing about.
We all sort of winced, didn't we? The referee didn't even go for a foul. So I think he definitely won the ball. Yeah. Tete whips in a ball.
But again, he's showing a lot of promise for
aggression.
being so young. Yeah, and I think that's what you want to see. And I think we're seeing it more from De Ligt as well. He's a strong player. He's only 26 years of age. This is the lad who at 18 years of age was given the Ajax captain's armband because there was a game that they lost and everybody was complaining. And he stood up in front of players much older than him and kind of said, we need to stop complaining about the pitch or the referee. This is down to us as players. He's got real character, and I know that his transfers haven't quite gone to plan. But I think on average, he's only actually worked with a manager on average of his career for like a season and a half if he's lucky. He's had a lot of chops and changes and injuries and things. And do I think De Ligt is a Premier League winning centre-back? I'm not too sure. I don't necessarily think so. But I think in the meantime, over this next season or 2 or 3 or 4 of United, building back up to being contenders, I think he's a really good option. And I really like what I've seen so far from him.
Okay, good stuff. Fulham 0, Manchester United 1. Man United leading thanks to a Lenny Euro goal, or it might go down as an own goal off the back of Rodrigo Muniz. United make changes to confirm just before that. Šeško is on, as is Diogo Dalot for Amad Diallo. Fulham themselves have just made a couple of changes. Harry Wilson's on, as is Anthony Robinson. Surprised Anthony Robinson didn't start for Fulham. He's normally one of their best players.
And Wilson. Wilson had a good pre-season. He scored a couple for Wales, didn't he, in the June break, and then scored a couple in pre-season as well. So we wondered. Yeah. We talked Harry Wilson up last week, didn't we? And didn't really perform.
And they've also still got Adama Traore and Emil Smith Row as well on the bench. So they've got some decent, and Jimenez as well. So they've got decent attacking options, as Alex Iwobi has a shot which is well blocked, and it's going to go out for a Fulham throw. So Fulham 0, Manchester United 1, 62 minutes gone.
Yeah, interesting what Matisse was saying earlier on about Šeško and about the what he will give Man United. Even in the very few minutes he's been on, you've seen him when Man United attack. He's on the last man. He's playing like a true striker.
Yeah. He looks like he's tall and strong and physical.
But as good as Mbeumo and Cunha will be for Man United, they're not prolific. So they'll get chances, and they might need 4 chances to score a goal. It's going to be interesting to see how Šeško goes, and is he going to be the difference where they can add goals, they can add their 10, 12 goals. Is he going to get them 20 goals a season? But already you see the difference in the way he's lining up compared to how obviously Mbeumo is positioned and Cunha's lined up in the first half. I'm really looking forward to seeing how he plays. A bit more of a Haaland kind of striker, obviously.
When you got a striker like him as well, it should press the back line further back. Yeah. So hopefully in their case, it should create more space for Mbeumo and Cunha to work with, because now they've got this big lump of a striker to kind of occupy them, and he might make a lot of kind of unselfish decoy runs that they might not even bother picking him out, but just create space for others to kind of occupy the space but do what they want.
And it's been a long time coming as well. I mean, if you take Van Persie out of it, when was the last time that Man United had?
Maybe Zlatan?
Zlatan a little bit older, but I mean like a really exciting player that is going to be, that you are expecting to be scoring, 20 goals a season or whatever. I mean, I think since since Van Persie, it's been who was the bean really? I mean, you've obviously think about Van Nistelrooy, because people obviously love Van Persie, but there is obviously that Arsenal link. So
and he only had one good season.
Exactly. But I think there's been a real drought in that position for Manchester United. They had Anthony Martial, who was how he managed to stay at the club as long as he did, I will never know.
Your Cavani, your Falcao.
Yeah, again, like people like Zlatan, like you say, like a great pit stop, definitely. But somebody who is exciting. I think a lot of people have been talking about him and the Gyökeres situation, etc. And he is not maybe the striker that is going to win you a Premier League this season. This is a player that if you're looking at being title contenders in the next 3-4 years, this is the kind of player that's going to do that for you. And I know there was a lot of stuff with the money issue with Arsenal, etc. Arsenal have got someone in Gyökeres who is ready to go and should be winning them a Premier League title this season. So I'm excited to see. I don't have too many hopes and expectations on him because I've been burnt too many times as a United fan. But I'm looking forward to seeing what the next couple of seasons will bring. And no disrespect to Rasmus Højlund, but anybody would be better. So,
and Julie, what would be a successful season for him in Premier League? Because he's what did he get? 21 goals across all competitions last season. Yeah. So I mean, 20 in the Premier League would be.
Oh, that would be amazing. I mean, at this point with Rasmus Højlund, I mean, if he gets double figures, I'd be happy. To be completely honest, if he gets 15 goals. I would be very happy with that, because you then do think that you would expect Cunha and Mbeumo to be getting at least 10 each. You would like to think. So overall,
and Fernandez obviously always chips in.
And Fernandez as well.
When he hits his penalties.
We've got to score more than 44 goals that we did last season.
Yeah.
And we've got a lot of options that should be able to make that happen.
In terms of outs, the bomb squad.
Yeah.
Do you call them the bomb squad on Inside Devils?
Disgrace.
I mean, is there any confidence that any of these four, is it Garnacho, Malacia,
keep forgetting about Malacia,
Anthony, and there's one more, isn't there?
Sancho.
I mean, Rashford's gone, so it went from 5 to 4. Is there any confidence that these four players will get their moves?
Yeah, I mean, Rashford's out. I mean, I was a little bit nervy because Barcelona have had to take some extra money out with the bank in order to register Marcus Rashford. They were a bit nervous that they wouldn't actually be able to register him in time for the La Liga season. So I was thinking, what happens now? No. We've said we've got rid of him, and then he could come back. Not a chance. So yeah, I think Rashford, it's a smart decision. I think it's very, very sad the way that things have gone at Manchester United. I genuinely just hope he does all right at Barcelona and we can all move on from the situation. Jadon Sancho is doing what Jadon Sancho does. The money's more important than the football. I think it's quite sad to see. He's had a couple of different offers. He's not happy. I mean, at what point do you realise, Sancho, that you have to compromise? I mean, you look at somebody like Romelu Lukaku. When he left Manchester United, he took a wage cut. And then he ends up getting that move to Chelsea and has gone from strength to strength and he's back up to, the big bucks. And that was Lukaku having to eat a bit of humble pie, take that little step back. So for Jadon Sancho, I look at him and I don't see similarities in how they play, but that kind of journey, if Sancho, you want all this money, take a step back, take a step down. It's not like you're going to be on minimum wage, mate, and
you'll still do right
really prove yourself. And then
you think he's at a point in his career
rise
now
back up.
He just wants to go and play football.
Well, I don't think he does. I think, unfortunately, his priorities are completely incorrect, and it's just a very frustrating situation. Anthony wants Betis. You'd like to think they can get that done. Malacia, I don't really know if anybody's in for him.
How many years does Sancho have in his contract left? Is it just the one?
It might be. I'll double check. But I think also, the Højlund situation, it's sad. He was a Man United fan coming into this, but I think it's best for him. I think it's best for the club. I think it's best for everybody that he does get a move and he is able to, to grow and, go back to Italy. And do a good job. I mean, I'm not saying that he was as bad, that Scott McTominay was as bad as Højlund, but, you've seen the rise of Scott McTominay in Italy. there's no saying that Højlund can't do that. I think he's been lucky. Obviously, AC Milan are looking to sign someone from Bayer Leverkusen, so it seems the door's closed on that one. But, with Lukaku being ruled out for up to, I think, 4 months with a thigh injury. So, there could be genuine interest from Napoli, and I guess we'll see what happens. But
it seems like Boniface deals off, so maybe AC Milan
really?
come back in. Yeah, it seems
right.
Like
Who knows?
Spoken recently in the last few minutes, so it seems like that could be another option for him potentially to go there.
I mean, I'll take anything. Malacia, like I said, I don't think I keep forgetting
Is that a permanent move or a loan?
I think Højlund is wanting a loan. It will. The money in the deal has to be right for the player, and I think he's looking at more of a loan because I think in his mind he's thinking if I can maybe prove myself and come back into the fold.
Yeah.
I will say that Amram has said that he's handled it like a real professional and he has praised the way that he's dealt with it. But I'm here for the Amram ruthlessness. I'm really here for it. I don't know what's going to happen with the likes of Sancho and stuff. If a move doesn't happen, are they going to be excluded? Is he going to have to bring them back in? I'm not too sure. I don't think that any of them deserve to be brought back in. I'm happy with Amram being as ruthless as he is, and long may it continue.
Yeah, I think he needs to be, didn't he? There
Yeah.
were too many players for too long at Man United who just weren't at the level required in terms of ability, but also in terms of commitment, dedication to that football club. And you're right, all 4 or 5 of those players will hopefully be moved on from Man United point of view. On the pitch today at Craven Cottage, 70 gone, Fulham 0, Man United 1. Man United have made another substitution. I mentioned then Mason Mount dropping deeper when Sesko replaced Casemiro. Mason Mount's been substituted. Ugarte's come on to replace him. Fulham's 2 changes saw Robinson come on for Sessegnon and Harry Wilson replaced Castagna. Lee, we mentioned it was a pretty open game, wasn't it, in the first half? Fulham are making 2 more changes now, by the way. Emil Smith Row and Raul Jimenez on the pitch as they try and find an equaliser. It was an open game in the first half, but in this second half, it hasn't been as end-to-end. I think United be pretty happy in terms of the control they've had on this game since taking the lead after 58 minutes.
Yeah, no real final product really. Josh King's been in a couple of really good situations but doesn't ever seem to be able to get the ball out of his feet and get a good ball into the box. Fulham are playing okay, but again you just think you feel like watching Fulham that you could watch them for hours on end and they wouldn't score. Obviously it's all
that last week.
Yeah,
and
then
that
really late
from
on.
that corner,
really late on. But most of the momentum's been with Manchester United, to be honest with you. Fulham just come back into it the last few minutes, and that change may help things. And Muniz going off and Jimenez coming on for him. It could be a change, but they need a goal from somewhere because Man United, remember, 4 away wins last season in the Premier League. This was one of them. They won that 1-0. Rather fortuitous that victory. I remember back, I think they only had 1 shot on target. And
Was that the Bruno Fernandez deflected goal that hit the post and went in quite late on?
Yeah, I think it did loop over the keeper.
Yeah,
something
like that.
So it's the same result as it stands at the minute. But I think the more Fulham push up, and Man United are happy for them to push up, the more they'll try and catch them on the break.
And here there is a possible chance for Fulham. A break down the left-hand side, ball across.
That's a good ball.
And that was Jimenez who got played in down the left-hand side. He did put the ball into a dangerous area, but there was no Fulham player on the end of it. He probably wanted Jimenez to be in the box, and Dorgu did well at left wing-back to come across, cover and clear. Fulham do score! And it's the substitute, Emil Smith Row. Fulham 1, Manchester United 1. He's too good to be on the bench. He's too good to be on the bench. Really good ball. Cross in from the left-hand side. Emil Smith Row makes a late run, a good one. He gets on the end of it and puts the ball in the back of the net. Fulham 1, Manchester United 1. 73 minutes gone, and something tells me we could be in here for a pretty lively final 17 minutes. But Smith Rowe off the bench scores. It comes from the left-hand side. That's Dalot tries to turn in a dangerous area, gives it away to Iwobi, who gives it to Robinson, back to Iwobi, who puts a delicious ball in. It comes over De Ligt, and then Smith Rowe makes a late run into the box. He's unmarked, and he puts the ball in. Angelina, as that ball comes in, De Ligt has got Jimenez for company, but does De Ligt need to be a bit more braver and stronger and almost meet the ball when the ball comes in from the left-hand side? Am I being a bit too harsh there?
No, I don't think you're being harsh. I mean, I was talking earlier about De Ligt. He's a unit. He's not a skinny little thing, and I think he needs to show a lot more dominance in that situation. I don't know what he's thinking there. I'd have to watch it again to see Luke Shaw's positioning as well, but I just think overall, really, really frustrating.
Who's tracking the runner?
Yeah, but it was almost like De Ligt was just almost more occupied with Jimenez.
Yeah.
It was like, well,
and was not concentrating. He's on the wrong side of Jimenez as well.
Well, Jimenez isn't going to score. I've done my job. But I almost thought as that ball came in, get him out of the way,
yeah.
head it, and then Smith Row. But that's what Fulham need, isn't it? Emil Smith Row to make those late runs.
Yeah.
I'll also just say they've got one more substitute for them to make. Get Adama Traore on that right-hand side, fresh legs, that pace, and get out Dorgu, get out Luke Shaw, and just gives Man United another kind of something else to worry about, Angelina.
Yeah, and really disappointing from Dalot. I mean, he's a bit of a Marmite player sometimes. I think overall he's been a good servant to Manchester United, but he does a lot of things that really frustrate me. I think that situation then didn't need to be that.
Dalot.
Yeah,
Well, he tried to do a turn.
yeah,
inside
it
his own half.
was
It was
just a little bit silly, really. So yeah, frustrating from him. I think he's deserving of wearing the number 2 shirt. When that got announced, I thought it was a bit of a liberty anyway. But yeah, really, really frustrating.
Gary Neville's famous number.
I've never heard anyone have beef before with a player taking a number 2 shirt. Like number 9 and 8s are quite sacred,
Yeah,
but number 2.
listen, number 2. You don't.
You just love Gary Neville, don't you?
Yeah, basically.
Who's worn it since then? I'm trying to think. From
Did
Gary.
one of the brothers,
Raphael had it, yeah, good
Raphael
shout.
had it. One of the twins,
yeah.
And then I think it's been kept in a cupboard since then, probably.
Brought out for the fantastic Dalot.
1-1
Victor
with...
Lindelof, I think, had it as well.
Oh yeah,
He
you're right.
did.
You're looking at famous number 2s now.
Well, not famous, but number 2.
But just number
Man
2.
United's number
If
2.
Victor Lindelof can have it,
Yeah, but
Dalot can have it.
Yeah, you never really saw. I mean, Paul Lindelof, he's still got Man United on his Instagram bio. I saw.
Where is he now?
He's been released.
Oh, has he been released?
Yeah, it's not been picked.
I can't believe Victor Lindelof was at United for as long as he was.
Do you know
Since
what?
2017, I'm again.
It was Mourinho that signed him. I don't know if injury issues or what happened, but Mourinho usually has very good taste for centre backs. So to see that not work out was kind of surprising.
Oh, the cord needed to be cut a long time ago with him.
Yeah, it's good to see Smith Rowe impacting and contributing there as well.
Yeah, he had a weird season last year. He started really well.
Yeah,
then he faded towards the end.
Yeah, and like you said, should really be an important player for Fulham. Shouldn't be a bit part.
He should be their best player, really, shouldn't he?
If you're looking at how he was at Arsenal before the injuries, he was called De Croydon De Bruyne. He was linking up with Saka and he was part of that hairline crop. And then obviously everything's gone left since then. But
Croydon De Bruyne.
I like the fact it almost rhymes.
Nearly. It's just it rhymes. It's not because the quality was on the
Someone's
same
come up
level.
with that and gone,
We'll run with that.
De Bruyne,
Yeah.
Have you got a nickname, Lee? I was going to call you Phelpsy.
Yeah, that's fine. That's all it's ever been. And I'll take that. It could be a lot worse, couldn't it?
Is Matisse your real name, by the way? Or was that a stage?
Yeah, it's my name.
your real name?
Yeah, it's my real name. Yeah, I know a lot of people have stage names in this space, so
No, I thought
nobody thinks I'm the real. the real name.
Ball into Wilson. Tries to work it to the back post. I think we've got a really exciting final 50 minutes here, guys.
Yeah, the interesting thing is the draw.
The draw in now, yeah.
Yeah, the draw is obviously odds on now because of the time.
Right.
We've got less than 15 minutes of normal time. That's a 60% chance of it ending in a draw, technically, but that doesn't mean it's going to. I mean, it's just how much do Man United want to go and win this? And similarly, are Fulham happy with a point here? Or not? Because Fulham are 18-5 to win it. Man United are just under 3-1 to win it. Who wants to go and win this game?
Well, Angelina, you'd like to think from a Man United point of view that you are going to show ambition to go win this game, right?
Yeah, you would like to think so, but again, Fulham coming forward now.
Yeah, Wobie on the left-hand side.
Oh,
He
it's
plays
getting
in
dangerous.
Jimenez.
Oh, what's that cross?
Offside
Keep it
anyway.
on the ground.
Yeah, a ball played in from a tight angle. We tried to play it across goal. He ended up being offside, but nobody could get on the end of it. But Fulham enjoying some. I can't understand.
Off.
I know, but he should stay on side.
It's got to keep it on the ground as well.
Yeah, but they're enjoying some success here, Fulham, down this left-hand side in particular. Wobie's just starting to see a little bit more with the ball. I wonder, with Casemiro going off, United maybe lost sort of the balance of that midfield too.
Is it Mount and Bruno in that midfield?
No,
right
Bruno,
now?
Mount came on.
Yeah, so when it was Bruno and Mount for that little 10-minute spell, that was ridiculously unbalanced. Now Agate's come on, who's meant to be the 6th, but he doesn't pass as well as Casemiro, so Man United are not going to be able to keep possession as well, and that's going to mean that they're going to continue to turn over the ball and they're going to have more pressure on them. So, yeah, Agate, it's a very strange transfer. Obviously, PSG didn't seem to think he'd fit Enrique's plans, not good enough on the ball. Man United pick him up for a lot of money. I'm just not impressed. Not impressed. I don't even think as a destroyer he's even being consistent in terms of his tackling, not drawing, making loads of fouls. Just not good enough.
Also, I mean, he's been on the pitch now for around 25 minutes, but I mean, Šeško's had no service, has he? I don't think he's barely touched the ball, has he? I can't remember you mentioning his name.
Yeah,
no, a couple of headers from set pieces where he's just dotted them down, but yeah, hasn't had an impact as yet. 2-1, Man United to win 2-1, by the way, is 5-1. So you wouldn't see it being much more than that, would you? If you think Man United are going to press, but at the minute, really, you'd say it's Fulham who are doing most of the.
Yeah, well, since Fulham have equalised, they probably had the better of play. And yeah, Man United, I thought, had decent control of the game after they.
I think Fulham with the substitutions look a better side, a more attacking side than they did originally.
I think I said at the top of the show that I couldn't believe that Traore and Smith Row, and also Robinson as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was some sort of niggle there, but he was like one of the best players, defenders in the league
left-backs
last
in the league
season.
last
So
year,
I imagine him not starting must have been a fitness thing. But Robinson and Smith Row in particular on the bench. Wilson on the bench, Adama Traore. Yeah, it did look like there were maybe sort of, well stacked anyway, offensively on the bench. And yeah, the substitutions have made the difference. Emil Smith Row scoring. Dallo here with a really poor touch. He's going to go out for a Manchester United goal kick.
Iwobi's got his
Fulham goal
card.
kick. Yeah. I mean, Iwobi. How good was Iwobi last season?
Yeah.
I think Kwaku, tongue-in-cheek, said he could be in the shout for Ballon d'Or. Maybe tongue-in-cheek, Kwaku, maybe.
Definitely.
He's not here to defend himself, is he, Kwaku?
So we accuse him.
But yeah, maybe you can give us odds on Alex Iwobi Lee to win the Ballon d'Or. I'm not sure if you even got that.
I haven't got enough zeros, I don't think.
Yeah, you've even got that priced up. Here is Alex Iwobi back in midfield. Really, really quick feet there to get the ball out. And Fulham going to get possession. And once again now, they're going to come forward into Manchester United's half. Do you not think, just watching Man United, I'm no tactical expert here, but every time I watch them, they always just look like they're a man short of midfield.
Yeah. And that for me is the system, obviously, with the two in there, and then not really playing with players that suit that system. Like Bruno, for me, is not a two-man midfielder in this system. Mason Mount's not that guy. Ugarte, we've spoken about. So it's not having the right profile. It makes you look even worse because you don't have the legs in there or the quality in there to do this.
Smith Row outside the box. Wilson, right-hand side. Chance for Fulham. Wilson cuts in left foot. Back to Lukic. They just lose their momentum.
Oh, he's still got
Tete
it.
wins
He's
it
won
back.
the ball.
Oh, he sort of dinked the ball
on.
into the box, but Ugarte got himself in a good
time as
position
well, didn't
and
he?
cleared Smith Row. And again, to be fair to Ugarte, there another really good tackle. Do you not think that when Wilson gets that ball on the right-hand side, why aren't wingers more direct, more aggressive? Try and
Everyone
get a
wants
shot
to
away.
touch. Everyone wants to
He's got
knock.
a really good shot on him as well.
He had the ball in such a good, dangerous area. And he tries to be too clever. Get on the outside, whip in across, cut in, get a shot away. Be more direct. He was in the box one-on-one with a United defender.
Yeah.
Be aggressive.
And he's got a shot on him as well. That's the thing. It's not like as if he's a bad shooter. It's over hit.
I must say as well, Luke Shaw in that situation, he is ball watching constantly. And there's a moment when the ball's come into the box and he just kind of stops completely dead in his tracks, like he's stuck in treacle or something. It's like, no, you've still got a job to do. This is the part where you've got to move, mate. He's really not looked good, and I'm not one to jump on the Luke Shaw, hate train that a lot of people have been on. And I think overall he was good against Arsenal. And I think, 4.5 years of his time at United, he's been injured. People are rooting for him, and we've seen what he can do for England as well. But he is really not on
I'm
it.
just Googling stuck in treacle. It means to be immobilised, slow down, or trapped in a difficult situation where progress is extremely slow or impossible. Hey, I like to be educated on the show.
You click the images. Click images.
No, I don't think I'm going to do that. But yeah, stuck in treacle is a new one. I like it.
Heard that before.
I've never heard. I've heard you.
You live such a sheltered life, don't you?
Wow. I remember watching Gavin Stacey and Smithy calling everyone treacle, but I've never heard stuck in treacle like that. But that probably shows more about me in terms of where I'm at, my limited vocabulary.
I've never heard of it either, to be honest.
Oh, there's my guy. Back me up.
Sorry, man. I got to expose myself.
You definitely
It
have.
must be a northern
I'm
thing.
with Angelina. Yeah.
Is it a northern thing?
Yeah,
It probably is,
maybe
isn't
it
it?
is.
Because I've never heard that in London.
Where are you from again in the north, by the way, Lee?
I live in Leeds, but I'm from Grimsby, of course.
Oh, good old Grimsby.
So it's going to be the biggest night in our history when we beat Man United.
It's the Phelpsy Angela. That's why we've got you on the show today to build up to the big game on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Big game.
It's all planned.
I'm not sure why 2 Chelsea fans booked for today was planned, but maybe because producer Jamie produces Inside Chelsea.
I don't know.
He's just obsessed with Chelsea.
Maybe.
I've heard rumours. Apparently, he said he's a Bristol City fan. I've heard rumours that apparently deep down he's a Chelsea fan.
I'm not gonna lie. He does get very excited when we win.
Oh, there
See
we
his
go.
face.
83 minutes gone then. It's still Fulham 1, Man United 1. Man United taking the lead in the second half. Header from a corner. Still has gone down what I'm looking at as a Lenny Euro goal. Maybe it was going on target. United looked like we were in control of the game, but then Emil Smith Row equalised after 73 minutes. Making a really good late run into the box from an Alex Iwobi cross from the left-hand side. That was 10 minutes ago. Fulham not creating any clear-cut chances since that equaliser. but have had the majority of possession. To be fair, at the moment, in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, it's a United team that are just struggling to get out, just struggling to really sort of regain any sort of possession. The front three of Cunha and Bremo and Šeško, who is on for Mason Mount, have barely had a sniff. And the front three in the first half, despite not scoring, created lots of chances, look really dangerous. But at the moment, Fulham here, Sander Berg, has so much space in midfield, able to play the ball into Alex Iwobi, who's coming forward. Anthony Robinson now has the ball left-hand side, puts the ball in. Over here is going to run though to Sasa Lukic. He's got Tete inside. Is he going to cross? He comes into Tete, who tries to be too clever. Get the ball in the box. He's trying to play one-touch football. He's still got it, Tete. Out to Sasa Lukic. Will they try and cross? I think they should, personally.
They came on strong last week, didn't they, against...
one-touch football!
Brilliant. Cut it back now. Yes!
Jimenez! Oh, it has to do better! They play such a good 1-2 down the right-hand side. Tete comes in. He plays it across the box to Jimenez, and he just couldn't sort his feet out quick enough. Now Dallo comes forward, and Bremo down the right-hand side. And Bremo takes it past Bassi. Referee says no foul. If there's no foul, go and book him.
I think he tripped over his own feet, to be fair. It looked like he just kind of clipped his own heel. I don't know if it was a genuine dive. I think he just actually fell over. But yeah, end to end now, isn't it? I just think that going back to what Fulham were like last week, they really came on strong, didn't they? The last 10 minutes, remember, I was watching it through my hands, wasn't I? I had Brighton in the in final one standing. I don't know why I keep reminding myself of it.
Are you, by the way?
No,
Can't believe that decision.
But the fact that fitness told, and I think Fulham are doing the same thing here. They are coming on strong in this last what we're going to have probably 10 minutes left here, 85 minutes on the clock. Probably get 5 minutes of added time as well as they come on strong again.
Go on.
Yeah, Harry Wilson, quick feet from the right-hand side. But again, Ugarte's done really, really well there to come and win the challenge, although he's gone down holding his face. But now United
aren't breaking quick enough here to kind of actually get at them while Fulham are out of... Well, they're not quite out of position, but whilst they're attacking...
Yeah, well, Bruno Fernandez did just break through there, but Sasa Lukic was really smart and clever and brought him back. Yeah, that is the most blatant yellow card that you're ever going to see. So, Matisse, we had a fun afternoon. Looks like we're going to get a final fun 10 minutes here, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, for me, a draw is not really any good for United. It depends on their aspirations, but they're obviously playing one game.
What are their aspirations?
I think their aspirations should be to try and get back in the Champions League.
Yeah.
That's the aim. Obviously, if you fall short, you end up in the Europa, then it is what it is. But I think Man United...
I think European football is...
Yeah, the size of club that they are, even the Europa League run last year, it just doesn't feel like their level in terms of not maybe what they're playing at. That they're obviously clearly playing at the level that they deserve.
I think fifth place goes to a Champions League team.
Yeah, but as a stature of that club, you've got to be in the Champions League. If you can't get it with one game a week, then
Oh, thank God we've got some defenders coming on.
I tell you what, I would love somebody to work out the amount of defensive substitutions Ruben Amorim makes in terms of his actual defence. Like, normally, it's very rare every game, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But this could be good for Man United in terms of this corner kick because the two big lads, Maguire and Haven, are on. And 87 minutes gone. United have got a corner kick that Bruno Fernandez, is going to whip in swinging corner here. Again, United, lots of big players making runs towards the goalkeeper who comes, does win it initially out to Ugarte, and Dog was going to go back. No, he's not. He does well. Plays it out to Cunha on the right-hand side. He should cross.
Could have done better.
Calvin Bassey clears out for a corner. Angelina confident here of finding a winner?
I don't know if I'm confident. I mean,
that's a no.
It's been all Fulham, hasn't it? You would like to think a couple of minutes to go now. They've made those substitutions that United can do something. I think also, how we like to have a bit of fun talking about, eyebrows and whatnot. A lot of Man United players have got some really terrible haircuts.
Names.
I think that. I think Mbumo rocks the.
His haircut's just off, isn't it?
No, I'm loving it.
I'm
loving it. Bruno needs to have a look at it.
That's a big chance.
And it's Harry Maguire off the bench.
That's a massive opportunity.
His hair is all right.
Yeah, he's just gone for an old school haircut.
Maybe that's the most attacking sub he could have made, is to bring on Harry Maguire.
Yeah.
Remember last season when we played him? We played him as a striker against Nottingham Forest, and your best chance of scoring was when he came on. I tell you what, it's a really good in-swinging corner, left foot from the right-hand side in Bremo, and Maguire does get his head on it, tries to beat the keeper Leonard at the near post, into the ground, just goes wide. 88 minutes gone, Fulham 1, Manchester United. I reckon there could be a late goal in this game, team.
It could be. The thing is now it's just anyone's guess, isn't it? Because Fulham have stepped it up. Like you said, the energy levels have been clear to see. They've made their own subs. They've brought on Emil Smith Row. They've brought on their players. So I don't know.
The subs are interesting. Marco Silva, whatever you think about his starting lineup, both goals this season been scored by subs.
Yep.
17 goals from substitutes last season, which I think was the high in the Premier League. So we have the impact sub where if you player that your back goes off and the impact sub comes on. Great team to look at that for that. So if you're backing, Josh, did he come on for Josh King, was it today? But you might not have backed, you might not have backed Josh King to score, but shots on target, etc. I think Fulham are definitely a team to look at and put in your notebook for that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
He's obviously, whether he starts a little bit weaker and wants to keep the game tight and then brings the finishers off on as they finish the game, but certainly worked last week and it seems to be working this week as well.
Yeah, I think there was a period last season where Harry Wilson just kept coming off the bench and just kept scoring goals for Fulham. But yeah, Fulham have got some really good options off the bench. Emil Smith Row's been really good since he's come on, and we've got 30 seconds left of normal time. I don't think we're going to see too much time added on. I can't really remember. Oh, that there from Dorgu is a real lack of experience. Fulham had the ball on the right-hand side, and he's just kicked Sasa Lukic as he was going away from goal. In fact, going back towards Fulham's defence, and Dorgu just kicked him, and he's now just going to give Fulham the opportunity to stand the ball high into the box and see what the goalkeeper's made of. But that, Angelina, just and also from an attacking point of view, just waste time for Man United to try and get the ball and score, right?
Yeah, listen, I wasn't Dorgu's biggest fan last season. I was a little bit confused as to why he was brought in regarding what he's good at, what he's not good at. A lot of people rated him. I wasn't that keen. I know that he's had a really, really good pre-season, but I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's a lack of experience. It's a very, very, very silly thing to do. And if Fulham score now, then I
always felt like Out-Nori was a safer bet for you lot in terms of you're getting Cunha.
Robertson at Fulham, I think, is brilliant.
Yeah. But Out-Nori would have played the system at Wolves. He would play as a wing back a lot. So it just
free kick whipped in. I tell you what, it's a really, really good free kick with his left foot. Long ball launched. I tell you what. That was a long chase there in Bremo, and Fulham were lucky it was Robinson who was chasing in Bremo.
Otherwise he'd have got that.
Otherwise in Bremo would, but that was a really good free kick though, whipped in from Wilson. And to be fair, not sure what United defender got his head on it, but it came in with pace and accuracy, and he had to be brave to try and head that ball away. So 5 minutes of time added on. We played 4 of those. Patrick Dorgu long throw. I never knew he had this in his locker. Dorgu's going to launch this into the box.
He better redeem himself with this throw, I'm telling you.
All centre-backs have gone up. So Maguire's up there, De Ligt's up there, Heaven's up there. Oh, my goodness.
Straight to a Leeds player. Amazing.
I don't think we'll see.
He should not do long throws.
No, I don't think we're going to see a Patrick Dorgu long throw ever again because it barely got into the box. Dallo whips one in. Dorgu back post, headed across. Anderson wins the header, and Dorgu is going to shove Harry Wilson off the ball. Angelina, broader picture, what have you made of United's performance in this game?
Not much, to be completely honest. I think that they started really well. I think the first half they looked very good. Obviously, Bayern was the main talking point because he made a few errors that a better team would have taken.
Possibly,
and if it wasn't Fulham, if it was a different team, they'd have been 2 goals up probably. I think it's becoming more and more glaringly obvious that the midfield for Manchester United is becoming it's a huge issue. I think the players are lacking this. They're lacking service. I think you look at Šeško, I've barely noticed him do anything in this game. I don't think he's getting the service. I think we've seen Cunha and Mbeumo be a little bit quieter in this second half, quieter than they were against Arsenal. So it's hard to know what you really take from this game because I think there was a lot of hope and expectation on it of United really, burying Fulham in this game. I think a lot of fans wanted to see to really show how far that they've come, but they haven't done that.
There is a Fulham corner. 92.5 minutes gone. Lukic in swing. Oh! Keeper. I tell you what, the keeper's come again. He's got nowhere near it.
Where was he going?
I don't know. I couldn't
It's like he almost disappears. He goes for something.
He runs into a crowd of players. Like, this will be fun. Let me just mix it up a bit.
He is oh my goodness me. Where is he?
Where is he? Why is he all the way?
Why is he so far down?
He's literally like 6 yards out nearly. What's he doing?
And Anderson should score as well, by the way. He has an empty net head into.
You know when you was a kid and you used to go and play in the ball pit? That's literally what happened there. He just dove into the ball pit there.
How lucky is he though that Fulham haven't scored from a corner?
He's lucky that Fulham aren't better.
Cunha whips it, and that is how you clear crosses.
That's brilliant.
Cunha whips in a dangerous ball with pace. Bernardo says, I'm coming, I'm getting it. He punches the ball away. United do have a throw, though. We've got 90 seconds left to play.
How many Premier League teams right now have a better goalkeeper than Manchester United?
Off the top of my head, can you name one that don't?
All of them. Yeah.
No, it was easy. How many goalkeepers don't? I don't rate Sanchez at Chelsea.
Would you say?
Well, I probably wouldn't. I probably still have Sanchez
better,
over
right?
Brian.
Yeah.
United with a long throw into the box, which Fulham head away. Dorgu and
Oh, that was the chance. That was the chance.
Once again, it comes from a throw-in. Patrick Dorgu, after Fulham clear, tries to help the ball into the box. There was a little bit too much on it, and it's then Brian and Bremer who acrobatically. That's that.
That's how you throw a ball, just so.
Yeah. I think he's off. No, it's not.
No, I think he was onside, wasn't he? But he tried to acrobatically bicycle kick it. So we got 30 seconds left. Fulham 1, Manchester United 1. Matisse, would you say a draw possibly is a fair result?
Oh,
in this game,
yeah,
I think?
absolutely. I think both teams in different spells of this game have been dangerous. Both teams have created opportunities. I think the second half's been a lot more blanded than the first. I feel like the first half was a lot more action-packed in terms of chances. Obviously, the goals all come in the second half. But look, it's fair. In respect to Fulham, I think Fulham have contributed enough to this game to get a point. Man United have not. They've not done enough to win. Like you look at the changes. If they've got weaker since the substitutions
since Casemiro's come off.
Yes,
basically
like
they've had less control of the game.
They've less control of the game, less service, less chances created, less influence on the pitch for the attackers. Mbeumo and Cunha has faded as the game's gone on. Sesko's not had any service.
And I'd love to know how many touches Šeško's had of the ball since he's come on, because he's barely.
And even the drop off between Dalot and Diallo. I feel like that's there.
That felt a real defensive change to make, didn't it? So it is full time then. Confirmation. Fulham 1, Manchester United 1. Fulham equalising after 73 minutes. Emil Smith Row on as a substitute, tapping home from close range after a good ball from Alex Iwobi. Man United's goal has gone down. I thought it would do is Rodrigo Muniz own goal. Lenny Yoro's header from a corner, not going goal, was it bounced off the Fulham striker and went into the back of the net. So it finishes Fulham 1, Man United 1. Fulham drawing both their opening games of the season. Man United 1 point from their first 2 games after losing at home to Arsenal last weekend. We've got 3 minutes left then on talkSPORT Goals. The show brought to you by William Hill. Angelina, really your final thoughts then on the game. A good first half, but just kind of faded towards the end, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see improvements compared to last season. But I think, like I was saying before, this is a game that Manchester United fans were expecting to really see something. I think United fans were expecting to see a good couple of goals. So I think overall it's been a little bit disappointing. I think they're very lucky that their next 2 fixtures are Grimsby Town, no disrespect, and Burnley. In that they are chances that, United shouldn't be focused on the cup anyway. So play the kids.
Oh, really? Can I just say...
Unbeaten this season.
You've got no European football this season. I disagree slightly with that opinion.
No, we've been spoiled with cups. Need to be focusing on the Premier League. We didn't even deserve the cups we won. So, Burnley next, and then you've got the Manchester derby. So, a lot of work to be done. So. Overall, positive to take, but a bit disappointing.
talkSPORT Goals. It's been a fun. Do you want to very, very briefly leave?
I was going to say the Mariners are undefeated in 6 games so far this season, so you better send a strong team to Bundle Park.
By the way, just to let you know, it's an absolute disgrace they haven't invited you on Inside Devils this week to preview the Grimsby game.
But,
I'll have a word with the producer.
I'm busy.
talkSPORT Goals has been the show for the last couple of hours. talkSPORT Goals will be back next Sunday, the 4:30 game next Sunday, Liverpool versus Arsenal. Leo Phelps will be with us. Thank you very much as always, Matisse. A great shift from you this afternoon, and Angelina Kelly. Thank you very much. You'll be back on Inside Devils, I'm sure, in the week on talkSPORT's YouTube channel, and of course as well on your smart TV. So it was a busy Saturday of football, wasn't it? Started off with Spurs going to Man City and winning. It finished with Arsenal thumping Leeds 5-0. We've had plenty of drama though today on a Super Sunday of football. Palace Forest maybe didn't have the needle on edge, though maybe builded it up to. That finish 1-1. Everton, their first competitive game in their brand new stadium, was a 2-0 victory. Perhaps the 2 assists, though, will be the most popular part of that game, because Jack Grealish, Everton new signing, his first start for Everton, 2 brilliant assists. And then at 4:30, Manchester United, good in patches, not consistent enough, though, throughout the course of the game. They did lead Fulham by a 0-0, and they did look comfortable, but Fulham did really well to work themselves back into the game, and it finishes 1-1. So Manchester United still searching for their first victory of the season. But as Angelina says, next Saturday is Burnley at home. They will be hoping that victory will come in that game. If you are watching on the talkSPORT YouTube channel or on your smart TV, coming up in a couple of minutes' time, it's the Final Word show. Majestic and the Premier League manager Alan Pardew taking your calls on, well, basically anything you want. The number is 03717 223344. talkSPORT Goals back this time next week, next Sunday. Liverpool Arsenal. The Final Word show is coming up next.